Oh, hello there. Well, this blue surface, it certainly has people talking in the cricket world. I think it's a sensational service for cricket. And I tell you what, one of these teams this morning, they'll have the Blues. It's the Royals and Malmo that seem to be competing for one spot in the quarterfinals. Then this afternoon, a huge clash between two previous ECS title holders. Mr. Maximo here, ready for a big day of cricket. And this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden-Malmo, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, it is Thursday in Malmo, Sweden. We're in the south of this beautiful country. We're bathed in sunshine today, and we have more Group A matches on the way. 4 T10 matches coming to you. Don't forget, also today we have the three-way series, the T20 International Men's Series from Germany, which involves Germany, Norway and France, and that will be starting in a little while. So plenty of cricket for you today on ECN. And we're starting here in Malmo with match 13. Well, it would be unlucky for one of these two teams. It's Malmo. They are winless so far in the competition. They're taking on the Helsingborg Royals, who have a solitary win to their name. So both these teams, I think they're basically competing for one spot in the quarterfinals. That's why this morning's matches are so important. They'll meet in matches 13 and 14 in the first half of the day. So Rob Kemming, the match referee, is with the two captains for the all-important coin toss. Let's go over there for the coin toss for match 13.
Heads, tails, your call.
Yeah. Tails.
Tails is called. It is tails.
What would you like to do, Madan?
We like to bowl first.
Well, there you go. It's the Helsingborg Royals that have won the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. Interesting move, I think, from Madan Prabhu, but I think it's to do with the fact there still is a little bit of dew on the surface, and that can just slow down the outfield a little bit. Now, watch out for the captain himself, Madan Prabhu. He's threatened with the bat, but not really gone on with it so far in the series. Also, they've got the services of the Panda, Abhinash Panda, who has 71 runs and 3 wickets for the Royals so far in this series. Prasenjit Behera, I think he's a very good player as well. He's a triple threat. He's good with the bat, the ball, and he's a gun fielder. But for me, it's interesting. Devinder Singh, he's a big hitting batsman. I'd like to see him bat a little bit higher up in the order. I think it might be worth a gamble in this game against a Malmo team that are winless, but look, they still have games in hand on the Royals. So they have their captain, Hamad Rafiq. He's their leading run scorer, 78 runs. He's also their joint leading wicket taker with 6 wickets. Look out for Saad Mohammed as well. He took 4 for 11 against Ariana CC, but in that game, it was an incredible collapse that Malmo will be remembered for. They lost 8 wickets for 4 runs in the space of 14 balls to totally mess up the chase, and that would have been a valuable victory against Ariana CC. Remember, the Royals, they upset Ariana CC on the first day. That's why they have a win and Malmo don't. So the equation is pretty simple. If the Royals can win both of these games this morning, then Malmo will be out of the tournament. They won't be able to catch up. But if Malmo can at least get one win, then at least their chances will stay alive in the series. Let's talk about the conditions today. And like I mentioned, there's lots of sunshine in Malmo today. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 22 degrees, currently 16 degrees. We've talked a lot about this pitch, and I think it is going to change the way that cricket is played on artificial surfaces. It is blue and it is fantastic. You can see the ball so well, the white ball in these conditions. And we've seen run rates of around 8 or 9 and over as standard, but I do think that it will rise as the week goes on. The batsmen become a bit more accustomed to the bowling. But I think for the main reason isn't the conditions that the run rate's been so low. I think there's been some very disciplined bowling, particularly by the seamers. Andrew Ryan is in the commentary box, and Rhino, I'm sure you're looking forward to this big clash between the Royals and Malmo. Let's go over to the commentary box and get ready for match 13.
Thank you very much, Vidi Sandhu. Great to be back with you for day 4 of the ECS Sweden event here from Malmo. As you said, this is a big clash this morning, a pair of clashes, I should say. Malmo Cricket Club, they've had a difficult run in the first couple of days, had to play both Ariana Cricket Club and Ariana O'Keefe, two of the favoured teams in this group. And as we look to the fantasy dashboard, that Malmo team, I think there's still probably some bargains to pick up in there. Nikhil Matur is costing you 9 points, but he was actually very, very solid with the bat. The last time that we saw the Malmo team played, showed a good technique and ability to hit well over cover. And the skipper, Hussein Chima, he's definitely getting through his 2 overs in each game and has probably showed the most fluency with the willow out of all of this Malmo team. Looking across the Helsingborg Royals. A few good flashes from Sadesh Kunji when he was pushed up the order yesterday, but that man just below him, Madan Prabhu, he'll take the gloves and he will also be a very important man in the early overs. Probably shown the greatest capacity amongst the Royals to hit over the top consistently, and he has got some undoubted power. But they have a big job today, the Royals. As Vinny said, they could effectively put Malmo out of the competition, but as it is, they have lost 5 consecutive games on the trot in this ECS Sweden Malmo competition, and they need to regain some momentum. It's been the bowling lineup that they've looked to for the most part to try to take them to victory, and that was certainly the case in their first up win against Ariana Cricket Club on the first day of competition here. But ever since then, the bowling lineup's just been a little bit inconsistent. Sada, who takes the new ball, hasn't picked up quite as many wickets as they might have liked at the top, although he's bowled with good pace at times and no shortage of accuracy, but perhaps just run out of ideas as the batsmen have gotten a little bit better look at him during the course of this event. Sunny Sharma, non-strikers end to start, and Nikhil Matia will face the first ball for Malmo Cricket Club. Sharma's shown some flashes of good play as well. Strong player through the offside. Just don't think he's probably been at the crease for enough balls to get any level of fluency. But they've got a good opportunity here, Malmo. They'll play the Royals today, who themselves are struggling somewhat. And then they've got their final pair of matches against Jönköping coming up tomorrow. Jönköping started with a bang in the tournament, but as it is, they've just slowed down yesterday. They had their chances against Ariana Cricket Club. 2 close games, in fact, but games that Ariana Cricket Club probably looked the better side throughout most of the contest, and Jönköping just relying on some thrashing from the middle order at times to try to keep them in the contest, and came really bogged down in the early overs. They've got to regroup and find their way back into the winner's circle. Gurushiv Sada, he's standing at the top of his mark, should get the clearance from the umpires to commence this first game of the day. It's day 4 here in the Landskrona Cricket Club. Sada charging in. Nice ball. Starts a little bit wide outside off stump. Just tailed back into the batsman a touch, and Nikhil Matur having nothing to do with that opening exchange. Fairly good loosener from Sadar. Had a little bit of problem with the wides yesterday, particularly when he had to deal with the right and left-hand combinations. Looks much more comfortable bowling to the right-handers. Onto the pads, Matur just tickles it away to square leg. It'll be an easy single. Malmo on the board. Outfield looking absolutely perfect at the moment. It's been given a fairly short clip. This Landskrona Cricket Club surface. I've maintained it very well. It's in outstanding condition at the moment. A perfect service for T10 cricket. No rain overnight. Barely a cloud in the sky, in fact, today. So probably the best day of weather that we've had in the entire tournament to date. Good ball, nips away off the seam. Sunny Sharma bogged down at the crease, just thrust the hands outside off stump. It's a good ball from Sada. Underrated how much sideways movement can make a difference in the power play overs. Batsman always looking to hit hard, use the aerial route where possible to take it over the infield, but sideways movement either way, best way of drawing a false shot. A good ball, but Sharma does well. Punches on the back foot. Sedate start for Malmo. Perhaps had some discussions within their team of trying desperately not to lose some early wickets. maybe believing if they can get through Sada's opening 2 overs. He's tended to bowl the first and the third throughout the tournament. If they can see him off, there's easier pickings down in that middle order, although they have got Prasenjit Behera to get through 2 overs. He's been excellent. Sharma plays that nicely. Just thrusts the bat out. Oh, sorry, I should say that is Matur. Plays it nicely in between the 2 fielders in the point region. Found the gap. Excellent shot. He's a top-class batsman. It's like a man who's got the sort of technique that could deal quite easily with 40-over cricket as well. Good eye for the ball just outside off stump. It's well played. Handy boundary for them too. Hadn't troubled the scorers too much in this opening over. Sada just a little bit short of a length, and the movement of the ball taking it to a point where Nikhil had enough width. Bring the fielder who was stationed at deep mid-wicket, bring him into the circle. Behera going back to long off. Sada adjusts his length well, much fuller on that occasion, and popped a touch off the deck. Nikhil surprised, but manages to get bat on it, push it away for a single. That's the conclusion of the first over. Malmo, they're 7 for none after 1. And to just add to the excitement levels, have now been joined in the commentary box by Mr. Maximo Sandhu. Vinny, great to have you here.
Thanks, Andrew. Good morning to all of you, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome to ECN, big Thursday. And yeah, they found me in the end. I tried to lie in the middle of the pitch with my blue suit. Pretty good colour match, actually. But pretty good over to start. Sadashiv has really impressed me. He's the equal leading wicket taker so far in the tournament, the Royals. And the man that you just mentioned, Prasenjit Behera, coming into bowl the second over. And I called him a triple threat in the preview because his batting, although we think of him as a fairly steady batsman, but he also showed he can hit the ball pretty hard and hit Maximos. With the ball, he's very reliable, and he's an absolute gun fielder as well. And so he's worth his weight in gold in this form of the game.
Couldn't agree more. He's probably been one of the top 3 bowlers in the tournament. We've seen plenty of good stuff from Absar Khan as well. And there's a couple of others who would be in that argument, but Behera's just been consistent and quick. Good example of it there. That ball just on middle on leg.
He doesn't wait too long to get where he needs to be with the ball. And that's really important. You don't waste the new ball. It's your best opportunity to get rid of some of the dangerous hitters from the opposition. And Matur, he's been pretty impressive for Malmo. It's hard to believe how Malmo haven't won a game considering some of the winning positions they've got in this series. It's just pushed away to cover region.
So question for you, Vinny. How long in advance did you have to organise the Mr. Maximo themed pitch here at the Landskrona Cricket Ground? I mean,
you think it's my doing?
I could, if it wasn't for your head popping out at the top of the video this morning, I wouldn't have even noticed you were there on the match report.
Well, I had to make sure I got out before the first ball. Otherwise, I'll probably would have a few new kookaburras coming my way. It's right in the danger zone. Next one's played down the pitch back to Behera. It's been a pretty tight start from the Royals. Yeah, well, this is actually my favourite coloured suit. Of all my suits, for some reason, this is one that it's got a bit of the ECN about it with the blue and a bit of Sweden about it as well, this coloured suit, isn't it? Someone, I think it was yesterday, saying in the chat, we should paint the lines yellow and that'll be a proper Swedish pitch. This is played down the ground, just be one. And Devinder Singh does the fielding. He's another man that interests me as far as how to use him. He's a real destructive player. He's hyper aggressive. For example, I think if you're chasing a fairly moderate target, if you get him in early, he can really put a big dent in it. I'd like to see him batting in the power play. I know it's a bit of a risk against some of the top bowlers in the new ball, but I mean, he does have the power to go over the top. Speaking of over the top, this is where this one goes. This is flicked away dismissively by Matur. Behera, a rarity, loses his line, and that is the boundary that Malmo needed. And nice shot, but it was all about the ball not being in the right spot from Behera that created an opportunity for the batsman.
Does play good cricket shots, Nikhil Matur. Not a huge amount of thrashing about him, but he's a classical timer of the ball, and on that occasion, just with the minimum of movement around the crease, got into position early and just used Behera's pace to Drop punt that ball down to the backward square boundary. He hits the ball with good power without a particularly extravagant backswing. He's a strong man.
Well, this is hit hard, but sits straight to the man. A fairly square third man. Does well. Royals are up for this. They know that they can secure their spot in the quarterfinals if they win both of these games this morning. That takes us to the end of the second over. It's 14 for no loss. Let's have a look at these two teams. You can see they're both at the wrong end of the ladder. The Royals averaging 78 per 10 overs with the bat, conceding 97. It's similar for Malmo. They've been even more expensive. They're the only team conceding over 10 and over. They're conceding 103 on average and scoring 8 and over, which is 80 per 10 overs. So you can see that both these teams, they've had their struggles in this series and only have one win between them. Now, the equation here, it's the Royals, who if they can win 2 more games, you'll see they'll go to 3 and 5, and Malmo will only have 2 games left. So Royals, they're playing their final 2 group matches this morning. If they win both these 2 matches, they'll actually go above Jönköping on the ladder, although Jönköping do have 4 matches in hand. So Malmo, they need to at least win 1 of these games to stay in the hunt for the quarterfinals. This is a good start. We're seeing a lot of bowlers bowling in this zone. Steeper Krishnan, who is bowling over number 3. It's a good delivery. It's the disciplined bowling that I think has kept the scores down. Two good deliveries first up from Krishnan. This one's a little bit short though, and he's going to get punished. That's what happens if you get it wrong, and this one's gone all the way. Maximo! That's the first one of the day. It won't be the last. It just shows you the margin for error is small, especially to a batsman like Nikhil Mathur. He pounces on anything short. After 2 good deliveries, Krishnan goes the distance. Third ball of the over. Let's have a look at the daily run rates, and you can see it's I guess it was pretty much right on the money. It was in the 8s, and so you can see the overall average run rate is 8.9 and over the first 3 days. And so that's why it looks like about 89, 90 is par. And we've seen that scores even less than that have been defendable. Back outside the off-stump channel this time. Thanks to Ravi behind the scenes for providing all that statistical information, compiling a lot of data. And I would have thought it would have been a lot more, but it's been ball-dominating bat so far. Toss driven away nicely. It's a big chase for Behera, who's a good fielder. And you have a look here. It was a good early release from Behera. And Sunny Sharma was scrambling. I think if that throw was a bit straighter, it's a real opportunity to run out in the opener. Have a look at when this throw comes back. Now, he did throw it quickly. He was still a metre or 2 short when that throw came in. It's just wide of the stumps. Next one, punched away, and this is a nice shot. It's going to run up the hill. It'll run all the way for another boundary. So a good counter-attack from Malmo. And a good finish to the third over. The power play, not too bad in the end after a slow start. It's 26 for no loss after 3 overs. I would have thought about 30 is a good power play. Just shy of that. Still 10 wickets in hand. Mathur is looking good so far. Andrew mentioned him as a player to watch. Also just wanted to say hello to all our Bangladeshi viewers who are watching, and congratulations again for another good win in the T20 against Australia last night. Looked like a pretty good run chase. And Bangladesh, they've done it batting first, they've done it batting second. There's a few team meetings going on in the Australia camp, I'm sure. Maybe a few changes required for Australia. What do you think? But congratulations to Bangladesh. Shows you how far the cricket's come. I mean, I remember when I first started following cricket, Bangladesh weren't even a full test playing nation. And now, a real force in world cricket. And so all our Bangladeshi viewers, there's plenty of you. I'm sure you're feeling pretty good about life today. Next one. Some non-hand fielding. Sapru at cover. Did get down to it. Sachin Shetty's got the ball. This brings Martha back on strike. Pushes one a little bit too wide. This has been a certain plan to bowl in this offside channel, but not so wide that it's a wide, but two batsmen have been able to counter it. It requires some offside stroke play. It requires good footwork to reach that ball and then to hit it correctly. Sachin Shetty can also bat in the middle order and give it a whack. Oh, speaking of giving a whack, this is whack, but it could be caught, and it is. That's the first wicket of the day. And this is just a little bit short, but that's a big wicket at this stage. They just needed something, the Royals. Martha was getting away from them. Once again, we see a batsman not going on with it. He goes and gets this one from outside the off stump, and it's the kind of ball that you can probably cut away over point, or backward point. There's a big gap there, but instead he went leg side. He found the fielder, and it's Gaurav Sadashiv, very safe pair of hands that takes the catch. So a very useful wicket for the Royals. It's 28 for 1 in the fourth over. It's all about taking your chances as well, especially when it involves the key batsman for the opposition. And speaking of key batsmen, here is one, Hamid Rafiq. I think he's been their all-round best player, the captain so far in the series. He was the one actually that sparked that dramatic collapse of 8 wickets for only 4 runs in the space of 14 balls. It was 48 hours ago against Ariana CC. Well, hopefully they've put their demons to bed. They need a win here, Malmo. This one is fumbled by the keeper. And Sharma will get off strike, bring the captain on strike for the first time. Of course, they crossed while that ball was in the air. That'll be 2 to the total. Rafiq's a real key as well. We need to find a way to get a winning score on the board. That, for me, I think it's 90 plus. 100 would be even better. Down leg side. This is going to be called wide. Played away on the leg side, and once again a single. Punched away, and this is going to be 4. Well, really pounced on this one. It was just a little bit over pitch from Shetty, and this is a classic cover drive, and this is the kind of shot that can counter that kind of off-stump line. And so Sunny Sharma getting going, showing why he's at the top of the order. It's important that he scores at an acceptable rate. Shetty's gone for double digits. There'll be more runs here as this is squeezed away in the gap. And it's a nice bit of timing. It's going to be another boundary. So Sharma taking over after losing. Mathur. He's gone, but it's Sharma who's taking over. away on the offside. This will be a single to finish the over. It's the end of 4. The score is 41 for 1. That run rate, over 10 and over. And that's a good target, I think, to get to a 100-plus score. Which I think would be very defendable for Malmo, searching for their first win in the series. Let's have a look at what's coming up today on ECN. It's going to be a big Thursday because not only do we have the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden coming from Malmo right here, but we have 2 T20 international matches. You can see that Krefeld is the host for that tri-series. Germany are taking on Norway. That game is starting in around about 2 hours' time. And then later in the day, this afternoon, there'll be France-Norway, and that game will actually finish well after the finish of match 16 here in Sweden. So Rico and Uchwal are over there in Krefeld. They're getting ready, I'm sure, for the first match of a very exciting series. 7-match series we'll see over the next 4 days. So plenty of cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. Another full toss, and well, it's going to be another boundary. And so Sunny Sharma is really delivering now. They need someone to stand up. And of course, the captain, he's the man you'd expect, Hamid Rafiq. He's been outstanding in the series so far, but Sunny Sharma coming into his own. That was a nice shot. Just played it late. So it wouldn't go to a traditional cover because there's a man back there. Gets it just behind point for 4. Well bowled by Behera. Gets it right this time. Now they're going to come back for 2, and that's really good running. I thought they were only going to get 1 there. Sharma on strike again. This time down leg side, turned away. And this is going to be 4 more. So, Behera, that's the second time he's just lost his line onto that leg stump. And there's no fine leg. And it was turned away expertly by Sunny Sharma. Well, it's a sunny day. It's pretty sunny out there in the middle at the moment. The weather here is fantastic. And, already up to 17 degrees. Listed temperature of 20, but 20 in Sweden feels like about 28. It's very, very pleasant. Preston Behera hasn't bowled his best this morning. He's got 17. He's conceded 17 off the 9 balls he's bowled so far. Oh, this one really takes off. Oh, I didn't think there was any bat on this. This is an unbelievable bounce from Behera. Good luck keeping. That one flies over the man, and it's amazing. It's only 1 by Prabhu, the captain, Madan Prabhu. A step ladder to get that one. Big inside edge on this one. And just hesitate for a second. Now he's going to come back, Rafiq. That's good running, but he was slow to realise it. So he realised there was a chance for 2, but once he did, he was off to the races and got back very quickly. Just have a look here. There's a big inside edge on this. And then just realised about halfway down the first one, he might be a chance for 2. That's a really good piece of running between the wickets by the captain. Oh, it's going to be more runs. Once again, Behera is just not getting that shape back today. And that's gone all the way, actually. What's a remarkable shot. Remarkable bit of timing. Maximo. 6 runs to finish the first half of the innings. It was a very good first half from Malmo. They are up and away. 60 for 1 at the halfway point. This is a game that Malmo really want to win. It'll put them level on points with the Royals. Set up a huge clash in the left, and he thought maybe they could get Rafiq early. It'd be an opportunity for the Royals to work their way back into the contest and get ahead in this match, but it's been all Malmo since then. Behera, uncharacteristically expensive, 25 off his 2 overs. So they're going to turn to spin, and Rohit Sapru, he's a pretty clever bowler. He's going to bowl over number 6. He won't be afraid to slow the ball down. First one in the right spot. It's played away watchfully by Sunny Sharma. Watch from the other end now. This one's worked away carefully. So Sapru, he won't want to get in the leg stump because he doesn't have much protection there. There's 6 fielders on the offside and only 3 on the leg side. So I think his plan is to keep it outside the off stump and tempt the batsman to go leg side and hit across the line. That's where the gaps are. This one is just prodded on the leg side. So it's Sapru's spin that has slowed things down at the moment. This is really good stuff by Sapru. Still got 2 overs up his sleeve. Now, I'm surprised actually at this stage with 9 wickets in hand. We haven't seen more of a definite risk taken by at least one of these batsmen to get outside that off stump and try and whack the ball through the leg side. Like I said, they've got a long on deep mid wicket and there's a square leg in the circle. But they hit the ball to the right of screen, on or behind square legs. Big gap there. And instead he goes straight and gets this one pretty good. And it's going to be just inside the rope. It'll be 1 bounce and 4. And so Sapru, again, it's where he wanted it, outside the off stump, but it's just a good, straight, pretty clean hit from the batsman. Goes offside again. This won't go to one of the 6 fielders over there. It'll go 1 bounce to the deep cover. So it's just that 1 hit that turned Sapru's figures in this over. He goes for 9. The score at the end of 6, it's 69 for 1. Well, 6 over check-in time. And they're going 11.5 and over. And even if they go at 10s from here, and they've got 109 on the board. That's normally where I start when I'm checking in at the 6 over mark, seeing where we are with the game. 110 would be a lot of runs for the Royals to chase down. I mean, even from here, if you can get 8 and over, you do crack the ton. You know, I haven't seen too many 100-plus chases. I haven't seen too many 100-plus scores, actually, on this surface and on this field so far this week. Looks like we're going to get some Panda power. Abhinash Panda, who took a hat-trick earlier in the series. These little hybrids. Kind of half spin, half medium pace. So 4 big overs now. Malmo still 9 wickets in hand. We're enjoying the entertainment this morning. Not a cloud in the sky. Beautiful Swedish sunshine. Well, they go on the hit and they get through for a single. Just shows you the runs are there. Both batsmen go straight away. Even when you hit it straight at the fielder. This was straight at the fielder. I mean, direct hit would have been gone, but only had one stump to aim at. Once again, we see a single, this time to deep mid-wicket. So the other thing I've noticed today is there haven't been too many dot balls. They've just found a way to keep the score moving. Speak of the devil, there's a dot ball. And the Panda gets one back on Sunny Sharma, but what innings it's been so far. We haven't seen a lot of batsmen going on with it after making starts in this series, but Sharma's got a real opportunity here. He's on 30, and he goes in the air, but this might be the end of him, and it is. Well, speak of the devil, I said that a lot of batsmen have made moderate scores, just got out at key moments, and it's the Panda that gets the breakthrough. Once again, look at that. It's the line. It's outside off stump. It's just inside that wide line. Sunny Sharma tried to go grab it and take it to the leg side. Once again, Sadashiv with an excellent catch. A second wicket falls for Malmo. It's 71 for 2 in the 7th over. Although they still have some more batting, you do wonder if there's a few demons after that catastrophic collapse the other day when they lost 8 wickets for 4 runs. The middle and lower order, hardly the kind of performance that fills you with confidence, but they do have a good base to work from here. 71 runs, still a third of the innings remains. And this one is put down. And this could have been consecutive wickets for Panda. He's done it before. I mean, there was a fairly healthy edge on it. This is short, and this is going to be pounded away. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Panda just a little bit short that time. Yeah, once again, we see it taken from outside the off stump. And there's no one out at deep square leg, 4 runs. But yeah, that one, Prabhu, fairly healthy edge. Just wasn't able to react in time. Had hard hands, it went down. So 7 overs down, it's 75 for 2. Let's have a look at what's coming up over the next few weeks in the FanCode European Cricket Series. And we're getting to almost the end of week 1 in Malmo. 2-week series here. Our final series in Sweden. And we'll be heading to Germany from the 16th of August for a 2-week series in Dresden. Then a fortnight in Capella in the Netherlands. And after that, the first ever European Cricket Championship. We know there's a lot of buzz about it. ECC.cricket. If you want to go to that website, you can find out how you can get involved in the first ever Euros of cricket. Of course, EuropeanCricket.com is where you can go to find out exactly what's happening in the world of European cricket. All the series we've got. As we see, a bit of sloppy work. An overthrow. Sapru didn't really have an opportunity to hunt that throw down. See here, makes the effort to get behind the stumps, but the throw certainly didn't come anywhere near him. Oh, this is a real quick chance down the ground. Have a look at this. This was past him before he could react. Tosses it up. Well, slow motion. Doesn't really tell the whole story. Now he really goes after this, and this will be an outstanding catch, and it is. Wow, Sadashiv, that's 3 catches for him in a key area, and this is a big wicket. It's a big wicket of Rafiq, and this was not an easy catch because he had to take it on the move. He had to quickly sum up exactly where that ball was going and find the best route to the ball. He did, and Rafiq goes thanks to an outstanding piece of fielding. Malmo. Couple of wickets falling. 78 for 3. So it's been a good comeback. Rafiq, useful contribution of 16 off 9, but you do feel that he could have made quite a few more had that catch not been taken. Sapru gets the wicket. Well-deserved wicket, I think. I think he's bowled well in this spell. He's bowled with good control. and guile. This one. Misfield's the unmisfieldable, but only cost him a run. Kaiser is at the crease now, and I think he's a pretty impressive batsman. He was a man I thought might be able to stop the rot in the disastrous chase back on Tuesday. This is hit hard and flat. Won't be an easy one, but Behera takes it. Oh, and there's been some really good fielding by the Royals. And this isn't an easy catch. Yes, it's straight into the breadbasket of Behera, but it was really travelling. It was hit well by the batsman. It was off the middle of the bat. So this takes some stopping. We've seen those bounce out before, but Prasenjit Behera, he'd be a little bit disappointed about his bowling today, but there's nothing wrong with that bit of fielding. Sensational catch. And well, dare I say it, the alarm bells are ringing. It's been a bit of a collapse. And this is around the time in the innings last time where they lost so many. They've now lost 3 wickets for the loss of 8 runs. The revolving door continues as Musadak Mubarak comes to the crease. He will join Kaiser Munir. Having said that, this is the difference when you're not chasing a particular target. I mean, now they just need to get as many as they can. So say they were chasing something like, I don't know, 90, 91 or 92, like they were last time. I think it was 92. And there's a few butterflies, but at the moment you do have a decent score on the board already. Still over 2 overs to play. Last ball from Sapru. Gets hit into the offside. There's protection on the boundary, and it's the end of the 8th over. The score is 80 for 4. So I actually think this is a really good example of the mindset batting first versus the mindset batting second. When there was that pressure of chasing their target. I think it was 93 they were chasing for victory against Ariana CC. You saw that each batsman was looking a bit more nervous than the last, thinking, well, surely we can't lose it from here. But now we're still in the first half of the game, so they don't really have that scoreboard pressure. They've got 80 on the board, which already we've seen that's competitive score, especially against the Royals that haven't exactly had a great time with the bat. Abhilash Panda is the bowler in the 9th. And the Panda gets one through for a dot ball. So now I think it's about scoring off as many deliveries as possible. This is hit down to deep cover for 1. Yeah, so there were 41 off the first half of the innings. This one's hit out to long on. It's knocked down by Devinder Singh. Oh no, well, we had a slip and then we had another slip. The fielder slipped and the batsman slipped. Mubarak, pardon me, it was 60 off the first half of the innings. And so since then, it's been pretty slow going. Oh, edged, and this is knocked up by the keeper. And once again, it's a difficult one. Look at this. This is a very, very healthy edge from Mubarak. Once again, it's a tough one for the keeper. He probably just got half a glove on it. Thought for a second it might carry all the way to the man at short third man. It's the race to 100. I think about a second, pretty seriously. They won't get one. The Panda has been pretty miserly, hasn't he? He's only conceded 10 off the 11 deliveries that he's bowled. He's had 2 catches go down behind the stumps. This is lifted in the air, and this should be taken, and Devinder does. So, once again, we see a wicket fall, and it ends the 9th, 84 for 5. And it's a very good over from the Panda. The Panda was on the attack once again. Only 4 singles off that over. Picks up a wicket at the end. End of a good spell. 2 for 10 for the Panda. The score after 9, it's 84 for 5. One thing you would say, perhaps with the captain of the man with the gloves on, with the exception of the captain who has the gloves on, the outfield catching has been outstanding. And it's the way they've worked their way back into this game. Once again we see Malmo just losing their way at the end of the innings. And think of the catching of Sadashiv on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He caught all of the top 3 batsmen. So, Kara Sadashiv. He's fielded so well. Like I say, he removed all 3 of the top batsmen, particularly the catch of Rafiq, where he had to move around to his left very quickly and sum up the situation. An excellent piece of fielding. And now, it seems like they were going to be cruising to something like 110, even to 100. I said they needed 8 and over off the last 4 overs to get to 100, but looks a fair way off at the moment. But Munir is on strike. And he almost gets run out here. And this is an excellent piece of work by Sadashiv. If that gets past him, there's every chance they might get 2 or at least try for 2. And if he hits, he's gone there. Outstanding work. So top ball, 84, 5 balls remaining. They look like we're heading for a total right in that average figure of, we mentioned 89 as the average so far in the series. That's what is being projected at the moment on your screen. Hello to Mohammed Rahman Hussain in the chat. I'm enjoying the little chat we're having about who's a robot and who's not a robot. Oh, this is whacked. This is one of the biggest sixes we've seen, and he's absolutely tattooed that. That's a no-doubter. That's up Maximo. Well, Sadashiv had the opportunity to get rid of Kaiser Munir earlier in the over. I bet he's regretting that right now. And that ball will probably need a taxi to get back. That was absolutely smashed. And I hope you're okay up there, Karina. That one is endangering all of the crew in the tower. Well, that's what happens when you get your length wrong. This is where you've got to be up. I think you've got to try and bowl Yorkers at this stage. Oh, well, this is a good comeback. So it's been a bit of an interesting contest between these two. The first one was hit back at the bowler. He had the opportunity to run him out. The next ball was absolutely collared down the ground for 6. But it's Sadashiv that has the last laugh. Once again, he bowled length. And I thought it was a bit risky. But it was a little inside edge from Munir back onto the stumps. So 6 and out, and that's the fun we'll have in the last over. It's 90 for 6. That could be a big wicket because Munir, if he sends another couple out of here, then you're chasing 100. But now it looks like it'll be something low 90s, barring some more heroics. And it's Hussain Chima that comes out to bowl, to bat, I should say. He's had 3 balls to face. Gets a fair bit of bat on this, but it hangs in the air. It won't quite carry to Behera, and he won't allow a 2. That's a really good bit of fielding. Normally you'd probably see them going for 2 anyway here, but Behera, he'd almost let it go as they were completing the first run. He got there very quickly. Good one-hand pickup. Gives us a chance to look at Yarjan Mohammadi, who gets to face his first ball. 91 the score, 2 balls remaining. This one hangs in the air a long time, could be caught. Devinder takes it. Once again, an excellent piece of outfield catching. And it's been the outfield catching that has got the Royals back into this match. I'm going back, but I can't think of a catch that they've dropped outside the circle. Correct me if I'm wrong. They've taken every opportunity, and even half opportunity that's come their way. Shows you the importance of fielding in this form of the game, or any form of the game, but that is the 6th catch of the innings. The 7th wicket falls. 91 for 7 now with the ball remaining. I'll just scramble through for one here. I don't think they'll be able to get a second. And we will finish at 92 for 7. So I think that's very, very close to a pass score. Malmo, after scoring 60 in the first half of the innings, they only get 32 in the second. Just shows you how quick things can turn around. And Malmo know all about that, don't they? Setting records for all the wrong reasons. But I tell you what, early on, it was Martha that set the tone with some really nice stroke play, and he was brutal on anything that wasn't quite right. And we've seen the Royals, for the most part, bowling to their plans. It was the fielding that really undid Malmo, though, particularly 3 catches from Sadashiv down at deep mid-wicket that were important. But when Martha left, someone had to take over. Sunny Sharma certainly did that before he eventually was dismissed. There was a few spicy chances. That one was passed to Prue before he knew about it. But this was an excellent catch to get rid of Rafiq, the captain. And you've got to tip your hat to that kind of effort. And that one was a bullet at Behera. And he took it, no problem. And the batsman saying, well, I got quite a bit of that. And, well, a bit of fun on the boundary as well. A few slips and slides. The early morning dew, that'll be evaporating away. Devinder Singh, I thought he caught as well. He caught very well. And in the end, what a 10th over. And this could have been the end of Mania. He whacked the next one for 6, then eventually chopped on. And that was the end of a handy little contribution from him. He ended up putting together a dozen in 8 balls, including that huge Maximo. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Top 4 all reaching double figures. But like I say, no one really going on with it. That's been the story of the series for all teams, really. It was Sharma that reached 30. And he batted very well, especially after they lost Martha, who made a well-compiled 24. 16 for the captain, but he went to a good catch. Not a Sadashiv in that scorecard, wasn't there? He took 2 wickets and 3 catches in the innings. Kazimir chipping in with 12, like I said at the end. Pretty disciplined bowling performance. Only 4 wides and a bye in that innings from the Helsingborg Royals, who, as far as their bowling went, I really think Sapru turned the tide. He took 2 for 14 in the middle of the innings. Also Sadashiv, identical figures, bowling at the top and tail. Behera was uncharacteristically expensive. Panda as well, don't count out his contribution, 2 for 10 off his 2 overs. This was able to slow things down in the second half. The other wicket went to Sachin Shetty. So please join us in approximately 8 or 9 minutes for the chase. It will be a very interesting chase, I think. The Royals trying to shut out Malmo. If they can win both these games this morning, they will be through to the quarterfinals. And Malmo, their tournament effectively will be over, although they will play their final 2 matches tomorrow. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Andrew Ryan. Hope you're having a wonderful morning. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malmo on a beautiful sunny day, and we're halfway through a very entertaining match 13 in this FanCode European Cricket Series, Sweden, Malmo. And it's Malmo that are trying to survive, and we have some very interested spectators. Yeah, we've got the horses. It takes me back to Kiel in Germany when we had the horses very close. We were actually thinking about putting the helmets on the horses because there are a few kookaburras landing in their area, and it's good to see the horses enjoying the sunshine as well. And there's some action in that field. There's also some action on the field out here. And there's action in the commentary box. Andrew Ryan back with me. And look, Andrew, what we saw in that first game is that Malmo, they made a very good start, and they looked to be heading for something like maybe 110. But once again, we saw a flurry of wickets, and they've ended up putting what I think is a pass score on the board, 92 runs. And, well, Malmo, what you would say is a bit of a pattern with them, the wickets clattering at the end of the innings. But it's going to be an interesting run chase from the Royals, because the Royals, they have the opportunity to shut out Malmo if they win both these games this morning.
Yep, big opportunity for the Helsingborg Royals. Their batting lineup has looked shaky at best, though. Pretty good effort from Malmo in the end, though. I think they'd be happy with that score of 92. Good to see Sonny Sharma in the runs.
Yeah.
But at the end, actually, was in terms of wickets being taken, it was the slower bowlers who really had the most impact. Not sure if that'll be a trend that continues, but actually we know Malmo's bowling attack has some good variety.
Yeah.
They've got the skipper. They've also got Saad Mohammed, who is one of the most impressive bowlers in the first few days.
That's right, and it was the performance of the slow bowlers. Sapru, I think, bowled very cleverly. The Panda with his little off-speed deliveries. And they were able to really stifle the Malmo batting effort. But the other thing was the outfield catching was outstanding. We saw 6 catches taken in the innings, and they were all outfield catches. And it just shows you that if you take your catches, you can turn the game around. And it was really the fielding of Gaurav Sadashiv who caught all of the top 3 batsmen. That was really crucial. So that, I think, will also have a big impact on who wins this match.
Yeah, and a few of them relatively difficult chances too. It's one thing to deal with a pop-up.
Yeah.
It's another thing to deal with a ball that's actually really solidly struck, and he actually kept his hands nice and solid. It's good all-round fielding performance from the Royals. I think this is going to be a really tight contest. Looking forward to it.
Well, I've got an early tingle. Tell you that much. Saqlain Shah, well, he's ready for action. So here we go. 93 for victory for the Royals. It's a pretty expansive drive first up. It'll just be one, and again, they've experimented a little bit with who opens up for them, the Helsingborg Royals. And they typically go to the Panda. You see the Panda's about to face up, but it's Suhas Shetty. Once again, he's been used at top of the order, and he can strike the ball reasonably well. Saqlain Shah. This one is a bit too leg stump, and it's going to go for 4. This is the risk. They've elected to put outfielders elsewhere. They've got a long on and long off, which means fine legs up in the circle, and anything just wide of that man is going to be 4. And it's a good start for the Panda.
It's a good start for the Panda. He looks a far better batsman when he's not trying to force the pace. He's actually got a pretty good technique and plays some nice shots on the leg side. Shah, a rare drift down the leg stump for him. He's generally been pretty tight in and around off stump. Has shown a propensity to go for a few runs in the opening over, though, which has put the Malmo Cricket Club on the back foot. Just a few difficulties retrieving the ball. Oh, we have the short delay in between the next delivery. They've persisted with Saqlain as the opening bowler, though, haven't they, Vinny?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think he looks likely, doesn't he? But he has gone for a few. Bowled some good overs, too. It's just been a mixed bag, I think. I do think he's a kind of bowler, if he gets it right, he can take early wickets. He can just wobble that new ball around. But still, it was a confident start from the Panda.
Got the hair in a tighter bun today. Not sure that will result in tighter bowling.
They don't take a run. Again, you're approaching this target. I mean, I think you're looking for that 10 and over. If you're the Royals, gives you a few extra to play with. That boundary is going to be crucial. It's hard to get those double-digit overs without scoring at least 1 or 2 boundaries. It's in the air, and it's just going to creep over. And in the circle, we fielded on the bounce, just a run. And the other thing is, I thought the Royals, they didn't give too many away with the ball. Only bowled 4 wides in the innings, despite having that plan to bowl outside the off stump and just inside the wide line for a lot of the innings. But I think that's important as well, because otherwise I think they would be chasing 100 or more. Oh, this one beats him for pace. South Shetty. He's got to get his skates on now. Oh, I think this would have been out.
He's actually done pretty well to take the single there, Shetty. Struck by the short ball, and Sacklane's shown an ability to get the ball to elevate when he really bends his back. But he's turned around, taking the quick single, responding to the Pandas' call. Fortunate to not have a direct hit.
Yeah, he's gone on a direct hit. We've seen a couple of balls really take off. There was one that flew over the keeper before, Madan Prabhu. That really took off from, I think it was Behera. Went over him for a bite. This is another effort ball. And this is, I think, why you see Sacklane Shah with a new ball. And he's really trying hard. And he's not just putting it there. He's really bowled this one. It was too fast for the Panda.
He gets a decent bit of pace for a man coming only off 4 or 5 steps. Really arches his back occasionally. And when he does that, generates some extra lift. And no shortage of pace there. And end of the first over, Helsingborg Royals, 7 for no wicket.
A pretty good first over from Shah. And it's important that they follow up that good work.
Notice we've got Saad Mohammed coming in to bowl the second over, much more early than he's been introduced into the attack in their previous games. I've actually really liked his work in the middle and later overs.
Yeah.
Got a good set of change-ups.
You see what Malmo are going to have to do. Helsingborg Royals, actually, they're going to have to bat better than they have so far. They're averaging 78 per 10 overs. They need a few more than that here. You mentioned their batting woes. 9.2 was scored by Malmo in their first innings, as we see the first ball from Saad Mohammed plundered on the leg side. This is going to be called 4 runs, so a handy boundary from Shetty to start the second over. And certainly it's up to the top order to make the most of this power play at the moment. It's been a pretty bright start from these two.
Striking the ball well. It's a good shot from Shetty. It wasn't the worst ball from Saad Mohammed. The question I do ask, though, he's able to swing the ball even when it gets to the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th over.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's going to be that much benefit for him bowling the second when the pill's even newer.
Shetty is out there for a reason. He's out there to strike boundaries. Misses out on this one. Yeah, so if you just joined us, we have a clash between two teams that are down the bottom end of the ladder. And it seems like only one of them, the way things are going, will make the quarterfinals. There's still a bit of cricket to go. Jiping haven't quite sealed their spot yet, but playing this here. If the Royals are able to win, both of these matches this morning, and they effectively will knock Malmo out of the competition. Oh, it's touch and go. On the wide line, umpire making the call, saying it was okay. So Malmo, if they win one, they'll be level on points after this game. Oh, this is a great shot. He's timed this so sweetly, and this is going to be out of here. Maximo! Shetty said he's there to deal in boundaries. That's exactly what he delivers here in the second over.
Well, Mohammed just drifting onto the stumps a touch. Shetty had given himself a little bit of space outside leg stump for the last 2 balls. Fortunately, this one right into his wheelhouse, and he does strike it sweetly. That new ball coming off the willow at some pace.
Yeah, it wasn't that short, was it? That's why it was a remarkable shot. If you get this wrong, it can go straight up in the air, but he didn't get it wrong at all. It's a better delivery. I think this is where you got to be. You've seen he's taken that off the length and deposited you over the leg side boundary, so I think you got to get full. And I think if you bowl Yorkers on the stumps to Shetty, the way he's batting, his days are numbered.
Couldn't agree more. Good to see Mohammed. He's waiting until the 5th ball to bring out his change-up. He's got 2 or 3 different deliveries that he's unleashed throughout the competition. One that just holds up from rolling the fingers over that one a little bit out of the back of the hand.
Gets this one wrong. It'll be called a wide. The Panda hasn't had much of the strike yet, but he's also a dangerous hitter. You look into their batting order. You've still got the big hitting Devinder Singh to come. You've got Behera. You've got Capella, who I think's batted better as the series has gone on. So certainly a lot of threats to this total of 92. Once again, Saad Mohammed gets it slightly wrong. So yes, a really interesting couple of contests today between these two, and then On the other hand, we've got two previous ECS champions competing this afternoon in Ariana O'Keefe and Jon Shopping. So excellent day of cricket action from Sweden. Last ball of the over. Slightly slower ball. And this one's going to beat Sucklane Shah. It's going to be another boundary. So an excellent over. And Mohammed goes for 16. The score's 23 for no loss after 2.
3 consecutive off-speed balls to finish that over from Saad Mohammed. Maybe just not getting the same purchase he does when the ball's been roughed up That's Hutchinson, given he's used to bowling in the later overs, but Shetty's done well. He's been boosted up the order a couple of times, and he's shown his capacity to find the boundary, particularly in these power play overs. But that's probably the best individual matchup that he's had all tournament. Forces a bit of a change, and now bringing Kasir Munir into bowl the third over. Captain's lost 2 overs from 2 of his better bowlers in the form of Shah and Mohammed throughout those early stages. They haven't taken a wicket, and the Royals very much not in control, but certainly on track with the run rate. They're 23 for none after 2. It's a long way to go in this contest. 70 runs needed to make the target of 93.
This is in the air, but it's going to evade the infielders, and I think this is probably going to run away for another boundary. It will. So now they're seeing some panda power, and he gets this one away, square of the wicket. Again, he knew there was no one back behind those infielders, and the runs keep flowing for the Helsingborg Royals.
Well, talked about the fact that Panda looks a lot better when he keeps his shape rather than really trying to thrash the ball about. Another good example of it there. Bowler might feel it was a bit of a moral victory. Wasn't in full control of that shot, but it races away to the boundary.
It's a good comeback. They've bowled some good deliveries. For me, it hasn't been quite consistent enough so far from the Malmo bowlers, maybe with the exception of Sucklane Shah in the first over. Munir hit a huge 6 in the 10th over to his bowl the very next ball. Sure, he would have loved 1 or 2 more of those to get them past that 100 mark. Good delivery. Just a bit of sea movement there.
Yeah, really good delivery from Kasir. He's not coming in at express pace, touch slower than a couple of his comrades, but that was a lovely ball. Came in wide and just straightened up.
Yeah. I think you have to watch with a few of the wide deliveries we've had so far is the over rate. Haven't seen any penalty runs for a little while, but it's always a threat. You need to bowl your overs quick enough to avoid those penalties. It's a couple of times from the Panda, just trying to nurdle. It's a bit of a nothing shot. He's hanging the bat out there, and sure, you might edge one away that might fly away to the third man boundary, but also it's a bit of a risky shot. If you get a little further, you can easily get caught behind.
Agree. Man of his quality should be stepping onto the back foot and cracking that through point. Don't dab it, particularly when the field's up in the power play overs. Bit of a rearrangement of the field before going to the next ball. Munir, 2 balls to go. If they can get out of this power play and keep them under 30, won't feel like they're on top, but at least have wrested back a little bit of control.
Third man goes back now. Deep point comes up. It takes the pad. Just be a single. So I actually quite like the third man as a position, especially if the bowlers are bowling with decent pace, because it takes away that lucky 4 off an edge that isn't really earned by the batsman. Force them to play a genuine cricket shot.
In your hunch-based captaincy, Vinny, what would you go for? Do you like the wider third man, a slightly more traditional they've got at the moment, or would you go for that one that's almost in line with where third or fourth slip might be?
Yeah, I think it's slightly finer third man for me. Traditional third man, not too fine, not too square. Good to play here as we finish the power play with another dot. So Munir, very good over from him. And there are only 5 runs in total off that over. The score is 28 for no loss after 3. Yeah, just to answer your question there, I think yeah, more of a traditional third man, I think, is what I'd be going for. The very fine edges, they're probably always going to fly away at the pace to the boundary, so there's not much you can do about those. But I'd say, yeah, behind a gully, something like that is where I'd be putting my third man if I had one. Let's have a look at those wickets clattering at the end of the innings again. Now, look, you do expect that at times. It was also the scoring that dried up. And so it's resulted in Malmo not having as many runs to defend. You would have thought that they were heading for something in the, I would have said 110 region, but that saved them. Saved themselves about 20 runs, I think. That good comeback, the Helsingborg Royals. Here's Musadak Mubarak, who's going to bowl the 4th over. Now the power play is no longer in effect, so up to 5 outfielders are allowed at this stage.
Get the feeling Malmo's going to be in this game the whole way, though. The Helsingborg Royals, aside from Devinder Singh, don't really have a batsman that's going to thrash them out of the game in 7 or 8 overs.
Yeah, so it starts with 1. That's the Panda. Yeah, I think that's what Shetty's role is to play shots and then trying to get the jump on this chase, and then you'll have consolidators, maybe like Behera, Capella, to come in, but then you've always got the wild card of Devinder Singh up your sleeve. Tosses this one up. Umpire says no. Quick bit of work by Mathur behind the stumps. Mubarak showing he's not afraid to mix up the pace.
I actually think it's a pretty good captaincy call from Hamad, bringing on the left arm orthodox when you get these guys who are sent up to thrash at the top of the order, really trying to hit over mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Probably the left arm orthodox, particularly with a little bit of loop that they find the most difficult.
Yeah, I agree with that. This one should just be 1. Down to Sunny Sharma, who batted pretty well for 30. What I said is, I think one of the reasons we haven't seen more 100-plus scores in this series is we haven't seen batsmen once they're in going on with it. They've just found a way to get out for between 15 and 30. We're seeing a lot of scores in that region. Not many have made it to 50 or better. Clever bowling by Mubarak, making the batsman make all the pace. Panda will get a single there. It's been a very good over so far. Only 3 singles off the first 4 deliveries.
Very good pair of overs here, actually, between Munir, the orthodox spinner. Shetty's got underneath it. Fielder coming in, a sack lane. Shah. Oh, he's fumbled it. Well. Could that be the story of this game? The Helsingborg Royals caught just about everything in the outfield. They finally got Shetty to pop one up. Sack lane made good ground. Maybe just didn't steady just for a moment before he took the ball. Fumbles it. Big drop.
Yeah, you said it. Exactly, read my thoughts. And there might be another opportunity here. Now, who's going for this? It's the keeper who goes for it, and he puts it down. Now, Mathur, who catches most things, but this was an awkward one. And yes, it looks like an easy catch, but the thing is, he's kind of running with the flight of the ball, and he's following the ball, and it can be a hard one to judge. And in the end, he pulled up just a little bit short off the end of the gloves. So 2 chances go begging in the 4th over at the end of 4. It's 33 for no loss.
Now, no accepted wisdom is that the keeper should try to catch as many as they can get near with the gloves, and frankly, he should have taken that. And we'll talk about that just after we have a look at what's coming up in the European Cricket Championships.
Yeah, very excited about the European Cricket Championship. First ever time we've held this tournament. 15 European cricket nations going head-to-head over 4 weeks of T10 action. To find out more, go to ecc.cricket. Here's Hamad Rafiq, who starts with a full toss, but it's miss-hit, and this really should be caught, and it is. So, Mubarak, well, no one could catch one off him. And he said, well, this is how you do it, guys. Catches one off the captain.
Mubarak must be pretty frustrated. He bowled a pretty good over last over, had 2 catches shelled. The skipper comes out, bowls a rank full toss. Panda tries to smash him down the ground and puts it straight down the throat. Good hands from Mubarak.
Yeah, it was good hands, and we've seen those drop before, so probably doesn't hurt them as much in the wash-up. First pick goes down 33 for 1. Rates just crept over 10, noticed. And captain Madan Prabhu will be the new batsman at the non-striker's end. They crossed while that ball was in the air. And Rafiq, I knew that his entry into the game could change things. That's why I was actually thinking maybe he should bowl the 4th over, but they elected for Mubarak, who did an outstanding job. Now Rafiq trying to keep it tight in the 5th, and they've still got more spin to go back to. It's hit hard, and this will take some stopping, and Shah won't be able to. It's hit pretty hard. He offered a foot at it, or half of a foot. But finally, We see a boundary off the spinners.
Look, it's a tough job fielding in that mid-wicket position. It's probably where you end up with the hardest balls hit in the game. But Saklan Shah, he's let himself down 2 fielding efforts, dropped the catch, and really needs to get down lower. He can't just stick out a foot to a ball that's going that quickly.
That's one you got to try and get down and get some body behind it. It will just be a single. Barring incident. Sharma makes an effort to get there. And then almost caused an overthrow as the ball hit the edge of the pitch. Again, that's one of the vagaries of the European Cricket Series that I always love. Ball hitting the edge of the pitch and going off at an unexpected angle.
It's pretty good work from Sharma coming in from long on, though. He recognised that ball was going to pull up on the 30. Made good ground to ensure that there wasn't a second run.
Goes straight, and this is pretty well placed. And there's normally a gap straight down the ground. And, well, it's Prabhu who gets going off his very first delivery. Excellent shot, captain to captain, this one. The battle was won by the Royal skipper.
Battle of 2 of the titans of Swedish cricket, Ahmad versus Prabhu. Just noting on that last bit of fielding, Vinny, on a lot of grounds throughout Europe, you'd expect a slightly softer bounce and then maybe have long on be able to make a play on that ball.
Yeah.
We were at, having a little hit around yesterday afternoon and a couple of Sandu strikes that I noticed really took off after hitting the surface. It's pretty hard underneath.
Yeah, and they've mowed the grass really low as well. And so doing everything they can to have the outfield in tip-top shape. Takes us to the end of the 5th over. It's 43 for 1 after 5. And yeah, I think it's been pretty good despite a couple of boundaries that over. The spinner off the spin of Rafiq. I think they've still got some spin attack to come. And I probably would bowl that Mubrak now and then Hamad Rafiq himself, 6 and 7. And see if you can really get on top in this game and get that rate up. Malmo, once again, they're in a winning position. They have been in winning positions several times in the series, but they find themselves without a win in 4 matches so far. In fact, going back further, both of these teams have lost their last 5 games in the ECS. So one of them will experience that winning feeling at the end of this match 13. Here's Mubarak. Will be safe. No one in the circle on the leg side, and so it'll just be a single. Right now we see exactly 50 required off the last 5 overs. And I think we're heading for a big finish. At the moment though, I think Malmo, the pendulum's with them because of the good work of the slower men. Well, this is too short though, and this one's into the gap, and it won't matter anyway because that's over everybody. Maximo Shetty, well, he's continuing. He's taking the power out of the power play. He brings up the 50 for the Royals in style.
Well, he could be the wild card in this chase, Shetty. Wouldn't have necessarily banked on him to be playing a longer innings. We've seen some glimpses from him across the tournament so far, but he's now into the 6th over of the game. It doesn't look like he's stopping.
Yeah, we wondered how he'd handle the spin, but we saw he's very good off anything, even a little bit short. This is the length that troubles him more, I think. I'm sure Mubarak has noted that.
Mubarak would also be probably thinking about the fact that he could have been sent to the dressing sheds a couple of overs ago. They might rue those 2 missed chances.
Yeah, and just be 1.
Good adjustment from Shetty though. Realises that Mubarak's going to attack him on or outside off stump. Hasn't gone for the big swipe across to mid-wicket again. Just pushed it out to the fielder coming in from the cover boundary.
Just a bit of a top edge. And they had a chance for 2. The fielder just lost his footing, but they decide against it. And it'll just be 1.
I think Mubarak would have had his heart in his mouth with that ball halfway down the track. It was a little bit short, and Prabhu's got some power in that region.
This is hit hard, and this is into the gap as well. It's going to be 4 runs. And once again, we see a boundary at a good time. And Shetty just keeps going. This one was the other side of the fielder. His placement's been outstanding in this innings. Finishes the 6th. It's 56 for 1.
Well, definitely a case of Suhas Shetty going bam to bam in that last over. Royals have made quite a dent in that total. up to 56 for 1. They only need 37 off the last 24 balls of this game. Certainly in a better position they were after 5 overs. Quick look at the bowling analysis. Mubrak's gone for far more in that over than the captain probably would have been banking on. He'd been so tight up until that point. Kasim Munir likely to get a second over at this stage. Question is, he's bringing Chinwari on for the 7th. It might signal that Sucklane Shah won't get a second over.
Yeah, well, I guess it keeps their options open. When you go to an additional bowling option. And Rafiq not coming back. So the equation as it stands, 37 required off the last 24 balls. So we're 13 off that over, so it's a pretty good over. Double-digit overs, simple as that. That's a win for the batting team. Single digits are a win for the fielding team. So let's see how many are off this one. The score starts at 56. And here comes Azim Chinwari, the teenager. Starts with a good one. Teenage tearaway. This one just came back a little bit off the pitch, I think. And gets one past his more experienced compatriot, Prabhu.
Looks like a talented young player, Chinwari. There just seems to be a decent gap between his best and his worst deliveries. Just loses his action shape occasionally. Maybe tries to bowl a little bit too quick, but big chance for him to establish himself in the bowling rotation here.
Similar sort of ball, kind of rushes Prabhu for pace. Just get one here. And this is one of the things I love about the FanCode European Cricket Series is when we get interesting matchups. And I think this is a very interesting matchup with Chinwari bowling to Shetty. I think Shetty, I know that the rate required is 10, but I think he'll be going after the youngster.
Well, 36 off 22 balls required. Still requiring almost 10 runs and overs, so they probably need one boundary and over to keep up with this rate.
He's after him, and I think the length is good here. You can't get short or even on a good length, I think, to Shanti. So he'll just lean back and smack it over the leg side. Hello to Keanu, who's got some Black Betty kind of lyrics going to the name of Shetty.
I'm glad that someone finally picked it up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now I get it. Here's the next one, and it's hit down the field, and this is probably going to beat everybody, and it's going to be 4. So this is, again, a good bit of placement, and Shetty has found the gaps, and there all he is, one straight down the ground, and the fielder Mubarak was hunting that one down, but he couldn't catch it in time, and another useful boundary. The Royals, they are right on track now in this chase.
Well, good strike from Shetty, using the extra pace that's coming on from Chinwari's delivery. Got a little bit fuller than the previous couple of deliveries. Was in the swing plane of Shetty, and he's biffed it down the ground for a much-needed 4.
Good comeback from Chinwari, though. And really, all things considered, it's a good over. It's only gone for 5 in 5 balls. There's been a lot of swings and misses. Just a 4 and a single, and 3 dots in the over. We talked about single figure overs being a win for Malmo. This one is a single figure over, only 5 off it. But an all important ball remaining for Chinwari. Last ball of the 7th. This is edged and it's put down. And it almost hits the helmet. And wow, this is a wicket that I think you need to take. And we've seen the keepers having a few wars behind the stumps today. I mean, it's a significant edge. It takes off, and well, speaking of beaten for pace, it wasn't just the batsman who was beaten for pace. Mathur, he was also beaten for pace. It's the end of the 7th over. Still a very good run from Chinwari. 6 off at 62 for 1 after 7. Coming up next, we have match 14. This will be a crucial match, regardless of who wins this one, because could have a big determination of that quarterfinals makeup. And Malmo, they've won the toss and elected to bat first. So they batted first in both matches this morning. In this match, the Royals sent them in after winning the toss, but they did it of their own accord in match 14. And I think what you're seeing here is it runs on the water pretty handy. We know Malmo, they've really struggled chasing, and that's something that we mentioned at the start of the day. Helsingborg deciding to let Malmo bat first. I would have thought I'd want him chasing again, considering the calamitous collapse of Tuesday. And that match will be starting in just over half an hour's time right here on the European Cricket Network.
Must be a couple of scars psychologically still from that momentous collapse the other day. It's going to play on their mind the next time that they get into a chasing position.
Kazimir with the ball. Starts with the dot. So you can't underestimate how important the next 3 overs are to Malmo's campaign, because if they lose this one, they're 2 games behind Helsingborg. They'll have to win the next one. It makes the next one an absolute must-win. And then you have a feeling they'll have to perform quite well in their last 2 matches against Jönköping, because the net run rate's inferior at the moment to the Helsingborg Royals. So huge 3 overs. Malmo need to win this game. Batsman there, very capable of knocking these runs off. Only 1 wicket down. And you think about, well, here's an interesting one for you. If they do lose a wicket, Royals, who do you send in next? Do you go with a kind of slightly conservative and not as big hitting Behera, or do you go all out and send in Devinder Singh to try and finish off the match?
See the one just go down the leg side. It's a really tough call, Vinny. Whoever gets out from this pair, there will remain a power hitter at the wicket, because Prabhu hasn't really gotten going yet, but he's more than capable of finding the boundary. Possibly indicate, if you've still got 2.5 overs to go, that Behera would be the man. Alternatively, they're now starting to fall a little bit further behind the run rate, over almost up to 11 and over. Yeah. Maybe Devinder Singh, even if he only lasts for 4 or 5 balls, could be the way forward.
Well, they might get to make that decision now, because this is in the air and it really should be caught, and it's put down. And there could be a run out anyway, but the throw's wide. And that is Chinwari, the youngster. Well, he was never really settled under that delivery. And we talked about the catching of the Royals being so good. But you can't really say the same for the outfield catching of Malmo at the moment. Another one goes down.
Just hard hands, Vinny. You can see the way that just popped up. Caught it without a great deal of give. Chinwari bowled a great over in the previous exchange, but he's let his team down, in particular the bowler, Kasir Munir. He's been excellent so far in this innings, deserved the reward of a scalp.
Garnett saying Malmo, ball of nerves. I think it's probably not far off at the moment. I say winning's a habit, but I also know losing's a habit. They've found ways to lose games, haven't they, Malmo? And once again, they're in a winning position here. But both these teams, like I said, they've lost their last 5 ECS matches. Helsingborg, that's all this year for Malmo. It's the first 4 of this tournament, and also the last of their 2020 campaign. 27 off 14 still. It's been a reasonable over from Munir. Once again, dot ball. And once again, we talk, it's the same kind of deal, isn't it? Single figures is good for the fielding side, and there's only been 4 runs off this over with the ball remaining. So they're leaving their run very late, the Royals, despite having those 9 wickets in hand.
Well, not just 4 runs off this over. Munir's only conceded 8 from the 11 deliveries he's bowled so far. If he can get out of this final ball with just a single and certainly no boundary, he has bowled a fantastic spell, going single figures for his entire 2 overs.
Well, this is miles in the air, and guess who? Well, this time he's not going to get a chance. Munir's going after it himself, and he's going to drop it. And now he'll have a chance to run out if he picks it up, but he can't. Well, Chinwari eventually gets a touch. He finds it to the keeper, but not before they score 2 runs. Once again, the catching was a concern. It's the end of the 8th, 68 for 1. And I think this is Chinwari's catch, but I think Munir just decides, well, based on what I saw last time, I'm going to take responsibility myself. But it backfired, and a crackerjack finish with 25 runs required of the last 12 deliveries of this match 13.
Well, you can understand why he's frustrated. You can understand why he pursued that catch, but I agree with you, Vinny. That had to be Chinwari's catch. He may have dropped the previous one, but it was a relatively pedestrian catch for him to take, as opposed to Kasir Munir. A little bit like when the keeper, Nikhil, tried to chase that ball earlier in the innings. When you're running with the flight of the ball, when you're having to track it coming off over the back of your shoulder, it increases the degree of difficulty significantly, whereas Chinwari should have pouched that. Yeah,
couldn't agree more. And it would have been a nice moment for Chinwari to work his way back into the game. Now he's looking up at the heavens. And he's got an important over to bowl here. They're going back to him because he was effective in his first over. And the question will be who'll have the 10th.
Shetty's still out there. He's on 39 of 25. Would have been long odds at the start of this innings to still see him at the start of the 9th over.
Well, try pitching one up on the stumps. That's my tip. does. He mishits it. They don't really ever look for a second. If they'd gone hard, they might have had a chance because it fell in a really awkward spot. Just a single, and singles are wins now. They're big wins for Malmo. They need to hold their nerve. It's been the last 2 overs where the wheels have fallen off the 11 Sprite bottles you see out there in the middle. And let's see if they can keep the lid on it. When the last 2 overs of this one, 24 off 11, and it's captain Madan Prabhu on strike for the Royals.
I love the Sprite bottle comparison. It's an apt description of their wonderful green and blue outfit.
They'd like to send us some money. We'll take it. Driven hard. This should just be one as well. And they're thinking about a second, and now they're going to take it. If he hits, he's gone. Well, there you go. I mean, this is crazy running. I'm not even sure this is completely necessary because I don't think, despite the fact you've got some good batsmen to come, I don't think you just want to award a wicket for nothing. This is 50-50 at best. And Arthur, well, he's had an interesting 10 overs, hasn't he? So 2 runs the result.
Well, he's a pretty good young bowler, Chinwari. He could do some work with his hands, though. It was just a gentle throw popped in. Probably could have been slightly cleaner and made his life a bit easier, but nonetheless, fumble goes through for the extra run.
Short and cracked away, and this is into a gap. This will be a boundary. So that's a good shot, and he got the strike back in. Let's just say slightly unorthodox circumstances, but Prabhu makes him pay. He's on the charge, and he bagged that one over point for 4.
Good shot from Prabhu. He actually tried to give himself some width by stepping outside of leg stump. Was only just able to reach that delivery, but made good contact and found that mighty gap between the fielder at long off and the one who is around the point boundary. Much needed boundary for the Helsingborg Royals.
To makes it 18 off 9, so that 2 a ball is what I'm watching at the moment. 3 balls left in this over. How many will they need off the last? Well, 6 less after this, because this has been smashed down the ground. Maximo! Prabhu has clicked at the right moment. Chinwari just gives him some length. And the captain struggled a little bit against Chinwari in this spell, but like I said, he's come good at the right time. Now it's only 12 off 8 required.
Well, Chinwari's, when he's been sent, it's generally been from the fuller balls. Shetty's really struggled at when he's hit the pitch hard. The ball's got above his bat plane line. As it is, he's finally put one on the stumps, and he's been absolutely drilled by Prabhu straight down the ground. Great shot from the skipper, coming good when they need him most.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of comments in the chat, and they're correct when they say, what about these drop catches from Malmo? You think about the difference in the fielding standard in the outfield from the Royals and Malmo. You're really seeing it showing up. And Counter was saying if Malmo do win, no disrespect, but he's never seen a team win whilst dropping so many catches.
Not sure that's a factual statement from the history of the last 12 months, but either way, he's got to get through the next couple of balls, only giving away 2 or 3. He's got to give Mohammed something to bowl at in the last over.
Well, this is in the air, and this could be a lucky one. It's probably going to run away for 4 more. Yeah, this isn't going to be taken. And can you believe it? There's no third man. You can understand why. They've got outfielders in other places. But this really hurts you now. And this over's gone 1, 2, 4, 6, 4. 17 off it so far. With the ball remaining, things have turned around very dramatically for Chinwari after a very good first over.
Well, they were probably favourites, Malmo, before the start of this 9th over. Those 3 consecutive boundaries, haven't they turned the game on its head?
And this one is a dot, so I'm going to go to the last. 8 runs will be required off it. It's 85 for 1 after 9. Well, Malmo, I mean, you wouldn't believe it at the moment, could you? Because I mean, they probably could go into a bucket of candies and come out sucking their thumb at the moment, because they've been just finding ways to lose. They've been snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They did it the other day when they lost 8 wickets for 4 runs to completely mess up a run chase against Ariana CC. That's a win they would sorely like. Would have put them on even terms with the Royals. As it is, they're playing catch-up, and I still think they're playing catch-up here. Sucklane Shah is going to come back and bowl the last over, and he'll get the chance to be a hero for Malmo if he can defend these 8 runs in the final over of this match 13.
Well, really interested by this, Vinny. I thought for certain they would go back to Saad Mohammed. He's been one of the best bowlers at the back end of innings in this tournament. He's got a good array of slower balls, and what they need now is, aside from trying to prevent any boundaries, they need some dot balls. If they can get 1 or 2 dots in the first couple of deliveries, they'll have a good chance of putting some pressure on the Helsingborg Royals in the back end of the over.
There's options essentially were Shah, Saad Mohammed, or Rafiq, the spinner, which may have been worth it, but again, 1-6 you think would end the match. Starts with a dot, and he's going to get out here. He's going to be run out. Wow, this is an unnecessary brain fade from Shetty. This was just a play and a miss, and he's looking for a run that's just never there. And have a look at this, and he takes off. He thinks, are we going to run there? And he just goes too far out of his crease. So he takes off for a run that's never there, and this is what pressure does. So Shetty throws it away, and he's been the key man. Maybe he's not thinking of himself that way, but he is the key man. He's run out for 40 of 27 balls. And, well, as usual, plenty of drama and excitement as Davinder Singh comes to the crease. The score is 85 for 2.
Well, it's a tough call from the skipper here. Is this the right one? The skipper Prabhu's been striking the ball to the boundary one. They've sent Davinder Singh out there, who is undoubtedly their most powerful hitter, but he also has the capacity to go through 2 or 3 dot balls, particularly early in his innings. And I'm not sure he's going to deal well with the extra bounce from Sir Clay. If Sir Clay can get a bit of that steepling lift from just outside off stump, I think we could have a couple of big swing and misses from Davinder Singh. This is an intriguing finish.
This is the one situation I wouldn't send him out, actually. Well, you don't need that many. You need someone that's not going to give you dot balls. I would have said Behera would have been the man I would have sent out. Well, he might still get a chance. 8 of 5, Davinder Singh. Actually plays it pretty sensibly and gets the one. Showing he's got range, and he gets the captain back on strike. He says, over to you, skipper. 7 of 4 balls required. And we've got a really tense finish on our hands in the first match of the day.
Well, someone had have told me that Davinder Singh was going to go out there and just play a gentle push to a ball on his body to the offside to get his skipper back on strike. I wouldn't have believed it, but that's actually pretty sensible play. He's done well. Prabhu's been there for 15 balls, got his eye in.
7 off 4. They can tie it with one swing of the bat here. And it's a swing of the bat, but no contact. And it's a good length. I think that Prabhu just realised that ball got big on him. Now top balls really hurt you. Nobody knows what's going to happen here. I guess Davinder Singh is a good man if they do need a 6 off the last ball to be facing, for example. Hopefully you don't need that many if you're a Royal supporter. 7 off 3. Saqlain Shah holding his nerve at the moment. Gets this one wrong. This will be 4. Yeah, and just got a little bit leg stump. It's also a clever little shuffle from the batsman, Madan Prabhu, who got outside the off stump. And see that little shuffle. And it's a matter of getting bat on it. Doesn't have to hit this hard because there's no one down there. He gets down low. It's actually a really skillful piece of batting to manoeuvre the ball in this position. And we go down to 3 required off 2.
Well, Vinny, question for you. So they need three to win, 2 to tie and bring in the golden ball.
Yeah.
If you're the skipper, do you take the single if it's on offer here?
Absolutely.
Davinder Singh, far more likely to end up thrashing a dot ball, although I guess with the distance that the keeper's standing back, you can always try to press the single regardless if there's contact made on the last.
If you score off these last 2 balls, then you're not losing in regulation, put it that way. So, yeah, I think you have to take every run on offer. If it's a single, it's a single. And you probably push for a 50-52 as well, because that would tie the game. So here's Saqlain Shah. 2 to tie, 3 to win. 2 balls remaining. And he's missed it, and they're going to run. And I think he'll be gone. He is gone. So there you go. They take a very, very dicey single to the keeper. And look, credit to Martha, who's had a nightmare of a 10 overs so far. He holds his nerve, and he runs out the big hitting Davinder Singh, and it's a good decision from the umpire. Look, maybe it was worth taking the run. I don't know how often you miss from there, maybe 1 in 4. So I'm trying to do the game theory on it, but what it results in is a last ball finish, and it'll be Behera who is going to face, and they need 2 to tie. They need 3 to win. So the 3, you don't see many 3s, although I have seen it happen before on the last ball. And Behera, I think from here, you need to concentrate, number 1, on hitting the ball. But Obviously, they're going to go for a 2 no matter where it goes in the field. If it goes to a boundary, obviously the Royals are going to get up. But decisions to make. One thing you would say, Behera also is very quick between the wickets as well, isn't he?
Extremely quick between the wickets, and it's probably not a bad thing having him on strike, actually. It's obviously slightly harder for the striker to be able to push through for that 2 just because they haven't got the advantage of being able to take off as soon as the ball's delivered. Behera's exceptionally quick throughout the wicket, so it's at least he's coming back for that more difficult second run. He's got to be looking at these open options. It's probably going to be easier for him to hit a boundary than to try to muscle a 2 on this field. Saklan Shah suggests he'll go short of a length, the same length that he's bowled the last delivery.
So here we go. Last ball, 2 for a golden ball. 3 will win it. He hits it well. Well, they'll probably get 2 here. I can't see him getting run out. The throw goes to the keeper. And here we go. So that is 92-92. And we're going to golden ball 21. As we see, I think Prabhu thought that they won it, but that's 2 that's going to tie it. Let's have a look at the end. They get back for 2. And I'm just checking out Behera. And he slips, but then... And he gets back for 2. And then, does he go out of his crease here? I think that's probably out. Because he actually is making a move, and the keeper says, well, you're gone. So I think that Behera is out. Now, I'll tell you why that's relevant, because, and maybe it won't be a big deal, if you're out, you can't face the golden ball. But I think they probably would have Prabhu facing the golden ball anyway. What do you think?
No, it's actually a really tough call, and once again, I think you're right. He should be dismissed from that last ball, but that last ball actually played out exactly how we thought it might, Vinny, of Saklan Shah trying to get it up as high as possible. Behera actually did a really, really good job pulling it out to the fielders in the deep, and with his speed, he was able to come back for that second run. I'd be tempted to try to replicate that same instance there. I know he's much less likely to hit a boundary, but Prabhu's also much more likely to end up with a dot ball, which makes it incredibly difficult to come back for the 2 if the ball's just going through to the keeper. I'd be tempted to keep Behera on strike and back his pace to get through for the second.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's something to think about. So we'll have a look here. Now, there's no doubt to me that he's out. You see, unless over's been called, and that's a smart bit of work by Matu to run him out because he can't face the golden ball now. And we'll see what happens here, but it's a really, really huge, well, obviously it's a huge moment in the match. And yeah, I think we're seeing that they have a decision to make. So the thing is, any not-out batsman can face the golden ball. That's the thing.
You'd expect that maybe a Gursha Sardashiv might be an option to bring out for the second runner. You can bring out that runner who's as quick as possible, and they're sprinting from the non-strikers end basically as soon as the ball is bowled. And that seems to be precisely what the Helsingborg Royals are doing. Sarda's coming out. He won't be facing a delivery, but it'll be his pace between the wickets that's the most important thing. That gives them 2 very, very quick runners. So if Behera can get this ball to the infield on the assumption that he will be the likely batsman to face, it's just a conference going on, it suggests to do with that last run out and questioning whether or not there was the call of over before Behera had his stumps dislodged. Really tense times here around the Landskrona Arena. These 2 teams basically fighting for a place in the quarterfinals. Malmo lose this game. Got an uphill road to get there to put Helsingborg on 2 wins. Remember, they had a surprise victory against Ariana Cricket Club earlier in the tournament. It would leave Malmo with none. So not only in addition to getting their run rate in a better position, they would have to also win the next game and plus beat one of the more fancied sides, Jönköping, when they come back tomorrow. On the other hand, if they can win this game, it'll put them level at 1 win apiece with Helsingborg, and then it forces Helsingborg into winning that next game, because if they don't, they'll end up with 1 win from their 10 contests, and that will mean that they are out of the tournament. So this is a huge, huge ball in the context of this match. Umpire Sir Rob Kemming is calling the umpires over, which indicates to me like we may have A situation here where Behera is actually going to be called out and they're going to be forced to put in a different batsman, which could end up seeing the skipper, Prabhu, come back to the crease. He was not dismissed at the end of that 10 overs, so he is still eligible. It's probably their most likely customer to, certainly to try to hit a boundary off this golden ball, but irrespective, he's been out there for 18 deliveries. It's probably the best option, even though he's not the quickest runner between the wickets. So Rob Camming engaged in some pretty animated discussion with the umpires, just clarifying probably the sequence of events on that last ball. It's obviously vital to get this decision right. If Behera's still out there, it's a big advantage for the Helsingborg Royals. At least it seems that Sakalain Shah's still got the ball. I think that's probably a sensible decision from Ahmad Rafiq, the skipper. Bowled a pretty good last over in difficult circumstances. Also probably the most likely out of their bowlers to be able to induce a dot ball, getting the ball shooting through to the wicket keeper, in which case you'd have to say they're very likely to have the opportunity to take the stumps out before there's a second run. But much discussion going on to set this up in advance of the golden ball. Vinny, what can you tell us?
Well, I can't tell you too much. It's just the umpires were considering whether the ball was dead or not. And so they'll come and make a decision, and it looks like they've said the ball is dead, so he's not out. He is able to face the golden ball, Behera. So interesting for me, Prabhu. I thought maybe he would face it, but I think you called it, didn't you? You said that will Behera, with his pace, maybe he can get quicker back to the keeper's end. So look at this. See, to me, unless over's called there, he definitely makes an attacking move out of the crease.
He was skipping with,
you know what I mean?
an intent.
So here we go. 10-10 is the golden ball count. And Malmo, well, you see, they've got their outfielders not particularly deep. And so I think that they know the speed of Behera. So here we go. It's golden ball 21. It's tied at 10-10 lifetime. 2 to win for the Royals. And I don't think they're going to get it here. They have to find a way. They'll be trying for a second. They're not going to get there. And Malmo hold on. An important win for the Malmo team. And they win it in a golden ball. And for the first time ever, Andrew Ryan, the fielding team pulls ahead in the golden ball statistics. 11 to the bowlers and 10 to the batsmen. And after all of that discussion, it was Behera. And they may have even been a one short. Imagine losing a golden ball and a one short. We've seen everything. And, well, the end of this dramatic match 13. It's the Sprite bottles that hold their nerve. Malmo, they get up in a golden ball after a tie in regulation, 92-92.
Well, they may look like Sprite bottles, but they are fizzing with excitement at the moment. Great call on that golden ball, Vinny. And that was a really good bit of bowling from Sakalain Shah. He'd actually bowled an exceptional last over, was really getting some good elevation off the pitch. He forced Behera to just fend the ball away to the offside. Behera is quick, but no way without a fielding error that he was going to be able to make it back in order to finish that second run. That's an exceptional last 7 balls from Sakalain Shah.
How about that? Have you enjoyed that? Well, this is a huge game coming up because both these teams have 1 win now. So whoever wins the next game, match 14, will pull ahead on the table. What a thriller that was. And just so much drama. In the end, it's match 14 coming up. But right now, let's have a look at the highlights in a memorable golden ball thriller.
Well, memorable is an understatement. That was a great chase, and particularly that man Shetty. He held the innings together and gave it some acceleration, and he probably was not the most likely customer at the start of the innings, but once Panda was dismissed, he continued on his merry way. A couple of good overs from Musadak Mubarak in the middle of the innings tied it up. Also, Kasia Munir, he was tremendous in his 2 overs of right arm medium pace. But that was the story of the day for Malmo for most of the innings. Dropped catches. We had Chinwari put one down, and then he backed off, and Munir tried to take one. It was just a fumble. Sakalain Shah had his troubles out on the leg side. But as it was, the captain gave him in the last ball, and he responded. A series of dot balls in that last over. We thought Prabhu might have been able to steal it when he hoiked that shot to backward square leg. But as it was, Saklain Shah held his nerve. The run out of Devinder Singh, there was so much action. And then the dicey call on that last moment. Behera judged that it was a dead ball. Certainly a 50-50 one, but full confidence in the umpires getting the decision right. And then Saklain Shah, wasn't he pumped at the end? What a superb delivery on the golden ball. And even a man of Prasanjit Behera's pace was not able to turn for the second. Excellent execution, and that'll give him a burst of confidence for the remainder of this tournament. We'll have a quick look at the batting card for the Helsingborg Royals. Suhas Shetty blasted a number of maximums opening up the batting. He was 40 off 27 before he was eventually run out by the keeper Nikhil Mathur. He had his challenges with the gloves as well, but came up with a couple of big plays towards the end. Avanish Panda, we're still yet to see the best of him with the bat. He was out for 12 off 13, a victim of the bowling of the skipper Hamad Rafiq, and then Madame Prabhu almost hit his side to victory, 32 for 18. Took himself out of the game for that golden ball, and I guess the question for him was, should he have been there and been trying to thrash a boundary off that final ball? I think the strategy was right. Saklain Shah was just too good, and that man Shah, no wickets, but a mightily impressive performance from him, particularly in the 10th over. Saad Mohammed went for 16. It's probably the most expensive we've seen him in the tournament so far. Expected him to be brought back towards the back end, but Kasir Munir, he was the right armour who really tied things up in the middle overs. Only went for 10 off his 2-over spell and had a series of catches dropped, which probably could have put the game away much earlier for the Malmo Cricket Club. But in the end, they have resuscitated their tournament. We knew this was going to be a tight matchup. We knew it would be intense given what these two teams are playing for. But Malmo have now put themselves in with a much better chance of qualifying for the quarterfinals. They've now registered their first win of the tournament. They are now 1-4, and the Helsingborg Royals, well, they've only got one contest to go. They registered a win on the first day of play against Ariana Cricket Club, but they absolutely need to be victorious in this following match against Malmo Cricket Club if they are to have any hope of qualifying for the quarterfinals. So there you go. A tied match, a golden ball. Could we ask for much more to get kicked off this day 4 on the FanCode European Cricket Series, Sweden at Malmo? If the next match is anywhere near as good, then we are in for an absolute treat. So it's only 10 minutes away given the late finish of that first game with the golden ball. We'll take a short break and we look forward to you joining us then on the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to sunny Malmo, and we are one game into a 4-game day here. Now don't forget, also in a little while we'll also have cricket from Germany, the first match of that series. I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to seeing that as well. So if you do have 2 screens, you can put them on at the same time. I know Rico and Ujwal are ready to go very shortly in that part of Europe. But right now here it's time for the rematch between Malmo and the Helsingborg Royals. Now both these teams, this is a crucial game for them as far as who stays and who goes, and the quarterfinal qualification. Let's go to Rob Kemming, the match referee, who's with the 2 captains, for the all-important coin toss for match 14.
It's tails. It's tails. Your call. Tails is called. It is tails.
What would you like to do?
Bat first.
Well, there you go, Malmo. They have won the toss and elected to bat first. So once again, they'll be putting the runs on the board. It was the Royals that sent them in the first match, but obviously Hamid Rafiq thinks that's the way to go in this crucial clash. So the news from the toss, Malmo, they've won the toss. They'll be batting first. Over to Andrew Ryan, who's in the commentary box as we get ready for match 14.
Thank you very much, Vinny, Mr. Maximo, Sandu, and great to have you all with us for Game 2 here of Day 4, European Cricket Series by FanCode. Sweden in the wonderful area of Malmo. We're at the Landskrona Cricket Ground, and this is the second contest today between Malmo and the Helsingborg Royals. So have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Looks like some bargains still to be had there. Prasenjit Bahera has been probably the best player for the Helsingborg Royals across the entire tournament. He's still a value of 8.5. If you haven't already, I'd be getting him in my squad very, very quickly. Saad Mohammed, he's bowled well for Malmo. Only had the 1 over in the last game, surprisingly. Went for a few, but shown plenty of promise with his excellent changes of pace towards the back end of the innings. And Kasim Munir stepped up when needed, as did Sunny Sharma. Big, big last over for that golden ball of victory. Got handed the ball in the 10th, and he continued on to bowl the final ball that was ultimately what led to Malmo having a successful win in what was a much-needed game, much-needed win for them. They were without a victory in the tournament, but all of a sudden that win has propelled them into a far better position and makes this a huge contest. Effectively, the winner of this game probably at least either secures or goes a long way to securing a semi-final spot. So if Malmo win this, I think they are locked in, because the Helsingborg Royals will end up with only 1 win throughout the tournament. If Helsingborg win, then Malmo have got to pull out a win against Jönköping tomorrow. Sada, come in. First ball. Full ball outside off stump, and Nikhil Mathur gets them rocking and rolling with a boundary. First ball. Lovely shot. Well, I've seen a lot of batsmen in this tournament struggle when the ball is outside off stump, particularly wide of off stump. He's got undoubted quality, Mathur, and loves hitting over point and cover. Tremendous stroke. Gets it off to a cracking start. 4 off the first ball. Keeps such a nice shape when he plays through the offside as well. Doesn't try to overhit it. He's got a powerful base. Times the ball very, very well. Sadashiv under pressure already. Good full ball, slightly more back of a length than the initial delivery, but good comeback. We talk a lot about winning the first ball in these T10 overs. Mathur, the fact that he's taken a 4 off the first ball, just feel like he's always ahead. It's a bit like in tennis where you have players talk about getting ahead in the game, getting up 15 love, and it's much the same in T10 cricket. It just provides such a major psychological advantage. Sadashiv, 2 balls into his over, 4 on the board. Drifts down leg side. Fortunate that Mathur didn't get a finer bit of willow on the ball and able to flick it to the fine leg boundary as it is. Just the 1 as the ball cannons off his pad into square leg region. So Sada now up against Sunny Sharma. Showed some promise earlier in the tournament, but really stepped up with an excellent display in the last game. First time we've seen big runs from him right when his team needed it. They had a couple of their second-tier players like Sunny Sharma, Saklan Shah step up in that game, something they really needed. Sharma cuts late, diving effort, just parries the ball to the fielder coming around from what is a very, very backward point position, the boundary, or an extraordinarily wide third man, depending on which way you look at it. Almost sitting on a 45-degree angle out there on the boundary. Almost trying to cover off 2 shots with the one fielder. It's unlikely the pace of Sada bowls being able to get anything that comes from a finer edge, although they have got a fielder at a very, very fine third man, or 30-metre circle. Nice bit of a way swing from Sada, just tempting Sharma. Shaped up to try to strike that through the cover region, but the late swing thought better of it. An interesting first over. Started off with the boundary from Matur. As it is, he's come back well, Sada. 1 ball to go. Good ball. Sharma rises with it nicely. Fired into the keeper, but they'll have an easy single. Well backed up, and the end of the first stanza, Malmo. 8 on the board for no loss of wicket. Probably even Stevens after that first over from Sadashiv. He's been good for the Helsingborg Royals throughout the tournament. I mentioned earlier this morning, would like a few more in the wickets column, particularly over the last couple of days. He's always provided some penetrating opening overs though, and certainly hasn't allowed the batsman to get after him too frequently. Might be Deepu Krishnan who's going to be handed the ball for the second over. Bowls some nice flighty in-swingers most of the time. Gets a little bit of jump off the pitch and seems to quite enjoy bowling with the newer ball. Sharma's got himself back onto strike after that opening over with the single on the last ball. Floats it up. Nicely struck from Sharma. What a great effort in the field from Rowett coming across, and they've managed to steal a second with fumble at the bowler's end. It's a little bit of sloppy fielding. The Helsingborg Royals were good in the field in the first game, but it's not the greatest start to this second over of game 2. Krishnan goes wide of off stump. Umpire spreads his arms for the first time in this game. I mind the tactic. We've seen Deepu's floated the ball into the batsman on a lot of occasions previously. It looks like he's trying to shift it outside off stump today. Sonny Sharma looking to that cover region. No fielder out in the fence there. That's a good ball. Excellent length. He hasn't got a huge amount of room for error at the pace he bowls at, Krishnan, but right on the money. Just pushed out the point. Could be a fielding run-out opportunity here. Umpire nods his head. He puts the finger up. That's a big dismissal. Sharma just poked it out to the offside, straight to the fielder. Matur backed up well, but they took on what was a very risky opportunity. Bat wasn't well slid, and that's a pretty good call from the umpire. Throw was a little bit soft coming in, but the keepers reacted well. Made some ground towards the end, but just out. Excellent, excellent call from the square leg umpire. And that's a big wicket in context of this game. He's provided them some extra oomph in recent games. The top of the order, Nikhil Matur, but as it is, he's back to the dressing sheds. We'll see this ultra slow motion. Looks like he just didn't get the bat there in time. Once again, an outstanding call from the square leg umpire. Fielding mishap on the previous ball, but the Royals are back on track. They've had the genuine danger man, Nikhil Matur, back in the dressing sheds. So much tension around this ground at the moment. Both teams know how important the game is. Malmo could secure a quarter-final spot with victory. Full ball, Ahmad. He's almost hit it straight to Behera. I thought Behera could have taken a step in. As it is, the ball's ricocheted off his body and they've taken two. Oh, Hamad Rafiq would have had his heart in his mouth. Tried to elevate over the infield. Didn't quite get enough of it. Behera in two minds. Should he dive forward to the catch or should he try to stop it? Took the latter option. Pushing and floats it outside off stump. Big swing from Rafiq. He's come out with one thing on his mind, and that's lofting it over the infield. Not a bad tactic. Still only halfway through the power play. The score is not exactly rocketing along at the moment. Full ball. Slapped it through the cover region. That's beautifully timed and is going to run away for a boundary. Well, he's taken some big swings in his first three balls, Rafiq, but he finally makes good contact. That's a beautiful cricket shot, whether it's T10, T20 or anything longer. And just joining me in the commentary box again after that wonderful shot from Rafiq, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. And, well, golden ball fever this morning already. That makes it 8-3 to the bowling side this year. Can you believe it? And so the bowlers have had the better of it. But I'll tell you what, all-time, we might have a look at the all-time figures. You'll see that they are very, very even. 10-11 now. For the first time ever, the bowling team pulls ahead on golden balls. It was originally the first five went to the batting side, so it was 5-0 to the batting side at one stage. And you can see that couldn't quite be 50-50 because it was 10-10 after 20, but the golden ball, number 21, goes to the bowling side. So that just shows you how even the golden ball is. And unfortunately for the Royals, didn't go their way. And now we've got two teams on equal points heading into match 14.
Sada coming back on for his second over. He's typically been used 2 out of the 3 power play overs. Captain continuing to trust him with that responsibility. Sharma going to flick him down to what is a relatively vacant area behind square all the way through to fine leg on the boundary.
And the other thing is that that's our first golden ball in 53 matches. The last one, it sounds like a long time, it was actually just over 2 weeks. It was actually in Stockholm, on day 2 in Stockholm.
Good ball. Sharma just rises with it, pushes it out to the offside. That's a lot of tingles without the benefit of a golden ball eventually being delivered, Vinny.
Well, I mean, if you take into account Portugal, so all the T10 cricket we've had this year, we've now had 662 matches and we've had 11 golden balls. Someone work that out. I think it works out about 1 in every 60 matches. Is that 1 in every 2.5 weeks? It's just worth waiting for.
Just the little treat that pops up occasionally.
Yeah, exactly right.
Bit of an adjustment in the field, bringing Devinder Singh in from his typical position at long on. Behera being moved back to long off. Well, Hamad Rafiq does decide to go to the leg side. Plenty of space down behind square. That's an excellent cricket shot. Step that front foot across, outside off stump. He's actually dragged that from probably half a foot outside off stump. Outstanding batsmanship. The skipper trying to lead from the front. It was a bit of a sluggish start from Malmo after that first ball 4 from Nikhil Mathur, but Rafiq has given the total some much needed acceleration. Sonny Sharma just doing it in singles at the moment. He's 6 off 8, but Rafiq has raced along to 10 off 4.
Yeah, it was a really classy shot. Little flick, and Malmo, they'll be buoyed by that golden ball win, despite making plenty of errors in that fielding innings.
Oh, inside edge from Rafiq. He's continuing to go hard, and it's paying off for him. Good plan inside these 3 power play overs. Inside edge, the bowler's frustrated, but it's all down in the scorebook as another boundary, and Malmo race ahead to 26.
Yeah, well, make your own luck as well. Just going back to finish my golden ball chat. Actually, that's 4 in a row now that have gone to the bowlers. So it was bat 10, ball 7. And that was after golden ball 17, which was 28th of May in Krefeld, West Germany. Every single one's gone to the bowlers. So it's time for the batsman to fight back, I think.
Good in-swinger from Sada, causes the false shot from Rafiq, but he goes with the swing. That fast outfield, he ends up with yet another boundary. outstanding stuff from the skipper, and he's putting this Malmo cricket side on his back. They're now up to 30. One ball still to go in the power play.
Yeah, boundaries keep coming, and they've needed them.
So on the golden ball, Vinny, have you noticed a discernible change in strategy from either the bowling or the batting side, which might have given that change in trend?
I think partly the fielders are more aware of what they need to do to try and stop a two.
Yep.
So I think we saw there the fielders, they went all the way back and obviously need to stop a boundary, but it's those 50-50 ones that get pushed to the outfield. You need to be, getting them in as soon as possible.
Well, wide outside off stump. Rafiq goes again. It's gone bam, 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 bam this over. That's an outstanding finish to the power play from Malmo Cricket Club. The skipper, consecutive boundaries off 4 balls. Great batting. And they are now up to 34 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, great over that. And in the end, it's just what Malmo needed after fairly tight first couple and the run out of Martha. 34 for 1. I think that's an above average power play. And the plan will be to bat like they did earlier, just without the terrible finish. It was last 3 or 4 overs where they really ground to a halt. And the Royals, well, who will they turn to in the middle overs? The power play is over, so they will have the benefit of 5 outfielders from this point in time. Just to mention again, the blue pitch doesn't look fantastic against the blue sky. I'm really enjoying the blue cricket pitch, and who knows, one day maybe we'll have blue grass or something. And they're doing everything else these days. I'd like to see a completely blue field. Why not? Natural blue grass. There's got to be a way to do that. I know it's a type of country music.
Didn't they paint the Wacker red at one stage to deal with an oncoming locust infestation?
There was one around 1990. The locust plague they were worried about. Yeah, that's I don't remember that being done though. Interesting tactics.
Needs mastered given times. The blue pitch looking resplendent, particularly with the wonderful colours on display from the outfits of both teams. And speaking of wonderful, Sachin Shetty, he's been throwing the ball for this 4th over. Straight into the wheelhouse of Sunny Sharma, drills it. Probably wouldn't have minded that shot during the power play. Would have got full value with the 4 as it is. Just struck out to the fielder coming in off the deep cover boundary. Sharma moves up to 7 off 8. Needs to find the boundary soon, although his captain is giving this total some level of acceleration. Shetty, decent length ball, but Rafiq rocks onto the back foot. Well, I was about to say they've got the fielder very well placed for that shot, but he dives all the way over the top of it, doing a human impersonation of the Sydney Harbour Bridge. That's a remarkable mistake in such a high-pressure game.
Yeah, especially when the momentum's been all against you. This one was preventable. But it's Rafiq who's able to strike that one. Now, the thing is, both these batsmen, they made good scores so far in the tournament without really going on with it. Is this the game where they can break through and come up with a colossal partnership for Malmo?
Better ball from Shetty, full in the block hole outside off stump. Just drilled straight down the ground by Ahmad Rafiq. It's just a single.
And one thing that I haven't actually mentioned yet is that the tables have turned here, because if Malmo can win this game, Helsingborg Royals, they're out of the tournament because this is their last group match. So this is a must-win game for the Royals. If Malmo were to beat them, they're out. If the Royals beat Malmo, well, it seems hard for them to qualify, but they still do have a chance because they have 2 games against Jönköping tomorrow to try and pick up some more points.
An equation we're all keeping in our head. Sunny Sharma rocks him with the back foot. Can't beat the singular fielder there at square leg, but they managed to scamper through for a single. Represented probably a pretty good opportunity. There's actually no deep fielder at the square leg or backward square leg. The closest one would have been a man coming around for mid-wicket. So if you can beat that man at square inside the circle, it's almost a guaranteed boundary. Well, Rafiq decides there's absolutely no need to worry about fielders. He's got down on one knee, and the only proposal he's making is to smoke Shetty over the mid-wicket boundary. Wonderful strike, and Ahmad Rafiq is on fire.
Yeah, that one was absolutely smashed out of the ground. And if he keeps up this kind of pace, there'll be no stopping him, but it's an incredible inning so far. 33 of only 10 balls. Sharma's been pedestrian by comparison.
Good comeback from Shetty. A little bit fuller outside off stump. Feek trying to rock onto the back foot and find another boundary through the offside. It's a good ball from Shetty to finish the over. That leaves Malmo 47 runs on the board, only 1 wicket down, and the skipper is in his groove.
Let's have a look at this, and this is really exciting that we're bringing you 2 matches simultaneously very shortly, as in around about 10 minutes we'll be getting underway in Germany. It's the first match of a 7-match tri-series, German men versus the Norwegian men. The news from the toss, the Germany team have won the toss and elected to bowl first. Got some names in there that you might be familiar with if you are following European cricket, and I do think that Harish Srinivasan is a good friend of ours at the European Cricket Network. Good luck to you. Looks like he'll have the gloves on for Germany. And Venkat Ganesan, you might remember him from the Krefeld series, where he captained the Düsseldorf Black Caps and the Norwegian team. Well, I don't know as much about them, of course, but they have been struggling a little bit in their last few matches in T20 international cricket. But what a great opportunity for them to take on Germany. Just a little taste of international action that you're getting this weekend after we have the first ever ECC next month. Let's have a look now. What do we have here? Did we have a retired Hurt situation, or we just had we'll have to get some clarification. Just so what happens when you're trying to watch 2 games at a time, isn't it? But yeah, it looks like Rafiq has gone off, retired Hurt.
Can't fathom that it would be a tactical substitution at this stage. He's 33 off 11, so
no doubt about it.
He's clearly got a physical problem. We'll try to find out more from the boundary riding team and repeat back to you. But that's a big loss. Robert Pardue comes on to bowl. Sharma strokes it straight down the ground. All of a sudden, he becomes much more important. He's just doing his work in singles at the moment, but he's got to find the boundary sooner or later.
Maybe he's got vertigo from scoring too quickly, because he'd raced to the 30s, 33 off 11 balls. I was trying to think what happened that last delivery. Was nothing that I noticed out of the ordinary. But also, the issue will be, it also affects his ability to bowl. I mean, obviously, the injury might affect his ability to bowl, but it also, if he stays off the field for 6 overs, he won't be able to bowl for 6 overs. So it means he'll have to bowl if he is going to bowl in the last 4. Who knows if the game's still going at that point.
Certainly hope he's okay. He's been one of the entertainers at this European Cricket Series event by FanCode in Malmo, Sweden. Don't really want the skipper and one of their better players off the field. Looks like he's getting some attention at the moment. Pardue comes in, just pokes it straight down the ground for yet another single. His innings looking like a Morse code message at the moment. Nothing but zeros and ones.
Yeah, exactly right. Binary.
See him in here. He's probably going to have to pick up the slack. Be a more attacking stroke player. There's an outside edge. Ball flies away to the fielder at third man. He's just stationed on the 30. Given the pace that Sapru is coming through at, really no danger of that beating him to the boundary. Although Sonny Sharma back on strike. I feel like they've just lost a bit of momentum this over. Steps back, frustrated by the lack of pace coming on from Sapru. They should push a second here. Misfield from the fielder at cover. Fired in from man coming in from the cover boundary, but it's not enough to prevent a second. And Sharma adds 2 to his total from a fairly poor misfield. Can't be affording that at this time. Helsingborg Royals, when you've just had a last game goal to a golden ball, every run's crucial. And I'll look at the batting analysis for Malmo as we've seen. Ahmad Rafiq retired Hurt. He was 33 off 11. It's probably some of the best striking we've seen all week.
Really was. Yeah, so a few questions in the chat. Because he is retired due to an injury, an apparent injury, then he is allowed to come back on the fall of a wicket or the retirement of another batsman. It's not a retired out situation where the batsman chooses to end his innings, because because of a genuine injury, Rafiq will be allowed back. And there's a few people gathered around him at the moment, and I guess we'll find out. Looks like maybe it's something to do with his legs, but
hasn't taken his pads off yet though,
Yeah.
which I don't know if that's just because he's unable to, or whether he's completely intending on returning to the field at some point. Certainly for the hopes of Malmo Cricket Club, and I know they've got lots of fans back in the Malmo area of Sweden. They'd all be keeping their fingers crossed that he can return to the batting crease.
yeah, definitely. Now, second half of the innings, this is where the Royals, came back into it last time, and it's the Panda who's on to bowl. And just start with a single, but it was the really good fight back that kept the score under control, and that's the reason that they were only chasing a score of 92 instead of plenty more in the first game.
Avinash Panda on to bowl. He's been pretty effective in some of the later overs. Just bowls little darts, a bit of flight occasionally. He's picked up a hat-trick earlier in the tournament, and has picked up some pretty consecutive wickets aside from that as well. Sharma just biffs it down the ground. It's just an easy single. He's probably got to pick a couple of spots where he's going to launch a boundary here, Vinny Sharma. He's chewed up 14 balls, 15 now. He's only on 13 runs. Can't play the sheet anchor role for the entire 10 overs.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw him really kind of explode into a flurry of scoring strokes when Mata got out in the last game. This is in the air, but it's proved to be caught by Behera. Oh, he drops one, and you just couldn't believe it, could you? And he might run him out. Well, it would have been out if he'd hit. Behera, this is probably one of the more simple catches, and just shows you maybe that golden ball still haunting him. And you just don't see misses like this from Prasenjit Behera. And you see here, the batsman didn't even run. He thought he was gone. He would have been gone if that had hit the stumps. Extraordinary cricket.
Well, bottom edge. Sharma's taken a big swing. Fielder's slight fumble coming around from third man, but it doesn't cost them. Panda not coming off particularly hard off the bat.
See that Rafiq is padded up and he's getting his gloves ready. So I think he's ready to come back in on the fall of another wicket. And we saw one miss then. It's funny now. If you knew that Rafiq is ready to come back in, probably not queuing up to take a wicket, are you? It's a vagary of this form of the game.
Well, certainly at the moment, the question has to be, and they've got to probably get a message out to these two players that Rafiq is ready to go. You don't want them chewing up another over or two and him being unable to come back.
I think it's Munir. That's the way he plays, though. He loves to whack the ball. And so that's why I think he's been sent out there in this situation as well.
Panda trying to finish off his over. Short of length, Sharma swings it down the ground. Once again, not getting a great piece of it. Behera, who fumbled that catch earlier in the over. Haven't seen him firing at the bowling crease yet.
So this will take us to the end of the over. So a bit of a tussle. And that retired hurt of Rafiq does make you think that it's a bit of a tactical conundrum, I suppose, for Helsingborg Royals. But I still think, you've got to take your chances, and wickets bring wickets, and we've seen some epic collapses. You can't do that without taking the initial wicket. Now it looks like we've got another injury, this time for the Royals. And just having a look at who's going off, and actually looks like Deepu Krishnan has gone off with what looks like a bit of a thumb or a finger injury. So the 12th man comes on, and that is Advait Guhagarkar. So, well, this is what happens. We're getting to like the 6th and 8th games respectively for these two teams. Players are falling like flies.
Falling like flies, and there's been some rejigging of the bowling lineup here of Helsingborg Royals. They've still got 2 overs from Prasenjit Behera. They're now into the 7th. So if he's going to get through his 2, it's going to be the 8th and the 10th, which is not an approach we've seen from them so far in the tournament.
That's true. It's Sapru.
Sharma cuts well, but once again finds the fielder. They've got that offside pretty well protected. He's maybe got to shift around his crease a little bit. There's a lot of vacant pasture out in the area from deep mid-wicket all the way around through to fine leg. There's only one fielder. Given the speed that Rowett's bowling, surely there's got to be an attempt to get across and swing him to that area. Forces Mania to just mistime it to the man coming around from cover. But Vinny, got to manipulate where the ball's ending up when you've got that much open space.
Yeah, and you've got the time normally with Sapru to do it, and it is risky, but it's a time to take a risk, isn't it? When you've got the captain sitting waiting to bat again, we assume he will come in next.
Sharma goes down the crease. The keeper fumbles. It may not actually be the worst result for them, given it'll keep Ahmad Rafiq on the sidelines for yet another ball.
Yeah, just got a bit big on him, didn't it? And Sonny Sharma survives.
Finally made that move out to outside off stump, but pretty good piece of bowling from Pardue, to be fair. He hasn't dropped it too short in this over. And just looping off the deck, getting it far enough outside off stump, and not a huge amount that Sonny Sharma could do with it. Well, another slightly short of length ball. It's been whipped over the head of Devinder Singh on the long on boundary. Great power from Kasir Munir. He had to make all of it himself. There's none of it coming off these little slow off spinners. Just whipped the wrist through that ball. Great shot.
Yeah, that was just lifted and had enough elevation to get it over Devinder. Always had enough power to get over the boundary, but sometimes see those hit flat and it brings the outfielder into the game. But despite a pretty good 2-footer jump, he wasn't able to climb the ladder to cut that one off. Handy 6 runs.
The tall man Devinder Singh might have thought he'd overplayed it at some point. Another ball in the same region. It's just squeezed off the outside edge of his bat, and Behera makes absolutely no mistake coming in from long on. Well judged catch and probably a well-deserved wicket for Rowett.
Yeah, I think so. And so Munir goes down swinging. I think that was his role, to try and hit boundaries or get out trying, because this does allow the captain, Ahmad Rafiq, to come in, resume his innings. And a very interesting little period now. Let's see if Rafiq can pick up where he left off. So 68 for 2. We do apologise if the score graphics have gone down at the moment, but we will keep you up to date. 68 for 2 at the end of 7 overs. Prasanjit Behera is going to bowl the 8th over. Let's have a look at where we are in this tournament. And we have Group A matches today. And we're getting to the end of Group A tomorrow. Then we'll know which 4 teams will qualify from this group and which team will be out of the tournament. And it does seem that it'll be one of these 2 tournaments, one of these 2 teams, I should say, Malmo or the Royals, that will be eliminated. And that's why this match is so crucial. We'll have Group B matches before quarterfinals Friday. And that is a week tomorrow and finals day, where we will find out who will be the champions of Malmo here in this FanCode ECS Sweden. Here is Behera, so they are using him as a death option. On the 8th. And one thing, Andrew, I think maybe what they're thinking is Behera was a little bit expensive when he bowled earlier in the innings, and they think he's got all the tools to be a good death bowler, so why not try him out here? He can bowl full, he can bowl straight. At least he's got a clear plan of what he's trying to do.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. He certainly seems to have good control of his location and can get the ball in the block hole consistently. Goes slightly down the leg side. Sharma's missed out. Rafiq having to scoot through. Not looking at any obvious discomfort after returning to the field after having to retire hurt earlier.
Yeah, I wonder what it was. I saw him kind of stretching his legs a little bit. Maybe it was just a little bit of cramp or something. Maybe just needed a drink. I would say these conditions, it's beautiful weather at the moment, 21 degrees, but I think you're not necessarily used to a lot of heat when you live here for a little while. Suddenly 21 might feel a little bit more like 31.
That's a good ball. Yorker on middle stump. Rafiq's whipped it away to the leg side. It's just going to be a single, brings Sharma back onto strike. He's done a good job so far in the over, Behera.
Yeah, I do think he has. And yeah, I think at the end of the innings, it can be pretty clear on what your plan is. The only risk is doesn't have a fine leg. So batsman might be tempted to try and turn one around the corner. We need to here. We'll get a thick edge and he'll get 4. And so just a little bit of width. And it's the first time we've seen him stray too far off the stumps. But you see, he loses his balance there, Behera. He wiped himself out, but the result is 4 runs for Malmo.
Much needed boundary, not only just for Malmo, but for Sonny Sharma. He's been there for the entire innings to date. He's only just managed to get his strike rate up to 100. Needs to push in these final overs if he can end up with 2 or 3 boundaries in these final exchanges. He'll have done his job for the team, particularly given the speed at which Rafiq has been going. 2 balls left for Behera. Well, Sonny Sharma, he's got an open-faced 4 previous ball, tries to swing wildly to the leg side. Sonny's come home with a vengeance. The inside edge down to the fine leg. Unlucky for the bowler. Behera's done a good job in this over, but he's now up to 11 off the 5 balls so far.
I got that song reference. That was a good one. One of my favourites. Last ball of the over coming up from Behera. It's gone for 11 in this over now.
Well, thick outside edge, and Behera's finally rewarded. Sharma's finally sent back to the pavilion, and that ends his lengthy vigil. He goes for 26 off 24.
Yeah.
Malmo now 879 for 2 after 8.
Madan Prabhu, pretty frustrated. Frustrating morning, losing in a golden ball. He's put down a couple of tough ones. This one flies away as well. He gets it, and he's ready to jam it into the turf. He thinks better of it, just rolls it away. But a wicket for Behera hasn't been the worst over. I know he's gone for 11, but some of those boundaries weren't necessarily off the middle of the bat. And so 2 overs to go, 79 on the board. And that might just save him a few runs. Although what you would say, Sharma struggled to get going in the innings, didn't he? Eventually he departs for 26 off 24. This will bring Musadak Mubarak to the crease.
Well, it brings Mubarak to the crease, but most importantly, it ends up with Hamad Rafiq on strike. So he's going to be facing the Panda, who will probably give him less concern than Behera. Panda was a reasonable first over. A tougher job when you've got 12 balls left in the kit bag and you've got the rampaging captain of Malmo Cricket Club coming at you.
Yeah, the Panda versus Hamad Rafiq. This will be a good battle.
Panda shoots that one through, just wide of off stump, pulled around to mid-wicket by Hamad Rafiq.
Just going to say, it's nice to see Behera get a wicket. And obviously, it's a difficult task he had. He came in very late in that innings and then had to face the golden ball.
Well, that's gone very high. Outfielders think they have a play on it despite the athletic effort of Sada out there at deep mid-wicket. That's a first up 6, and Musadak Mubarak showing he's got some power with the willow.
Yeah, he takes this off a good length and just deposits it the other side of the boundary. Big hit. Remember the Royals, they need to win this game to stay in the tournament.
Oh, it's not slipping away from them at the moment, but Malmo up to 86. Still 10 balls to go, and the Panda fires it wide of off stump. Strategically the right thing to do. Execution not there.
Yeah, they're looking on track for 100 plus. And in this field, we haven't seen 100 plus chases. It's normality.
Well, he's gotten underneath. Another ball. It's just slipped over the head. Unfortunately, they found the shortest man in the outfield. He's an athlete, Prasenjit Behera, but he was unable to elevate enough to stop that ball going for 6. That's a couple of big maximums for Mubarak.
Yeah, and that one, you're right. He had a good run at it off the fingertips of Behera.
Mubarak tries to repeat the dice for the 3rd time, only scratches a light edge, and they'll scamper through for the single. Well, it's taken some of the pressure off Rafiq. He's still trying to find his groove after returning to the batting crease.
Again, you see the freedom of batting first. No particular target in mind. Mubarak goes 6-6, then 1.
He drops onto the back foot. Fairly disappointed with himself. He thinks that was a loose ball. Fairness, difficult one to find gaps in this outfield. Got the 2 men stationed deep and straight here at long off and long on. Also the one wide at point. Mubarak, well flighted ball from the Panda, but he just drills it down the field, and Behera will scoop it up and prevent a 2nd run. Panda drops his head, but that's the end of the 9th over. Malmo now 96 and only 3 wickets down, Vinny.
Yeah, tail of 2 Pandas this morning with the ball. This time he does go for a few 23, but I mean, that could have been very different. I mean, if that gets caught instead of going for 6, it's 1 for 17, isn't it? So it shows you how one ball can make all the difference. And Behera, I was going to say, it's nice to see him working his way back into the game after the golden ball disappointment that he would have had, and then dropping a fairly simple catch. There's nothing simple about that one. I think he did everything he could do. He was right back on the rope. And now he's got a chance to bowl a really important over and try and keep this to around about the 100 mark and not too many more.
Well, if he can keep it around the 100 mark, his captain will be absolutely ecstatic. If it goes for 14 or 15, they could be chasing a big, big total. Tough take for Prabhu. The umpire stuck out his hand for the no ball. I'd like to see this on the side on replay.
Yeah, that's high. That's what
it's probably not
that one. Well, I'm laughing because I'm a good 60 metres away. And the batsman, I don't think he was particularly amused by it, but there's no malice in that from Behera. He's just trying to get full, but he overdoes this one.
Well, we talked about him being pretty consistent with his location. I'm assuming that's not the delivery he was aiming for, but puts the pressure back on him, not just with the no ball, first ball, but also this is a free hit. No opportunity to move the field at all. Big moment in this game. Short ball, Mubarak takes a large swing, only just gets the toe end of the bat, and Behera gets away with what could have been a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, so you're right. First ball effectively only going for 2. That one, first one was about as high as the one that he tried to stop going over his head for 6, wasn't it? When he was spending the long off boundary. He's Rafiq on strike.
Oh, good ball from Behera, but an underneath edge from Rafiq. They should push back for a second. He hesitated for a moment at the non-striker's end, but Mubarak was always coming through for 2. Well bowled from Behera, though.
Yeah, it was well bowled. Always a risk with no fine leg that those little edges can go for 4. But just 2 to the total.
Leaving aside the slightly wild beamer to start the over, Behera's done well. Rafiq steps across to the offside, tries to pump it over mid-wicket, doesn't quite get it, and it's only going to be a single. Devinder Singh coming round, fields cleanly.
Yeah, I suppose that's the thing when you've got Mubarak there who's shown that he can hit 6s from the get-go. So you don't necessarily have to come back for a 2 there and sacrifice a wicket at the bowler's end, sacrifice a key batsman. 3 to come, scores above 100 and climbing.
Oh, Mubarak takes a massive swing. Behera gets no bounce on that at all. It's probably been one of the few grubbers that we've seen on this pitch to date, but a great time for Helsingborg to see it shoot through.
Yeah, that's the kind of ball, probably the exact same length. Behera got one to go over Prabhu's head earlier in the innings. So it just shows you it might be an artificial surface, but it's a little bit of inconsistent bounce at times, and that was a surprise for the batsman, Mubarak, who expected to bounce a lot more.
Well, they've all got their own personality, these artificial pitches, no matter where you go in Europe. Good result from Behera. Mubarak steps away to leg. It's just a fake, and he smoked a gorgeous cover drive for 6. What a shot.
Yeah, this is a huge moment. I was just thinking all these runs could be crucial in the end. He steps and smashes this one. And this doesn't quite get it in the block hole, does he, Behera? Gives him some length to work with. Has a classical cover drive for 6.
Oh, Behera goes full this time, and Mubarak has smoked him over long off. What a finish to this innings, and Malmo Cricket Club have gone bam, bam off the last 2 balls. Poor Behera, he'd bowled a great over up until that point, but as it is, Malmo Cricket Club end up 113 for 3. The damage at the end by Musadak Mubarak. He scores 27 off 9. Vinny Sandhu, what a finish.
Can you believe that? And I don't know who shook up the Sprite bottles, but they had some fizz at the end of this innings. All the way to 113. That's well above par based on what we've seen this week. And Royals, well, they weren't quite the same team in the field, were they? Couple went down in the outfield, which we didn't see in the first game. It's a must-win game for Helsingborg Royals. Well, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They'll be chasing 114 in the second half of this match.
Well, they have got so much work to do, the Helsingborg Royals. At various times in that innings, they would have felt like they were on top. Good bowling performance in the power play, but there were 2 punctuation marks from the Malmo Cricket Club batsmen. First, it was the skipper, Hamad Rafiq, who came on and blasted 4 boundaries in a row at one stage. He then went off retired hurt, and Musadak Mubarak ensured that the run rate did not drop whatsoever. He showed some wonderful striking towards the innings, and in particular, those last 2 balls being pumped for maximums. That could be the key moments in taking to Malmo to a win in this game. And as Vinny said earlier, if Malmo win this game, then they have secured themselves a place in the quarterfinal. And they have a lot to thank those 2 men, Hamad Rafiq and Musadak Mubarak, if that is the eventual result. We'll have a look at the Malmo batting card. It makes pretty good reading for the men in blue and green. They have started off well once again with Sunny Sharma at the top of the order. He didn't quite get the same speed in terms of his strike rate as he had in the previous game, but he's clearly found a bit of form. Ended up with 26 off 24 after the early run-out loss of Nikhil Mathur, but it was those 2 men. Hamad Rafiq not out, 40 off 17 after he came back after being retired hurt. And then Musadak Mubarak, the left-arm orthodox spinner, thrown up higher in the order, and he has cracked 27 off only 9 balls. Outstanding hitting, including consecutive 6s to finish the innings. Tough bowling card for the Royals. They left Behera towards the end. It didn't quite pay off. Sardashiv was okay at the top of the innings, but a few unlucky boundaries helped his economy rate get blown out. Deepu Krishnan only bowled the 1 over. He actually left the field at one stage. We don't know if he's fit enough to bat. Sachin Shetty, he only had the 1 over. Sapru was probably the most effective of the group. Only took the 1 wicket, but certainly kept the boundaries down. The Panda, well, how much could a Panda bear? He's gone for double-figure runs in his economy rate for the 2 overs. And as it is, Malmo Cricket Club, 113 on the board. That leaves Helsingborg requiring 114 runs for victory in this second game of day 4 of the European Cricket Series here in Malmo, Sweden. That's a run rate of 11.4. That is a tall order. They will need to go hard and fast for ball 1. It should be a cracking chase. We'll be back here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. Joining me, Vinny Sandhu and Comms for the FanCode European Cricket Series. Thank you for your company today, and please join us back here in just a matter of moments for the chase by the Helsingborg Royals. Welcome back, European cricket fans. Thank you for joining us once again for the second innings of this match number 2 here at the Landskrona Cricket Ground in Malmo. This clash between Malmo Cricket Club and the Helsingborg Royals. Precariously placed for the Royals. They are literally battling for their survival in this tournament, and Malmo have made their job extremely hard by pumping out 113 in that first innings. We have not had a higher successful chase than 86 so far here at Landskrona this week, so this is an uphill battle for the Helsingborg Royals. They certainly have some talent in the batting lineup, but they will need them to all fire today. Otherwise, they can say goodbye to a quarterfinals spot. Looks like, as usual, Avinash Panda is going out to open the batting, and I suggest it's Shetty going out there with him, who batted excellently in the first game today. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. For those of you who joined us, you know that it went to a golden ball in the end, and unfortunately for the Helsingborg Royals, they could only manage 1 run on the golden ball, giving Malmo the much-needed victory. And this man, Sakalain Shah, he was tossed the pill for that 10th over. The captain said, "Take us home, big Sakalain." He responded with an excellent over, getting through a number of dot balls and created a run-out opportunity, which they duly took to send Devinder Singh back to the pavilion. And then he delivered the golden ball as well. So Sakalain Shah being given the ball for the first over of this contest. For second contest of 4 here today on day 4 at ECS Sweden Malmo. Thanks to all of you joining us, whether it's FanCode in India or European Cricket Network and YouTube. Speaking of that, please join us on the YouTube chat if you're there. Great to see Peter Young just chime into the group. Keanu Nolan there, keeping everyone updated with TOS news. Excellent to see the community of European Cricket Network fans there as Sakalain comes in for the first ball. Spears it into the body of Shetty. Pulls it around the corner for a single. Quick runs in the 3-over power play are going to have to be part of the recipe for the Helsingborg Royals side. They can't leave it to the later overs and just hope that they can go 18, 20 runs and over frequently at that back end. Really lost it in those last 3 overs of the first innings. 11, 17 and 17, so 34 coming off the last 2. Well, Panda goes hard. Strikes it straight to Kazir, who's fielding it mid-on inside the circle. Does well, turns his body, and looks like he's worn one. I've already had Hamad Rafiq have to leave the field during the batting innings because of injury. They don't need to add him, and in particular, Kazir actually bowled very, very well in the last game. His right arm, medium fast balls, causing no end of difficulty for the Helsingborg Royals. This man on strikes, or Shetty, he certainly presented some difficulties for Malmo. Seeing balls short, Shetty throws the bat at it. It's racing towards the boundary there, backward of point, and that's exactly the start that the Royals needed. Oh, so Shetty showed he has the capability to hit with power, mainly over mid-wicket in that first game, but Sakalain Shah, he's locked into that short of a length position that he's generated most of his success from in this tournament, but Shetty's given himself some room outside leg stump, got the back end of the bat to it. Much needed boundary. Full of length. Whipped around to mid-wicket. It's just going to be a single. Probably in the position if they're going to chase him out, they need somewhere in the range of 40-odd off these 3 power play overs, which is going to necessitate probably 2 boundaries per over. I know that they've got the quality and ability to do it. Avinash Panda is a stylish batsman, but just hasn't fired in the way that his team has probably needed to throughout the tournament. Slower ball from Sakalain. Haven't seen that from him too often this week. But Panda was locked and ready to go, trying to thrash that delivery somewhere over on the leg side, and well beaten. It's a good ball from Shah. through this first over pretty well despite the boundary. Another short one. Panda's read it and he's whipped it to the leg side. That's the quality that Panda brings to this batting lineup. He's heaved it to mid-wicket for an easy boundary. And, oh, the Royals, they needed to get off to a fast start. 11 off the first over. It's in double figures, precisely what they needed. If the Panda show can get going, they'll give themselves a decent opportunity of chasing down this target. Cyclone Shah probably just becoming a little bit predictable with those short of a length deliveries and lack of protection out there at mid-wicket. Certainly the length he's bowling, it suggested that man who's at long on could be shifted around. Not sure they're going to be driving him straight down the ground too often when the ball's coming at their chest. Skipper's turn to Chinwari for this second over. The young man bowled a good over in the middle innings last game. No shortage of pace, just got to make sure his control's there. Short of a length, Shetty's popped it straight up. Wicket keeper Matisse dropped probably the easiest catch of the week. He's such a good cricketer, but he must have a hole in that set of gloves. How on earth has he dropped that catch? That's remarkable. A man of his ability, he's barely even touched it. Chinwari must be pulling his hair out. And have a wicket first ball in this second over. They could have had the dangerous Shetty back in the pavilion. As it is, it's a single. Panda tries to thrash it through the leg side again, beaten outside off stump. He's just got to hold his shape, Panda. He's good enough striker, and with the field up, he just needs to penetrate the infield. His timing will take it to the boundary. Jamari giving him plenty of pace to use. Good length. Pump straight to the skipper, Rafiq at cover. Well, he shows the team how to catch. Chinwari, well deserved. Been a good first 3 balls for him. And Panda back in the pavilion, and that was not what the Helsingborg Roars ordered. A disappointing finish for him, and depending on the outcome of this game, it may be the last time we see Panda strolling around the Helsingborg region in this tournament, because if they can't chase down this total from Malmo Cricket Club, then this will be their final game of the tournament. And finally, and much to the relief of Vinny Mr. Maximo Sandhu, they have thrust to Devinder Singh up the top of the order. He's coming out at number 3.
Yeah.
Joins Suraj Shetty. Vinny, just joining me back on comms. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you're telling me the Panda's endangered. That's no good. We might have seen the last of Panda. I hope not. I mean, to be honest, we'd love to see it live going into tomorrow. And, yeah, I think this is to do with the size of the target. I mean, you might have mentioned that the highest successful chase so far in the series is 86. So this is significantly higher than that. Here is Devinder Singh on strike.
Well, he does hit hard, Singh. Good bit of work from the man at backward point. Just got enough of a hand on it to stop it going through to the boundary. There might have been Mubrak, the left-arm orthodox spinner.
Yeah, so I think you need to score at a decent rate. And yeah, you're better off throwing him up front and potentially getting him to bat longer than falling behind in the rate and putting that pressure on him. So at least he gets a chance to play his natural game, and he gets to bat in the power play, which isn't something we've seen very much of him.
It's a great opportunity for him. Needs to put his side on his shoulders and take him. Shetty tries to swing it away to the leg side. Too much bounce, too much pace from Chinwari. Bowled an impressive over, the young man. One more ball to get through. Shetty needs to make contact.
I mean, I'll take you through in a moment, which I'd forgotten about, is Shetty running himself out off the first ball of the 10th over in the last game when they needed 8 to win. And that was an unnecessary one. And he did bat pretty much through that innings until that last over.
Well, he's tried to thrash that over mid-off. He's only succeeded in finding the toe end of the bat. Kasir Munir has taken a good catch, low to the ground. 2 wickets down in the first 2 overs. Chinwari will rewarded for an excellent second over.
Yeah, you mentioned it this morning when you said that Chinwari's best and his worst, the poles apart. We've seen him rush batsmen with the pace he's got, especially this kind of length. He just wasn't in the right position to play that, was he, Chetty? And he goes for only 7. The second wicket falls. It's the end of the second over as well, 13 for 2.
Well, those figures of Chinwari, that looks like he's produced his best at the right time, Vinny. He's got 2 for 2 off that first over. The Helsingborg Royals staring down the barrel. We talked about them probably needing to be 40-odd after the power play if they're going to chase down this pretty strong total of a target of 114. It's not looking particularly good for them at the moment. Devinder Singh's still there. Madar Prabhu, the captain, batted excellently in the last game.
Yeah, well, they're going to need something very special out of him. Now, he was the other man who was there at the end. And in the end, it was actually quite clever. They wanted Behera to face the golden ball, and they went for a slightly quicker runner to run with him. But as it was, captain is back out there and he's got a big job ahead of him.
Mania bowled very well in the last game. He's been entrusted with the third over of the power play. One drifting down the leg side, just taking the pad of the skipper, and they'll scoot through for a single.
So I think with these wickets, they do slow the rate as well, don't they? And you just have a look at how important that over was to Chinwari. After 11 in the first, only 2 runs in the second, as well as those 2 big wickets. But I'll put it like this. Someone has to play an absolute blinder of an innings if the Helsingborg Royals are to pull this off. Devinder Singh is that kind of player that might be able to do it. Oh, that was a good delivery, and he's lucky to still be there. Excellent bowling by Mania.
Pretty well taken from the keeper, and Nikhil Matir. He's had his own issues, let's just say, with the gloves in the last game and a half, but just a little bit of nibble away from Mania. It's excellent ball, and just probably in that slot that Devinder doesn't appreciate.
Yeah, you don't want to be too defensive. I want to play his natural game here, Devinder Singh.
Short ball, he's wrapped it around, but the fielder tremendously well placed by the skipper out of deep mid-wicket. It's just going to be a single.
Yeah, I think sometimes, I mean, Devinder Singh and I, it's a flattering comparison for myself, but I think we're quite similar to the way we play. And I think sometimes if I was in this situation, I start to bat within myself a little bit, but I'm in there for a reason, and he's in there for a reason. That's to attack. So I don't think he wants to worry too much about survival.
Oh, it's shifted down the leg side by Mania. Probably the first time he's lost his direction today. He's bowled very accurately. I think you're right on Singh. Just because he's been pumped up the order doesn't mean that he should change his natural approach. And to be honest, if the Royals are going to chase down this total, they need some bam, bam, bam from Devinder Singh sooner rather than later. Here's short, outside off stump. Shetty swings high. There's a feather edge, and the keeper's taken it. Good grab, and an excellent reward for Kasir Mania. He's bowled excellently, not just in this game, but in the previous contest as well. And he's put this Malmo Cricket Club team on his back and is helping to carry them to an unexpected quarter-final spot, the way that things are going.
This one would have been a wide, but he managed to reach it, and that was to his disbenefit, because the captain goes second ball. He'll be so disappointed with that. And Royals, the wheels are falling off the Royal carriage at the moment. They're 16 for 3.
Well, probably he batted well in that last game. Made the tough decision to take himself off for the golden ball. Left it to Behera and Sada as the non-striker to try to run through the 2, but probably would have expected more from himself. Needed to carry his team and through at least the next couple of overs. Just rewarded for Kasir. Good ball outside of off stump. Wonderfully played from Behera. He's just strode to the wicket. Something his teammates haven't been able to do too often in this power play is find the boundary. It's a great shot.
Yeah, excellent shot. And there's no good shutting up shop here, because you need to score now at a rate which is in excess of 13 and over. That is your ticket to stay in the series. And that last game, I mean, it's going to come back to haunt the Royals, but not if they can pull off a stunning run chase in match 14 right here.
Well, if it's going to happen, it's probably the 2 at the crease. Behera cuts again. Can't find the gap, but it's going to be an easy single. And that brings us to the conclusion of the third over and therefore the end of the power play. Helsingborg Royals 21 for 3 after 3 overs.
Yeah, outstanding power play for Malmo. The 3 big wickets, and Chinwari, didn't he step up in that second over? You'll see it here on the Manhattan. Really kept it tight. The 2 big wickets as well. And then with Prabhu nicking that wide one. For me, Devinder Singh, he's going to have to bat out of his skin. But Behera, he's a very talented player as well, and he gets a chance to put together a partnership. And these two, they do need a big partnership, you feel, if they'd have any chance of pulling this off.
Couldn't agree more, Vinny. Throw the ball to the left-arm orthodox spinner, Musadak Mubarak, for this 4th over. He came on and bowled well in that first game, just when the Helsingborg Royals were starting to get a bit of momentum. Left-arm spinners certainly tied Suresh Shetty down somewhat when he was motoring along. It's a good decision from the skipper to give him the pill for this 4th over. See if they can get 2 overs for him in this middle stages. If he can keep it to 10 to 12 runs off that too, then it'll take him a long way towards winning this game. Cut to point. They'll scoot through for the single, but as far as Malmo Cricket Club are concerned, singles will not worry them in the least.
Yeah, exactly right. 2 a ball just to keep pace at the moment. Even that's going to make the run rate creep out a little bit.
Well, Devinder Singh, I don't think he's going to die wondering with the left arm orthodox on. Field's moved back. They've got outfielders at backward square. Traditional mid-wicket on the fence and also long on. Only one area that I think he's going to be spotting, and he's taken the big heave. He's gotten a hold of that delivery and slapped it for a 4. Boy, did the Royals need that.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. This is the man that can do it. If he can string together 7 overs of his best, and his score won't be big enough. It's a matter of if he can keep getting away with it. Devinder Singh was run out in that last over, that chaotic last over of the first match of the day, match 13.
Much faster ball, not much loop. Mubarak has decided he's not going to get swiped to mid-wicket again. Just forces it down outside off stump. Singh beaten.
What a game that Mubarak's had as well. You think about his contribution with the bat.
Pretty smart bowling that. It's not likely to get a wicket, but he can keep Singh to singles. And they just don't want him going on a rampage where he scores 40 off 10 or something of that ilk. Gives it a little bit more flight. He's probably less concerned about what Behera is going to do to his flighted balls than he is Singh, giving it a little bit more air to the right-hander. Oh, it's swung high. He's got a decent piece of it, and it carries the fielder at long off. Well, 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 that's a superb strike. Sat back and waited for it. Not much pace on the ball from Mubarak. But Devinder Singh shows he's one of the biggest hitters in this Malmo region.
Yeah, this is a big moment in the game as we get to the end of the 4th over. Score was 34 for 3. That could have been easily out. And of course, we're not the only cricket happening on the European Cricket Network today. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Andrew Ryan. And we are in Sweden. Beautiful sunny day in Malmo. And those of you who've been following would know that there's also some T20 international cricket going on in Krefeld, Germany. And it's Germany versus Norway. That's not great if you're a Norwegian cricket fan. They're 12 for 7 in the 8th over at the moment. It's been an outstanding start by Germany with amazing bits of fielding there as well. Rico Full and Ujwal Kadaraju commentating for us in Germany. But yeah, the issue I think that we had with that innings for Norway, come back to it in a second. First, we're going to see a high full toss. This will be called a no ball, plus it'll go to the boundary. And yeah, this was a clear call for the umpire. And just coming back to what we're looking in front of us for a second. It's sorely needed runs. It'll be 4 as well, so next one will be a free hit. Each one of the first 6 overs contained a wicket in that innings, in that Germany-Norway T20 International. Then there was a maiden in the 7th, and then I just noticed a wicket in the 8th, so that game could be over before this. And
You're suggesting Germany's on top in that one, Vinny?
I think that's a fairly That's why we're paying you the big bucks for that kind of analysis. But, I mean, we had a T20 game which started half an hour after this T10 game, and I would fancy that it may be over before this T10 game finishes.
Bit of a surprise, actually. I know we haven't seen any of the Norwegian teams on European cricket series. We see Singh whip another boundary all of a sudden, actually. The Helsingborg Royals have really accelerated. Saw the 6 off the final ball of Mubarak's over, and then the no ball 4 that Behera faced in the first one. Then all of a sudden, Devinder Singh's cleared the front leg, slapped a ball over the cover, or out towards the cover boundary, and they are starting to get back into this game.
He's the man. He's the man that can do it for him, and Behera can be a good support for him as well.
It's the skipper, Rafiq, finally gets a dot ball. It's eased the pressure a little bit, but talking about Helsingborg Royals needing to be there or thereabouts 40 after 3 overs. Well, they're a little bit behind that, but they've certainly got the momentum with them. Floats it onto the leg side. Devinder Singh might have been thinking about a great opportunity to plunder another boundary. As it is, he's just allowed it to go through to the keeper and called wide.
A smart decision, I think. You might just get in a mess there. Might be a dot, or might even get caught at the fine leg.
Another big swing. He's got the outside turn of the bat. Fielder coming in from deep cover. Behera's desperate for a second. He might be run out. Umpire's finger goes nowhere.
Oh,
that was possibly the biggest moment in this inning so far. While Behera's there, they still have a chance.
Well, we'll have a look at it. I thought he was close.
Well, tight call in full motion. It's a difficult one for the umpire. They've been on the money.
Yeah, it's certainly one that at normal speed, it's pretty close. And so
just waiting for the umpires to clear it. And actually, they've had a quick review of that one, and Behera is actually given out. It's the right decision at the end of the day. Good bit of fielding. I think there might have been... wasn't Sharma coming in from the long off boundary. We'll try to work out who affected the run out, but great throw coming in for the outfield. Nikhil Munir has taken the bails off very, very quickly, and that's a disappointing end to Behera. He's looking for the second. He's a dynamic runner. His partner was just not interested.
you see here, and it's a case of not really reading the body language of Devinder Singh, who was never really coming back for a second. Behera, he was too busy for his own good on that occasion. So the right decision is made, and Behera has to go, and that will bring Compeller to the crease. And that's just going to compound the woes of Helsingborg Royals to lose Behera at that stage of the innings.
Oh, just starting to creep back in the game. Also say he turned blind, didn't even in, had no idea where the ball was vis-a-vis the fielder. Scooted out of his ground. It's probably never a second there as Compeller has just joined Singh at the crease. Just drives it down to long on, but they could ill afford to lose a man of his ability at this stage.
Wicket maiden in the 8th for Norway. They're 12 for 7 still. It's a bit of a race at the moment.
Singh just drives out the Yorker. Bit of a lull in proceedings in Germany in that case.
Yeah, well, they've got a run. I just saw it. They're up to 13. They're flying, the Norwegians. And, well, it's a great experience for them anyway to play on that fantastic national performance setter wicket in Krefeld, Germany. Takes us to the end of the over, and the score is 48 for 4 at the halfway point.
Well, that batting card, aside from Devinder Singh, it's not looking too pretty. He was given some support by Behera for a while. Particularly, things looked good when they had the no ball, which followed the 6, and then some more runs towards the end of that over. But as it was, losing Behera, their fastest runner between the wickets, a man who's been in good form with the bat, losing to an unfortunate run out. Probably has put the skids on the total, although they're close enough if they're good enough. Target 114, almost at the 50 mark after 5, 48 for 4. It's probably just that wickets column which is hurting them the most at the moment.
Certainly think the 4 batsmen in the shed would be very useful. So for me, it's Devinder Singh. He's on strike now.
He's taking a big swipe across the line. Yeah, the pace of Shinwari, it's difficult. Job Capella thinking about the second. Throw, not a great one coming from the outfield, but nonetheless, they'll keep it to 1.
Yeah, and Capella knows his role in this case. He tried hard to at least look for 2. But again, you don't want to throw away one out at this stage. And I think Capella needs to provide some attacking instincts of his own. Just doesn't want dot balls. 1 as a minimum, but also would love to find the boundary.
Well, short and wide for Chimbari. Donation of 1 to the total. Remember, this is do or die for the Helsingborg Royals. Lose this game and we will not see them in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, unbelievable turnaround. You think about how well they started as well, knocking off Ariana CC in an upset their first match. And they have lost their next 6, including the last one in a golden ball. It's just gone from bad to worse. And now all the alarm bells are ringing.
Well, 6 losses in a row. It's not the sort of consistency that you're after. Capellas tries to swing wildly. It's a good ball from Chimwari. He's been impressive, the young man. Certainly a great contributor to that stunning win in the last game.
Chimwari, yeah, I've liked him. And he's had such an interesting day. Think about that, the pressure. He dropped that catch in the last game and then didn't bowl particularly well. Has come back very strongly, showing something.
Well, short of a length, Capella's got the outside edge to it. Could be flying down to the boundary. A much needed 4. Just keeps the Royals there or thereabouts. He's thrashing the bat hard, which is exactly what he should be doing. Also, I'd love to have Devinder Singh on strike a little bit more frequently in these coming overs, but Capella, he's done his job.
Yeah, that's right. Although third man's always a risk. It's more of a deep backward point or a very square third man on the boundary, and no chance to stop that one.
It's almost a bit of a hedging your bets fielding position, isn't it, Vinny? It's not enough to get those ones which fly off the outside edge, but it's probably not going to cut off too many cut shots as well. Capella comes down the pitch, strikes it to cover. They're not going to have a particularly effective crack at the run out, and it's just a single.
Yeah, they've got that somewhere between a deep backward point and a third man, almost kind of like 10 o'clock if you're looking on the clock. Fielder, and then they've got a third man in the circle. I'd switch those around. I'd have the backward point in the circle. I have the third man back. I think forces the batsman to play a better shot. Anyway, it's going to be interesting here. Devinder Singh on strike. It's got to go.
Well, he does go, and he goes very high. Sonny Sharma coming around from long on. Takes the catch. Well done, young man. And that is the end of Devinder Singh. It is not quite the end of the Helsingborg Royals' hopes, but one of their big, booming hitters is now back in the pavilion.
Yeah, well, this one really hurts. It's hard to see any way back from here. And we've seen Malmo lose games from extremely positive situations, but now 55 for 5. I think Royals are in some serious strife.
We've talked a lot about the Royals needing to pump out a win here, but full credit to the Malmo Cricket Club. They started off this tournament playing 2 of the more fancied teams in their first 4 games. Come back with a vengeance today, and it's obviously all turned on that amazing golden ball victory in the first game today. But they've really shown some excellent cricket now, and some good variety. One of the players just going back to the pavilion. I think he's
left his sunglasses. He needs someone to take his sunglasses. Oh, well, classic error. Nobody's really helping him out, are they? Eventually. He said, right, actually, I need these glasses. Is that what's going on? So Sachin Shetty. Well, I guess it is important. You've got to be able to see. I think he normally wears the glasses to bat, but I think he just pulled his sunglasses out and realised these aren't the right ones.
I was redefining the term having a sighter when you first go out to bat. It's probably not the start that he wanted, but let's hope the new specs will allow him to see these bullets from Chimwari. The young man steaming in, last ball of his spell. Well, it hasn't done him an iota of good. Keepers fumbled it, but they won't get through for the single, and that is the end of the over. Chimwari bowled very, very well. Congratulations, young man. He's ended up with 3 for 9 off his 2 overs. Yeah. The Royals 55 for 5 off 6.
Yeah, so sensational effort from Chimwari. Just shows you. And it's a good life lesson. If you have a tough time in cricket or any sport or life, just ride it out. Things can turn around for you. And it certainly has for Malmo. After you think about how they were fielding in the first match and dropping catches left, right and centre, and then it seemed like they were gone in the game, but they just hung in there. And now the day's turned around, and for the Royals, well, you've got to feel for them as well. That golden ball loss. I think, you know, they were shocked by that, I think, and now they've had a must-win game straight away after only about 10 minutes time, and they've come out and haven't really performed to the best of their potential. And now they find themselves requiring 59 of the last 4 overs.
Well, Yajar Mohammadi coming to the bowling crease for the first time in the tournament, possibly giving the opportunity to a few other players to get an over in, just expanding their range of options with the ball for the coming matches and what looks like a quarter-final place.
The thing is, though, you can't play with net run rate or anything here. You need the win. So you kind of got to go foot to the floor.
Oh, not a bad ball from Mohammadi. Gives it a bit of air. Drops on the batsman. Swing it around to the leg side. They get a push too. Ani Sharma was probably a little bit conservative. Thought that ball was coming quicker. And as it is, these two who are quite quick between the wickets, Shetty and Capella, push the double.
Yeah, so they need 2.5 for ball. So even twos don't really keep pace at the moment.
Well, he's given it a good bit of flight again, Mohammadi. Pretty good for over, given it's his first of the tournament. And Shetty just gets the inside edge. Fine leg cleans it up.
Yeah, another good slow bowling option. And I don't think we've seen Rafiq in this innings, have we? He's struggling with a slight injury.
Well, hit the batsman. I was going to say in front. I think it was probably drifting down the leg side. Not a difficult call for the umpire. Mohammadi's not getting a huge amount of bounce, so his height probably wasn't an issue. Lets that outside off stump. Capella swings around to the leg side. Lane Shah, the big man, is going to fire this into the keeper's end. He might be struggling. Great throw, exceptional fielding. He puts the finger up, so does the umpire. And yet another wicket goes down for the Helsingborg Royals. Well, they had to push things along. Capella's a good runner between the wickets. But as it is, that was a rocket throw from Lane Shah. Outstanding fielding. And he keeps coming up with the goods for the Malmo Cricket Club today. He was the man that got them through that golden ball in the first game, the game that ultimately has completely turned around their tournament. And you could see just ticking over in his mind there which end he was going to have a crack at. Comes up with a bullet throw. That was outstanding fielding.
Well, it's all turning up roses for Malmo now. It's been a very tight over Mohammadi, but how's the fielding? You're right, it was exactly the throw that the keeper was looking for. 6 wickets down, and the last ball, the 7th over coming up.
Good air from Mohammadi again. Batsman. Bat turns in the air. Turns around, looks like he wants a second. Slightly sloppy fielding from Malmo. They've been guilty of that occasionally.
It takes the end of the 7th over. So 61 for 6 after 7. And coming up this afternoon, we got plenty more action from Sweden. And matches 15 and 16 will see 2 previous European Cricket Series champions in a showdown. Jönköping against Ariana Akif. Now, Jönköping, they haven't had it all their own way in the series so far. They started with 2 wins, but faltered to Ariana CC, losing both games yesterday. So they're 2-2 going into day 4. Ariana Akif, well, they are the only undefeated team left in Group A. And watch out for their big hitters. Khalid Mohammed, Ihsan Shahzad as well is one to watch. And Tika Murthy, I think, has brought a lot to the table since he's come into the lineup. Also, Dharmender Singh, the captain, a very important player. Tell you that it'll be a very interesting finish to the day. The news from the toss is Jönköping have won the toss and elected to bat first. I think that's a good toss to win for Jönköping.
Well, most of the teams electing to bat first, although we saw occasional instances of teams being put into bat.
Yeah. The other thing is, I do think if they get the runs on the board, they've got a really good pair of opening bowlers, Jönköping, which can get them on the way to defending the total. But their batsmen certainly didn't help them out yesterday against Ariana CC.
That'll be a good test for the guys from the Jönköping club, as it's a good test here for Munir. He's been very, very tight, but Kunjir thrashes outside off stump, gets a flashing edge. And a much-needed boundary. It's probably going to be all too late for the Helsingborg Royals. They will need a couple of massive overs here in the final stages if they're to even threaten this total. It's been ultimately, after an outstanding first-up win against Ariana Cricket Club, ultimately a disappointing tournament for the club. Here comes in Down the leg side, that's heaved over the boundary at backward square leg. That's an outstanding shot from Kunji. We saw glimpses of his ability with the bat yesterday, but after flying edge down to the third man boundary, he's picked up a shorter length ball and whipped it over the leg side.
That's a great shot. Really good shot. And there still is time left in this game. Just feel like the momentum has shifted too far towards Malmo, but we saw with the Malmo team before that anything is possible. And they have lost games from even better positions than this.
Oh, he's gone short of a length again. Top edge. It's probably going to spin away from the fielder. Makes its way down to the boundary. That's 3 consecutive boundaries. 4-6-4. Is this falling apart for Malmo?
Surely not. Surely not. But you've got to have a crack, and that's exactly what the batsman is doing. Sadish Kunjir. And what does that make the equation now? 39 or 14. So, I mean, you need a magical over from somewhere. That's what you realise. And they really would like to make some hay in these last 2 balls of the 8th.
Oh, good comeback from Kassir. He's been taken apart in this over. 3 boundaries in a row, but comes back with a good ball. Kunjir tries the other leg side again. Has his stumps taken out. Well bowled.
Yeah, it was a good comeback, wasn't it? And yeah, you can't really fault Kunjir here. He's doing his best. He tries to send this one out over the leg side, but doesn't bounce as much as he thought, I think. Goes under the bat, just flicks the top of the stumps. He becomes another victim, and now we've got 75 for 7, so they're running out of wickets, and they certainly are running out of time as Deepak Krishnan comes to the crease.
I think it was a good observation, that last ball, Vinny. He was probably entitled to play the shot that he did. Even here, generally getting a reasonable amount of bounce with his deliveries, but that one's just shot through, taking the stumps just below the bail height.
Kaiser Munir, a couple of little good contributions. Hit a good 6 when he was, I suppose, holding Hamad Rafiq's place warm in the batting innings. Now chipping in with 2 wickets. Here's the last ball of his spell.
Oh, big swing again. It's popped up. Fielder comes around for third man. Second grab. He takes it. I think it's Mubarak down there. He's shown some good work in the field already today. And that's 2 and 2 for Munir to finish off the 8th over. The Helsingborg Royals now 75 for 8. And unfortunately, we won't see Munir get to attempt a hat-trick because that's his final over for this game.
Yeah, and so another juggle job completed. And Mubarak was pretty happy with that, I think. 3 for 21, though, good figures. And one thing we know, Munir, we will see him again in the series. It seems that they are going to manage to get over Helsingborg Royals here. And let's just have a look. The last 2 overs of the Malmo innings, they both went for 17. So if you look at the Worms there, they're pretty similar at this stage. And so it was a fantastic contribution from the man that took that catch, Mr. Mubarak. And his 6 hitting at the end of the innings was a big reason they're able to get to this score of 113, which is proving to be a bit too much, I think, for the Royals.
Yeah, the scores after 8 overs, not a huge amount of difference between them, but the big difference, the wickets column, Helsingborg Royals have really not been able to stem the flood of dismissals in the 8 overs so far. They've only got 2 wickets left in their kit bag, and they're now facing Mohammadi for his second over, the 9th of the innings. Equation, 39 runs required, only 12 balls at their disposal.
Yeah, 79 was the score after 8 for the Royals.
Robert Sapru has come to the crease. Swings his first ball around to mid-wicket, and Sucklane Shah feeds it comfortably, and that's just a single.
One thing you would say, though, the Royals haven't disgraced themselves in this tournament by any means. You think about what it took to beat Ariana CC on the first match of their tournament campaign. This will be interesting.
Well, the keeper, I dare say he would have had a few thoughts going through his head, probably replaying the 3 or 4 poor efforts that he's had today in trying to take catches.
He's going to have nightmares about the high ball, Mathur. And then, well, finally, this will be a confidence booster for him. And he wanted to be anywhere else, Nikhil Mathur. But he does take this one. No real pressure on him. And the 8th wicket falls.
Well, no real pressure on him, aside from the fact that he had Yarjar Mohammadi staring at him, probably contemplating whether or not he should be jumping up and trying to take it AFL style before it gets to the Nikhil gloves. But he's completed the dismissal well. He had a pretty good day with the bat so far.
Yeah.
Nikhil, shame his glove work, which was more than serviceable in the previous days, hasn't quite come to the fore today. But good bowling from Mohammadi.
9 wickets down now, actually. So this can be all over here if it gets caught, but it will just pop for a single yet. But just want to say about the Royals. I mean, they've been close in some other matches as well, and they'll be really disappointed, I think, not to make the quarterfinals. But congratulations to them, obviously, for qualifying for the tournament, and they've been a great bunch of guys to deal with.
Oh, they're not gone just yet. Still fighting hard. Swung straight down the ground, and the skipper, Ahmad, comes around from long off and keeps it to a single, brings Rowett back on strike.
You think of some of their players that have been really exciting to watch, like Sadashiv, who's batting at the moment with the ball. Real wide, but also the Panda, even the captain Prabhu, Devinder Singh, his big hitting. I'll miss him for sure. Rohit Sapru with his clever spinners. Even Shetty as well with the bat today is impressed. And so
you reel off names there, Vinny. There's some good cricketers in this side. They probably have just not had enough players put it together consistently in matches. They've shown glimpses of their ability. They've all individually had good performances at some stages, but probably outside of Behera and Singh, they just haven't had enough consistency.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that just shows you the margins are so fine. And we said anyone could beat anyone in this group. And Malmo, we're saying they're not easy beats. We're saying that for a team that were 0-4 coming in today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Andrew Ryan, and we are in Sweden, and we are loving it here. And I tell you what, Germany, Krefeld, there's Rico and Ujwal over there. Here's some good news. A bit of a partnership for the 8th wicket after they were 12 for 7. It's now 41 for 7. So some respectability on the scoreboard. Darshana and Cher.
Well, they do things differently up in Norway.
Yeah,
maybe they've reversed the batting order and sent the tail out to face the new ball.
And, well, it does look like it's not enough runs, but still, that will give them some confidence that they're able to at least compete against Germany, who have hit the ground running. Against Germany, big home ground advantage. They know that field back to front, the Germans, and there's a lot of high-quality cricket going on at the National Performance Centre. Great facilities too. Here's the last over of Game 14.
Oh, swung straight down the ground. It's easily fielded by Sunny Sharma. He'll be pretty happy with his day. Finally, Saad Mohammad's got his first over. A man who we've talked about a lot as probably having a great capacity to defend towards the end of games. It's only the second over of the day. Oh, well, he's got a wicket, though. Rowett trying to swing him over the leg side. Outside edge. The wicket keeper's taken it, and that is all she wrote, both for this match and the Helsingborg Royals' participation in this tournament. Nice way for Malmo to finish. Mohammed getting a scalp. That'll do his average a little bit of help. But as it is, that's a disappointing exit from the Royals. They've been fairly comprehensively beaten this second match.
Yeah, it's a lot of runs chased, wasn't it? But the story for the Royals with the bat, I think, they never got out of the 80s once, and they go through their innings by innings, batting their 10 overs every time, except the first one where they chased 77 off 9.5. But after that, they got 63, 87, 77, 79, 85, 82, just a little bit under par. And with such an even distribution of cricketing talent between these teams, that can be enough to just make sure that you are out of the tournament. So unfortunate for the Royals. But coming up this afternoon, two teams that are very much in the running. Jönköping versus Ariana Akif. Both these teams have ECS titles to their name. And Jönköping, after slipping up yesterday to Ariana CC, they'll hope to put in a better performance against Ariana Akif. Watch out for Zabula Zadran and Sahil Shirzad opening the bowling for Jönköping in that one. But they'll be batting first. Let's have a look at the chase. And Martha, he had some issues, didn't he, with those high balls today? But ultimately, that chase at 114, just a little bit out of the grasp of the Royals, a team who I mentioned haven't quite cracked 90 so far in the tournament. And I'm sure Prabhu would be kicking himself. That one probably would have been a wide. Instead, he nicked it through to the keeper. And although they had some capable players, they just found ways to get out. That was Behera running himself out. Probably unnecessary. Devinder Singh was there for a while, and he threatened to take them close, but when he fell, you just knew it was going to be a bit beyond Helsingborg Royals.
Yeah, full credit to Yajan Mohammadi. That was probably the most important play of the innings. He fired in a great throw from the deep cover boundary. Behera, while he was there in partnership with Devinder Singh, we always got the sense that they were at least a chance of tasting down this target, but as it was, great piece of fielding, and Behera was run out trying to scoot through, or at least consider the second run, and that was probably the big turning point. They still had a couple of strong strikes towards the end. Sadish Kunjir showed a bit of power once again, but ultimately it wasn't enough. The Helsingborg Royals just losing wickets consistently reflected the fact that the Malmo team bowled very accurately, some good changes of pace, some good variety in their bowling attack, and they've thoroughly deserved these 2 wins this morning. I think they've probably been the better team in both games, deserved the golden ball victory, and ultimately they are rewarded with a position in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was actually their fielding that let them down, Malmo, I think, in the first game. That's why it got so close. So we're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes, take you into the third match of the day. That's a big one. Jönköping versus Ariana O'Keefe, with 2 very high-quality teams going head-to-head. And Jönköping, they still have 4 matches to play, as do Ariana O'Keefe. So they'll hope to pinch a win or 2 off Ariana O'Keefe, I think, Jönköping, and get themselves up towards the top 2, which is where they probably feel they deserve to be. And just a reminder, in the meantime, if you'd like to, you can have a look at what's happening in Krefeld. 47 for 7 currently, and it looks like, unbelievably, Norway are in a position to bat out their 20 overs. But you can turn over and have a look, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Don't forget to come back to us, though, if you'd like to. But I might actually take the opportunity to say hello to Rico in the live chat, who's over there with Ujjwal Gattaraju in Germany. So plenty of action and excitement today on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you shortly for more cricket. Might take a chance now to have a look at the scorecard of this game. And we mentioned 114, a lot of runs to chase. No teams chased more than 86 so far in the series, and so it proved for the Royals. Devinder Singh top scored. He was sent up at number 3, and he looked threatening, but ultimately he fell for 20. It was the top scorer in the innings. A dozen for Behera before he ran himself out. Kunjir, well, he tried hard for 15, but no other Royal was able to get to double figures. And he made 82. And you see 4 wides and no ball in the completed innings. And that was a pretty disciplined bowling performance. I like Chinwari, 3 for 9 of his 2 overs. Also 3 wickets for Kaiser Munir, important contribution. Also singles for Yajan Mohammadi, and also Saad Mohammed, who piped in with a wicket when he was finally brought on in the 10th over. So, Andrew, we're going to have a quick break. We might even pop over to Germany. That's the beauty of technology now, that we can do that. We will see all of our viewers back in Sweden in around 15 minutes, take you into the next game. It'll be a big one, Jönköping versus O'Keefe. See you then. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Andrew Ryan. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Malmo in the south of Sweden on a beautiful sunny day. And haven't we had a lot of action so far in the first two matches of the day? Now it's time for the third match of the day, and it's match 15 between Jönköping and Ariana O'Keefe. Well, both of these teams have previously won a FanCode European Cricket Series, so what a great matchup to see last year's champions of Gothenburg and Malmo going head-to-head here this afternoon. Rob Kemming, the match referee, is with the two captains. Let's get ready for the coin toss for match 15.
It's tails. It's tails. Your call.
Yeah. Tail.
What did you call?
Tail.
It's heads.
Heads, what would you like to do?
We'll bat first.
There you go. It is Bilal Munir, the Jönköping captain, that wins the toss for match 15, and he elects to bat first, and that does seem to be a bit of a trend. I do think getting runs on the board does put you in a good position to defend, and we've seen some chases go awry, haven't we, so far in the series this week. Look out for Bilal Munir. He'll have the gloves, but to me, I think that Jönköping, they get a lot out of their opening bowlers, Zabi Zadrat and Sahagul Shirzad. I think that Jönköping can bat a lot better than they showed yesterday. They were really put under pressure by Ariana CC, but I do think it'll be a handful for Ariana O'Keefe to take on those opening bowlers of Zabi Zadran, Sahagul Shirzad. But Ariana O'Keefe, they're 4-0. They're the only remaining undefeated team in Group A. And look, I like some of their players as well. Dharmender Singh himself, he's a very clever left-arm spinner, but also the big hitting keeper, Ihsan Shirzad. And well, the Brutus, Khalid Mohammed, what a catch he took yesterday, and he can muscle the ball out of the ground. So let's get ready for the first ball of match 15. Andrew Ryan is in the commentary box as we get ready for the next game.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Great toss as always from Sir Rob Kemming. And excellent to have all of the viewers joining us today for Game 3 of the European Cricket Series here in Malmo in Sweden. Looking at these outfits, there's plenty of great players to choose from when you're putting together your fantasy teams. Zabil Zadran, he has been excellent for Jönköping so far, and as Vinny mentioned also, Sahagul Shirzad, they had two of the gun players in that Jönköping lineup. Samuel Ibrahim Kill too, he's offered some varieties with his left arm around the wicket and showed that he can blast with the bat during one of the games yesterday. As we have a look at Ariana O'Keefe, they are a very known quantity. Srikanth Medavarapu was an interesting addition for them yesterday. Bowled well, good athlete in the field. Dharmender Singh leads from the front and is an inspirational skipper. And that man, Khalid Mohammed, well, he's not just an athletic freak in the field, but he's also a butcher with the bat, and he is a man who can find the boundary with stunning regularity. And speaking of that man, Srikanth Medavarapu, looks like he's going to take the new ball for the first over of this contest. Two matches in a row between Jönköping and Ariana O'Keefe. They are in stunning form at the moment. Ariana O'Keefe, they would have had designs on not just winning this title, but also at the end of this first stage, qualifying first, and they would love to go through this process undefeated. So looks like we're almost good to go here for the start of Game 3. Medavarapu into bowl. Medavarapu short of a length, just heaved over the top. Munir gets off to a very fast start. Good shot. The ball was wide, it was short, but he's got enough meat on it and cuts out the way to the cover boundary. Excellent start for Jönköping. Well, and just as that first boundary has been flayed, it's great to welcome Vinny Sandhu back to the commentary box. He's sprinted back from the toss. Great to have you here, Vinny.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Medavarapu again. Same sort of a shot. This time it finds the man at mid-off. Well, look at the power that shot was hit with. Javed Khan was blown away. Does stop the ball, though. That's the important bit. And it will just be a single. We've seen an unprecedented amount of action today, haven't we? This next one's a little bit too wide. According to the umpire, it'll be called wide. News from the T20 International that you might be following as well in Germany. Or maybe just getting the inside of the line there. Norway, they did well. They recovered from 12 for 7 to end up making 76 all out off 18.4 overs. The 59 run partnership with the 8th wicket. Without that, it would have been very, very ugly. I'll do this one. Another one just a little bit too wide outside the off stump. One was a more clear decision for the umpire. Easy one to make. Yeah, so Germany will be chasing 77 when play resumes, and we have two T20 international matches today, in addition to the European Cricket Series on ECN. This one's going to be fine. So there's a nice bit of bowling, and they certainly have that plan. Both these teams actually, they've been pretty good at executing their skills, in particular bowling in the offside channel, allowing the batsmen to settle, forcing them, if they want to hit through the leg side, they have to go and fetch it. And once again, it's pitched up. Pretty good bowling. Just a single here. So apart from that boundary off the first ball of the innings, it's been pretty successful opening over for Metavarapu. This is pitched up and just edged away the inside half of the bat. And still single digits. Metavarapu. Key inclusion for Ariane O'Keefe. Does a good job. There goes Ariel here. This is going to get over. This man was going to get over him, Khalid Mohammed, but he does have a miracle right hand that he stuck out yesterday and took a catch off a ball that wasn't dissimilar to that. Just have a look. He's thinking about it. Then he realised, well, I think even I'm going to struggle to get to this one. Up and away. There's Manali. End of the first over. 11 for no loss. A reasonable start for Yon Shopping. It was their batsman that really let them down yesterday. I think their bowling was outstanding. But twice, the batsmen not able to really perform to their potential against a strong Ariana CC lineup. Ariana CC themselves, they've only lost the one game of the series. It was the first game to the Helsingborg Royals. It's crazy now. You think they're out of the tournament after that really impressive first performance. In the air, this one just off the end of the fingers. It's dropped at cover. Got a fair piece of that. Look at this, on the way up. This full stretch, just couldn't hold on. Down leg side, actually a pretty good bit of work. The keeper, Ihsan Shirazad, to get a glove on that. Otherwise, that was heading to the boundary. Pad, but heading well down leg side. And Fielder will just throw it for no particular reason to Javed Khan at mid-off. So it's been a pretty tight start, you'd say, from Sahak. He's also a pretty exciting player to watch, Sadiq Sahak. He gets this one wrong though. When he gets it right, he's a handful for the opening bowlers, but yeah, has shown he can spray a couple. Beats him outside the off stump. This is what happens when he gets it right. You're chopping. Mentioned their fortunes have taken a bit of a turn after their first two games. They scored 120 and 95, winning both those two games against the Royals. But then matches 3 and 4 for them. They scored 75 and 85. Just not quite enough to get a win against Ariana CC. Now this hits that spot, and we saw this morning. And just have a look at this. There's this spot where anything can happen. This one really takes off. No chance for the keeper. Well, that's almost even more than the one we saw before. What the most amazing thing was there, is it didn't go to the boundary. Cut off by a very fine third man. Covers to get some bat on this one, and this one will go all the way to the boundary. So, well, not perturbed by that crazy bounce. Next one, just gets enough bat on this to get it to trickle into the rope. 4 runs the result. So, Ping just doing enough at the moment to put together a good power play. I do think kind of 10 and over is a good target to put 100 on the board. And once again, Zahak just losing his line slightly. Get some good shape. That's what counts against him. And he's going to change tack. He's going to go around the wicket. This can also sometimes overcomplicate things. But I suppose what he's thinking is, he's getting that right to left movement, maybe approaching from this angle. If he aims at the batsman's body, it should swing towards the stumps, which is what he tries. And a bit of fielding by the captain, Dharminder Singh, but it will finish the second over, 22 for no loss after 2 overs. Let's have a bit of a look at what these two teams look like as far as their performances in the tournament so far. And you can see that Ariana O'Keefe, they have scored quicker than any other team in the tournament so far, averaging 105 off their 10 overs when they're batting. The only team to average over 100 and conceding only 77. That's also the best. And daily run rates, you can see the pass score appears to be 89. And that would pretty much hold up, I think, based on what we've seen this morning as well. The golden ball was a 92-92 tie. And then that second match of the day, I think if you aggregated the 20 overs, it was something pretty close to that mark. Oh, this one, very lucky to survive it. And so that over commences. Lots of great highlights here from Sweden this morning. Lots of drama. Also quite a few highlights from Krefeld and highly entertaining innings. Saw 7 wickets fall for only 12 runs at the start of the first match of that T20 Tri-Series. This one, slight fumble from Sadiq Sahak, but they'll still only get one. We mentioned Ariana O'Keefe. They are 4-0. And Yeonchiping 2-2 before this game. Swing and a miss. So if Yeonchiping were able to win both these games, they'd actually have identical records, 4-2, going into the final day of group matches. I suppose now we know that the Royals will be eliminated. It's actually really important where you finish. So these 4 remaining teams will be jostling for position because there's a couple of reasons it's quite important to finish up as high as you can. He's turned away nicely through the offside. This will run away for 4. That's a really good shot by Munir. He's just timed this. It wasn't a bad ball by any means from Metavarapu. He just leans on it. Have a look. Beautiful shot. And the result is 4 runs. Yeah, so the 2 main reasons, obviously the higher you finish, theoretically the easier your opponent is in your first knockout match, the quarterfinals, on quarterfinal Friday. Goes with a hit. I'll get a single here. Yes, so that's one reason you'd want to finish higher. The other reason is, particularly finishing the top 2 gives you a bit of an advantage because if weather was to intervene, and we know the weather can be a bit fickle here in Sweden, if the weather does prevent the minimum 5 overs a side being played, well then as the higher ranked team, He'll go through to finals day. And we actually saw that happen once this year in Prague already. And we saw the entirety of quarterfinals Friday washed out in Prague, which was unfortunate. Have a look at this one. Yep, good call. Get any of that wide line, it'll be called a wide. So that's why I think you've got, in my mind, 3 teams fighting for the top 2 at the moment. These 2 as well as Ariana CC. Goes leg side, but he picks out the fielder. And it'll be 1 to Ali that finishes the over. End of the power play, 30 for no loss at the end of 3. Jönköping after winning the toss and electing to bat. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good power play. They've got all 10 wickets in hand. I do think 30 is about a par power play. It seems that teams have struggled to keep up the scoring through the middle overs for the most part. There have been some exceptions where we've seen some teams coming home with a wet sail, but it does seem to be the overs just after the power play, but maybe before the last 2 overs. The teams have been struggling to lose their way, whether or not they've got wickets in hand. So it's a little bit curious to me. We see these trends developing, and series are fairly unique, I suppose. Right now, we're going to see Rahatula bowling, and he's a really exciting bowler for me. He's a leg spin that really likes to give it a rip, and the conditions should suit him today because there'll be no moisture at all on this surface. The outfield very dry too, blasting sunshine. You see there, he really gives it a rip. Have a look at that. And he's not just putting it there, he's really trying to get some side spin. Oh, and he forces the error here. This will be a simple catch for the keeper. And Rahatula does the trick. Shirzad finishes the job. But a bit of extra bounce, and the wrist spinners do get some extra bounce. And you see the footwork there was all wrong. The footwork didn't get back and across. So he got in an awkward position, top edge. And the first wicket falls. And it goes to the leg spinner. Good bowling by him. 30 for 1 in the 4th over. And that's a great time to welcome back into the box. Andrew Ryan. Andrew. Rahatula. We love a leg spinner that can turn the ball. And he didn't take long to pick up a wicket.
It's a really good quality bowler, actually, Vinny. I think most sides would love to have a leg spinner in this T10 format of the game, but particularly one with his quality and control. We've seen him really rip a couple of big leggies. Got a stumping the other day from one that shot across the face of the batsman, and he's got enough variety there. Mixes it up with a few sharper medium pace balls with the seam up. Clever bowler, an impressive exponent of this fine art, Rahatula. Gives that one a little bit of air, pops off the pitch and gets it to an awkward space, but pulled down to deep square leg. It's Ibrahim Gill. He's come out to join Munir at the crease. Well, Munir, he's looked relatively comfortable so far. Jönköping, not a bad start by any stretch. They're probably at about the default run rate that you'd like if you're looking to put sort of 90, 95 on the board. Quicker one from Rahatula.
Yeah, it's funny. I wouldn't be bowling too many of these because I think his actual orthodox delivery is so dangerous. You've only got 12, and I think you're really surprising that many batsmen with this one. It's quite an easy one to pick. This time just gets over the head of Khalid Mohammed. They got the field well placed there. It'll just be a single. And Jönköping, I mentioned that yesterday, their bowlers, I think they bowled very well, but it was just a case there weren't enough runs on the board. They weren't able to get out of, actually the first game they scored 75, wasn't quite enough. Second game they scored 85 batting first. This is a quick one again, and it'll be a dot. So it's certainly something that they'll want to rectify. Their first day they batted very well, but you'd have to say that maybe the Helsingborg Royals not in the same class as some of the bowling they received against Ariana CC. They scored 120 and 95 against the Royals. As we see the last ball of the 4th over, chipped away for a single. It's a pretty good over from Rahatula. Only concedes 4, picks up a wicket as well. 34 for 1 after 4. And Andrew, there's so many ways you can get involved with European Cricket Network. And if you want all the latest information, you can Join our official groups on WhatsApp and Telegram. Just use the number +49 1709 54 1799. You can also use those QR codes to join those groups, and also we have our own Telegram channel. So get involved. There's no excuse not to, no matter where you're watching around the world. The European Cricket Network is in full swing, planning to bring you over 1,000 matches of T10 cricket this year. And we are well over the 600 mark, approaching 700 before too long. And you can also check out our website, europeancricket.com. As we move to over number 5, Javed Khan is going to bowl. He bowled overs 2 and 4 yesterday, but he gets a chance in the middle overs now, bowling the 5th.
Well, Ibrahim Kill has taken an almighty swipe. He's seen the ball flighted from Javed Khan and has tried to dispatch him over to mid-wicket. Mistimes it. He's a dangerous player, Ibrahim Kill. He can get the ball to different spots on the ground than a lot of others. He whipped the ball around to deep square leg. Easily fielded out there, and they'll keep it to a single. He's also likely to play a useful part. He hasn't been consistently used by his captain with the ball, but bowls piercing medium paces more so than quick spinners, depending on what he comes out with. Usually from around the wicket to the left-handers. Proved to be effective at times in the event so far. Javed Khan takes the pace back. Srisanth coming in off mid-wicket. He fielded excellently there yesterday. He's a great athlete, good set of hands. Javed Khan would be pretty happy to have drawn the false stroke, but it doesn't end up in the wicket. Just keeping relative control here. Ariana O'Keefe as Ibrahim Kill comes charging down the wicket, an almighty swing. Just a mild inside edge, and it goes down to the fine leg region. It's only going to be a single, but there or thereabouts. They probably just need a boundary from this over to just keep pace with being able to put on a reasonable target. They know how dangerous the Ariana O'Keefe batting lineup is. Yornshire's got an excellent bowling lineup as well, so it'll be a good contest coming up later on this afternoon in the second innings. Javed Khan proving to be continually useful with these left-arm orthodox spinners. Yeah, goes cross-batted but hits it straight back to the bowler. Probably been out there long enough that needs to get some acceleration into his innings. Well, he swings hard, but Srisanth coming in off the boundary. Fields it cleanly. And that's the end of the Javed Khan over. Another excellent one from him, only 4 off it. Yornshire, they are now 38 for 1 off 5 overs. It's going to be a continuation of the double spin attack after Javed. It's going to be the second dose of Rahatullah. Batting card for Yornshire. Well, the upside is they've only lost the 1 wicket. It was Manali going out off the bowling of Rahatullah. He went for 10 off 11. No, Munir, he's 15 off 13 so far. Ibrahim Kill still yet to get going. He's 4 off 6. There's still plenty of batting coming down the lower order. Ball pitched wide of leg stump from Rahatullah. Probably should have been pulled away for a boundary, although they have got some added protection down there. Fielder backward of square leg. Sensible choice with the leg spinner. Gives him the ability to pitch it out leg side without some protection. Lovely delivery. Flighted on around middle leg stump. Bit of kick off the pitch. It's beautifully bowled. Just controlling these middle overs with the dual spin attack. Another nice ball from Rahatullah. Bilal Munir just rocks onto the back foot. Pokes it away for a single. Much better shot than his last one. But while these runs are coming in singles, they will be mightily happy, the Ariana O'Keefe team. Devender Singh marshalling his troops with aplomb as he usually does. Full ball, he's cleaned him up, and that is waving goodbye to Ibrahim Kill. There's going to be no mighty rearguard action from him today, and Rahatullah started the over with a number of well-flighted leg spinners and then came in with his quicker ball. Ibrahim Kill tries to heave him to the leg side. Lays all around it, and it crashes into middle and leg stump. That's well bowled from the leg spinner. He's been very good today. Currently with figures of 2 for 5, and he's still got 2 balls left in his second over. Yongshiping really stalled across this 3 over period. Remember, they had 20, 29, 30 of the first 3 overs of the power play. Now we're almost up to their 6th over, and they're still only up to 39. Zaria and O'Keefe team just have so much variety in the bowling lineup, and they're so good at controlling these T10 contests. Helps when you've got a leg spinner of Radatulla's quality. Speaking of quality, though, the main man for the Yonshiping team, probably with both bat and ball, Zabiullah Zadran, has made his way to the crease. They've pushed him down the order a touch today. Tried to get him in against the slightly older ball. Leg spinner outside leg stump, just neatly tucked for a single. And he's going to have to play a big part in this recovery, you suspect, Zadran. Yonshiping probably reassessing what it is that they're aiming for at the moment. 1 ball left to go in this 6th over. If they can get it up to the 85 range from here, they'll probably be pretty happy. Another ball on leg stump, heaved away to the leg side. Fielder's coming around from backwards square leg. He's done a magnificent job to keep that ball in the field of play. Excellent fielding indeed, and gets a round of applause from Rahmatullah. Very well earned. Diving stop, stuck out the right hand. Absolutely tremendous work from Imran Khan. And that's the sort of play that keeps the rest of your team inspired and fired up. Rahmatullah finishes the end of an excellent spell. 2 for 8 off his 2 overs, and Yonshiping, they are 42 for 2. And with only 30 balls left in the innings, need to find a way to score a good 45 to 50 off these last 30 balls. Going to be no easy task, though. It's a good bowling lineup, the Ariana O'Keefe group, and no more so than this man, Javed Khan. Slow, orthodox left, outside off stump. Batsman trying to force. Can't make contact. Suspect the drama would probably be preferring to face the medium fast bowlers at the moment. Calm down the pitch. He's chipped a little off-speed ball up. Unfortunately for him, it lands in vacant pastures, but excellent piece of bowling from Khan. As opposed to the first day when they were pretty dominant, or at least their first day when they were pretty dominant with the bat, Yonshiping, just as they've moved up and faced a couple of the better bowling units, just seemingly struggled to find consistent boundaries. No one's pulled by Munir, but it's a single again. That fielder down a backward square leg on the fence, been busy. Slightly quicker delivery. Zadran just mistimes it, but it's punched out to long off. They'll press through for the second. The throw's slightly wayward. Probably were considering a second overthrow run at one stage, but it's backed up well. It's the first bit of laziness we've seen in the field from Ariana O'Keefe. Good fielding unit. A couple of good athletes in and around the team. Zadran trying to force through the offside again. This nagging length of Javed Khan proving very, very difficult to get away. 1 ball left in his second over. He's only gone for 8 runs in total. Well, the ball largely the same area, but Zadran picks his spot. He speared it through the 2 fielders there between mid-off and the cover boundary. Lovely cricket shot and a great way to end the over. Just a sparkling strike. Just stepped onto the back foot, just got enough elevation, dispatched it over cover. And as we mentioned a few times, there is an international going on in Krefeld in Germany at the moment. Teams out there covering all of the T20 action. Germany requiring further 66 from 108 balls, so the run rate's certainly not an issue for them. They're only 2 overs into their chase, 11 for none, so started relatively steadily with the pair of Chikadaya and Ramazeh who are at the crease. You want to check out that action, it's available on the European Cricket Network channel on YouTube and on FanCode. So wherever you're tuning in from, I hope you're enjoying this contest from the Landskrona Cricket Club in Malmo, as Ariana O'Keefe are trying to keep their unbeaten record intact against the Jönköping club. It looks like the skipper, Dharmender Singh, is about to rejoin us at the bowling crease. Lighted legs, left arm orthodox. Not giving much pace again for the batsman to work with, and Medavarapu solid as always on that mid-wicket boundary. Jönköping now 51 for 2 into the 8th over, so they have to get moving. Short balls, the Drum will have the opportunity to thrash it. Pushes it through the offside. Like a slightly awkward bit of movement from Javed Khan out there. They managed to push 2. Well fielded in the end though. That runs up to 10 off 7. Hasn't quite got his timing in yet, but there's still plenty of balls for him to produce. Stabs across, tries to whip Singh to the leg side, only succeeds in pushing it down to long on. Sadiq does the fielding, and yet another single. Hasn't been a double figure over for the Jönköping side after the second over. They took 11 off both the first 2, and from then on it's been pretty slim pickings. Lighted ball, Near had the chance to swing across the line. Srikanth's coming quickly. Does very, very well. Srikanth Medavarapu talked about the fact that he is an excellent athlete, moves very quickly laterally. Had to on that occasion, got down well. No thought for a man of his ability to stick the foot out. Excellent fielding. Nicely flighted, but also well struck down the ground. Another outstanding stop. Sadiq diving to his left-hand side. Tremendous bit of fielding, and if you want to know why Ariana O'Keefe are undefeated in this tournament, well, those 2 pieces of fielding across the last pair of balls will show you why. It's not only desperation, but tremendous talent and execution. Punches the drone onto the back foot again, pushes it out, and well, he's actually timed that better than first thought. Powerfully punches through the cover region, and yet again, just getting the 1 boundary per over that they need to in order to keep this run rate up to a reasonable level. There's still a lot of work to do in these last 2. That's the end of the 8th over. Jönköping 61 for 2. Look at the run rate, Worm. Just a slight elevation in the last few overs since Zadran has come to the crease. Not causing as much destruction as he possibly has in earlier games, but just those 2 boundaries are forcing him to hit through the cover region, but he's done it well on a couple of times. Bit of chat from the team on the YouTube feed. Sky Blue noting this is a super fielding effort and probably one of the best he's seen in ECN cricket. Well, couldn't agree more. It's been some brilliant outfielding. They haven't had a huge amount of catching work to do, but the ground fielding's been absolutely outstanding. They're a well-drilled unit, Ariana O'Keefe, and they know how to get their fielders into the right places. Nonetheless, Jönköping, they're fighting hard. It's a big test for their credentials as far as winning this ECS Sweden Malmo competition. We see Sadiq Sahak come in. Wide of off stump, a little bit of late swing, umpire's hands stay down. It's a good start. Bustling right arm bowler, gets reasonable amount of movement away most of the time. It's one of those players you always sense with the ball, he's just going to be always at the batsman, not give a huge amount of room to swing. Doesn't like giving away loose balls. Second time in a row, beats the batsman outside off stump. Well, a bit of desperation to get on strike from Zadran. Could be a question of whether that ball was dead. The ball's been taken by the keeper and just passed along to the fielder who's standing at short third man. And actually they are sending the the players back. It was a late decision for Zadran, deciding that, well, the keeper's just come up with the casual pass to third man. I might sneak a single, but quite fairly the umpires have dragged him back to the non-strikers end. Well, that's a good ball from Sadiq. Popped up. Khalid Muhammad underneath it. It's never going to escape the clutches of the big opener. He moves back swiftly and takes a very, very easy catch. And, well, they might have wanted to be on strike after what's happened on that ball. Bilal Munir, he's been there for a long time. Hasn't quite managed to find the boundary with the regularity that he would have liked. About the only upside of that delivery is that Zadran has finally found himself up the striker's end, something he was coveting the previous ball. Jönköping just stalling at the time when they really need to be finding the boundaries with ease and with regularity. Does bring Zadran on strike though. Full ball, excellent delivery from Sadiq. It's been a tremendous over for him so far. 2 dot balls at the start, and then the dot ball with the wicket, and then yet another one. Big test for him. Zabiullah Zadran, he's the key man with the bat for this Jönköping team. Big swing, he's found third man. I think it's Rahatulu. He's taking a sharp chance. And the flying outside edge sees Zabiullah Zadran going back to the pavilion. And after getting themselves in a position to launch with 2 overs to go, it has all gone horribly wrong for Jönköping. Their star man now back in the pavilion. They've lost 2 wickets in this over. It's been an outstanding over from Sadiq. Looks like Sahel Mosasai approaching the crease. He's going to be joining Rahman Babar. He's yet to face a ball. These two have got a big job to do. 1 ball left from Sadiq. Jönköping 61 for 4. Wide, outside off stump. Umpire calls wide on that occasion. First blemish in this over for Sadiq Sahak. He gives it 2 for 10 of 1.5. Only 7 balls to go for Jönköping to turn this total into something that's going to strike a little bit of fear into the hearts of Ariana O'Keefe. Takes a big swing, beats the man coming through at cover. The outfielder Javeed Khan, he's got a safe pair of hands. He fires it back into Sadiq, and that's the end of a tremendous over. Jönköping, they are 63 for 4 wickets down. Only 1 over left in the kit bag for them. They've got Mosasai and Babar out there, 2 new batsmen at the crease. Every factor is in the favour of the Ariana O'Keefe team. And to add to that, they are bringing on their last over specialist, Krishna Digumurthy, to deliver these final 6 balls of the innings. So, Mosasai back on strike. He's only faced the single delivery, that last one, which he struck for 1. Babar still hasn't faced a ball. Digumurthy drives it a little bit short on the leg side. Might have seen an opportunity, but they have had that defensive fielder at backward square. Great fielding. Too easy with the run out. Mosasai desperately trying to get back for the second and retain the strike. But as it is, he's run out without any problems whatsoever at the striker's end. Excellent throw. And this is all just a bit too easy for Ariana O'Keefe. We thought Jönköping would really give them a big test today. They've looked promising in some of their contests already in this tournament, but as it is, they're getting a lesson in T10 cricket from the masters of this form of the game in this part of the world. Mujahid Sadiq has come to the crease, the left-hander, to join his partner, Rahman Babar, who still hasn't managed to face a ball as yet. 5 balls to go. Digger Murphy, he's quite a prospect to try to take apart in these final overs. Bowls very accurately, very confident. Not a bad shot though. Flicked around to the leg side, will probably only be the one. But Sadiq, crisp hitting from the first moment that he gets out there. That's what you need in these final stages. Yonshipping. Well, they're 65 for 5. 4 balls left. Need at least a pair of boundaries in these remaining deliveries. Lavar tries to create something out of nothing. Rising short ball. Just short of a length from Digger Murphy, just outside off stump. It's one of the hardest balls to try to annihilate in T10 cricket. It's well bowled. Full one on the toes. Manages to squeeze it out. They're going to push back for a second. Remember, bars run quickly. That's excellent hustle between the wickets. A little bit of a disappointing effort from Xavier Lawardock. Hasn't been involved in the game too much to date, but stuck the foot out. Could have picked up cleanly, prevented that second run. Probably not going to cost them too much at this stage. Brings Pavar back on strike. Lofts it to the outfield. No interest in taking the second run. Big Javid Khan coming in from long off, ensuring they're not even going to consider taking the second. And that will leave Sadiq on strike for the final delivery. Yonshipping 68 for 5. Can they even pass 70? And he takes a big swing. Fielders going to affect the run out of the bowlers, and that's an excellent last over from Digger Murphy. Sensible running to try to squeeze the single at the end there, but it's never likely to be completed without a massive fielding error. At the end of that is an impressive bowling effort from Yonshipping. They have been, impressive bowling effort from Mariana Keith. They have kept the Yonshipping team well under the hammer all innings, and they've ended up with a total of 68 for 6. Very disappointing batting performance from them. They're a team that's got plenty of big hitters within their squad. See little Ahmed, the mascot from Ariana O'Keefe, just walking past our commentary area. He's cock-a-hoop with the performance of the boys in the field and just making his way round to probably give them a slight pep talk as they take up the willow to try to chase down this target, which they would be raging favourites for. The opening pair of Shazad and Khaled Mohammed, they will fancy chasing this down in a number of overs. Didn't start too badly for Yonshipping though, to be honest. Double-figure overs for the first two. Felt like they were not in control, but certainly on their way to a pretty positive batting effort, and then just wickets fell so regularity. Same thing, Ibrahim Kill, he was a danger man with the bat yesterday, but couldn't get going. They were backed up. Excellent bowling with some extraordinary ground fielding. Players Sadiq and Varapu just throwing themselves around for the mid-wicket and the long-on position. It's just all too much for the Yonshipping side. It's just losing wickets just so often. They couldn't build a partnership at all, and the Ariana O'Keefe bowlers just so rarely gave them something to strike and to strike big. It's been one of the most disciplined bowling performances that we've seen in the entire European Cricket Series event here in Malmo. Have a look at the batting card for Yonshipping. Skipper Bilal Munir, who somewhat held them together at the top. He ended up 23 off 21 before he had to retire hurt. And from then on in, some fairly underwhelming contributions. Usman Ali, he went to the leg spin of Rahatullah, as did Ibrahim Kill, bowled by a quicker one. And Xavier Lazadran, he was probably the big wicket. He was out after the end of a sensational over from Sadiq Sahak. He was very impressive. He also picked up Talaroma, who did plenty of damage with the bat yesterday. So just an all-round wonderful bowling performance from Ariana O'Keefe. 2 wickets each to Sadiq Sahak and Rahatullah, both going at a very miserly economy rate, 11 and 8 runs off their bowling respectively. Metavarapu got hit for a few early, but came back well, 2 overs for 19. It's a good quality bowler, and he certainly added something to this Ariana O'Keefe side. So there we have it. Yonshipping, a meagre total of 68 off their 10 overs. it hadn't been for the efforts of Bilal Munir, it probably would have been less than that. They're going to have a tough job trying to keep the Ariana O'Keefe side in check. They only need 69. They're 60 balls. I suspect we'll still get some fireworks from Khalid, Mohammed and Shahzad. Please come back and join us for that in a couple of minutes on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back, European cricket fans. We're halfway through Game 3 here at the European Cricket Series Sweden event here in Malmo, and holding all of the aces are the Ariana O'Keefe 11. They have done a superb job with the ball over the course of the 10 overs of the Jönköping Cricket Club innings, and they have a relatively simple chase on their hands today, which should take them to 5 wins from 5 in this competition. Still the second of this double header coming up later this afternoon. Jönköping will want a much superior batting effort in that game, however, if they're to start to threaten top teams like Ariana O'Keefe. But as it is, they've got a job here to try to at least put enough pressure on the top order of Ariana to maybe try to scrape together a few wickets during the power play and see if they can get into the teeth of this Ariana O'Keefe middle order early on. If they allow this opening partnership, though, of the dynamic duo, Khalid Mohammed and Shahzad, then they could be in for a very torrid time. Looks like they're going with their big gun, Zabiola Zadran, to open the bowling. He's bowled with good pace, pretty fair accuracy, and no shortage of sideways movement in his overs to date. Khalid Mohammed taking up his typical place at the non-strikers end to start. And Shahzad, who batted excellently yesterday, showed a lot of power, particularly down the ground. Son Shahzad, he really got their innings off to a rapid start. But they are only chasing a target of 69 off 10 overs here. 6.9 runs an over required. So it is going to require early wickets, and quite a few of them from the Jönköping bowling lineup are there to have any chance in this game. Just a small adjustment in the field from Zadran before gets things underway. He's pushed the third man back to the boundary. Got another outfielder here at long on. It's only the 2 that he's allowed in the 3 over power play, so he's got to be on the money. Shahzad loves going aerial. Here we go, start of the second innings. Good ball, it's popped straight back to Zadran. Wouldn't that have been an unbelievable start to this innings? Ball just tailed away from it at the last moment, checked his shot, and that was an opportunity, and Zadran probably just had it held up just half a metre away from where his run-up naturally ends. He's a good athlete, tried to move forward to take the catch, but as it is, Shahzad survives, but that would have thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. The rapid scoring opener from Ariana O'Keefe being back in the shed's first ball. Drifts onto his pads. Shahzad shifts it out to square leg, and well, after an unlucky first ball, Zadran's been hit to the boundary for second ball. Just so little room for error against both of these batsmen. Shahzad, the one that actually scooted through, probably a little bit lower than expected from Zadran, but manages to turn the wrist quickly enough and direct that ball down the hill to the deep square leg boundary. And Ariana O'Keefe off and running. 4 runs on the board. Oh, not a bad ball from Zadran. He's gotten the elevated shot from Shahzad. Fortunately, no fielder down there at long on. He just gives himself a little bit of room outside leg stump, opens the wrists and hits it over the infield. It's boundaries on consecutive balls. Zadran already under the pump. Hasn't helped himself with that ball down the leg side. Second delivery. It's forced him to make a fielding change. They're going to go for the 2 defenders here on the straight boundary. Long off, long on. Long off in particular, pretty straight. It's getting not a bad ball. The outfielder had a chance. He's put up the white flag. Turned his body. Fortunately got enough of the leg to stop the ball from going for 4. Zadran, this is all happening in this first over. Shahzad could have been out twice in the first 4 balls. As it is, there's 9 runs on the board and both batsmen still safely there. Just to bring a bit of calm to proceedings, the experience of Khalid Mohammed now at the crease. Not a bad ball. Muhammad shifts to the leg side as he has a tendency to do. Zadran starts at outside leg but gets enough away swing. Wasn't that far away from Khalid Muhammad's stumps. Scored plenty of runs in the last event here in Malmo. Managed to hit 3 figures across the series. Strike rate of around 170. Goes at a fair clip, the big man. Oh, he goes full. Muhammad goes high. Fielder's coming under it. Needs to take the catch. He shells it. Well, Zadran, he's got to be absolutely filthy with his outfielders. He's moved 2 men back to the straight boundary. They've both had opportunities to conclude this first over. 1 catch was not even attempted, and it looks like Ibrahim Kill coming into the 30-metre circle. Wasn't an easy catch, but for a player of his quality, and particularly against one of the superstar openers of Ariana O'Keefe, he has got to take that. It goes to ground, and that's the end of the first over. Ariana O'Keefe, after an eventful 6 balls, a 10 for no wicket. Shazad, he's up to 9 off 4. Khalid Muhammad, 1 off 2. And well, the 10 that goes in the scorebook doesn't really tell the drama of that over. We had the return catch for Zadran, first ball. He had the chance at long on. He had the chance, fielder coming in from long off. Deborah has shelled it. Certainly no element of drama. First 6 balls. Shazad coming on to bowl the second. Pitches it wide outside off stump. Umpire spreads the arms. First wide of today. Great to give away wides at the best of times, but when you're only defending a total of 69, even more so. Nice change of pace from Shazad. Muhammad swings wildly across the line. Doesn't miss his leg stump by much. Still having a bit of a charmed life here at the moment. Khalid Muhammad. Couple of wafty swings as he's moved towards the leg side. Might be a definite tactic from the Jönköping bowlers to come from slightly wide of the crease and push it into his body rather than allowing him to have the room to swing his arms. Once again, it's drilled into off stump. It's cracked straight to the fielder there, forward of point, and he's managed to hold on to it. I think he may have bobbled it. It's quite hard to see given the glare out on the field at the moment, but Muhammad absolutely crunched it, and the fielder's done well to pick it up from low down. And Khalid Muhammad, who could have been out on just about every single ball that he faced, he's trudging back to the pavilion. Not a huge amount of concern for Ariana O'Keefe at the moment. They've got a relatively deep batting lineup, but it's certainly a wicket that Jönköping would have wanted and probably could have had much earlier. As Javeed Khan makes his way to the crease, he batted fabulously yesterday. Just to note, it was Rahman Babar who took that sharp chance in the infield to send Muhammad packing. Hits the pad of Khan as he creeps forward. No chance of a leg before. Good bit of fielding though. There's Bhavya Patel coming in from square leg, hitting the stumps. No danger for Shazad as far as the run out goes, but good to keep the pressure on the batsman between the wickets. Bowled pretty impressively this tournament, Shazad. He's got a nice change of pace, good fluid action. Gets a little bit of bounce when he bends his back. Probably a little bit lower on pace than his opening bowling partner Zadran, but rolls the wrists on that one and gets a little bit of pop off the deck, causing a few problems for Shazad. Not looking as comfortable today as he has in previous games. Possibly a step up with the Jönköping bowling attack. Young Tyro's taking the new ball. Excellent over from Shazad so far. He's got 1 for 1. Gets it popped up from Shazad. This should be a second wicket. Well taken from the fielder at cover. And well, Ariana O'Keefe. You wouldn't have seen too many gremlins likely facing them in this chase, but as it is, they've lost their second wicket before the conclusion of the second over. Bowled an excellent over here. Sargul Shazad, and catch taken by Mujahid Sadiq. Kept his calm. It was a relatively easy take, but we've seen some simple ones put down during the course of today. And, well, I'll tell you what, if there's a third wicket before the end of the power play, this could be a far more interesting chase than we might have foreshadowed at the start. Rahatullah coming to the crease. Batted fairly slowly when he was at the crease yesterday. Just trying to get through it or run a ball. Needs to stay there at the moment to not expose the middle order any further. Full ball from Shazad. Well bowled again, and that's an excellent over. 2 for 1 off that first interjection from Sargul Shazad. And Ariana O'Keefe slightly precariously placed. 12 for 2 off 2 overs. The on-shipping showing they're not going to go down without a fight. Captain's probably got a decision to make here. Does give his main guns a drawn another over? I would suggest after that first one, Shazad will probably stick around and bowl the fourth. Tough decision. You know the Ariana O'Keefe batsmen are probably going to continue to go hard. Given you've got the left-hander on at the moment, it might be the choice of working out who bowls best to the lefties and giving them the pill. As it is, they've thrown it to Zadran and said, carry us on your back, young man. See if you can pick us up a third wicket. Oh, full ball. Javed Khan's charged. No bat on it, but it wasn't far away from his stumps. Interesting ploy. Just showing the Ariana O'Keefe batsmen they only know one way how to play, and that's with their attacking instincts on full show. Just swung late and missed the leg stump. Zadran must have thought he was in with a great chance at this time. Oh, full ball. He's cracked that backward of point. That's a tremendous cricket shot. Zadran giving some width the first time today. Javed Khan just steps the back foot across. That's a lovely flash of the cricket bat. Just bring a bit of calm to the Ariana O'Keefe proceedings. Timed that beautifully. Used the pace of Zabiullah Zadran. There's no shortage of it. Full ball. Khan flashes through the offside again. That's back-to-back boundaries. Zadran tries to correct here. Bowl it much fuller. Khan goes deep in his crease. Strokes it through the covers. A couple of delightful shots. He's got some genuine quality with the bat. Javed Khan. Seeing that first ball of this over when he tried to step down and thrash the ball through the leg side. Punctuated by those two delightful shots throughout the offside. Just brought this chase under modicum of control after a couple of early wickets being lost. Goes down the crease. Zadran, he's missed his line by a mile. I think he was trying to bowl a short one into Javed Khan's chest and missed it by a long, long way. And disappointingly for the bowler, it's gone way down the leg side. The keeper, Bilal, and absolutely no chance. Here's the risk with the bowling action of Zadran. He really does whip the arm behind, get a lot of trunk rotation. There's quite a bit of sling to the action. It can generate some pace, but it's also mechanically more likely to enable those sort of drag down deliveries, especially when you're just striving for an extra bit of pace. His opening bowling partner, Shazad, just having a quiet word to him going to turn this attack around the wicket now to Javed Khan. Full ball on the toes, drives it to long on. It's just going to be a single. Ibrahim Gill coming off the fence to field. Been a helpful over for Ariana O'Keefe though. They were under a bit of pressure before this one. Big decision was to whether or not to bring Zadran back or not. If Yonkaping were going to win this match, you would have thought that Zadran's going to have to bowl better than none for 24, which is what his figures are at the moment. Rahmatullah facing. Full ball, Rahmatullah steps away, pops it up, should be a third wicket. It's another catch to Sadiq, and just after Javed Khan had regained control of this chase, all of a sudden Rahmatullah plays a completely unnecessary shot. Second ball, just tried to find some open pastures over the cover region. Hasn't got a great heap of it and pops up the catch, and Sadiq takes his second catch and the first wicket for Zabiullah Zadran. He's got 1 for 24 now, still one delivery left, and all of a sudden Ariana O'Keefe 26 for 3. Still one ball left in the power play. This match is a long way from being over. Srikanth Medavarapu makes his way to the crease. Much needed wicket for Zadran. He'd been quite expensive throughout the course of this power play. Captain really needed him to pull something out of the bag, and he's delivered. But Rahmatullah, for a fairly experienced player, not sure he's going to look on that last shot with a great deal of fondness. Skipper Demender Singh probably has good cause to ask him what he was thinking at the time. Second last ball of the power play, probably not the time to lose your wicket, particularly when Javed Khan's firing on all cylinders. Good full ball, punched out to that man Sadiq. He's been in the action at that cover region in the 30-metre circle. And that's the end of the 3-over power play. Ariana O'Keefe, 26 runs on the board, and most importantly, 3 wickets down. Look at the Manhattan graph. Well, that Ariana O'Keefe total so far has been punctuated by a double wicket over that only went for a couple from Shazad, second over. A couple of expensive ones from Zadran either side. 10 and 14 off his 2 overs. But he did pick up the wicket of Rahmatullah. The penultimate ball of that third over, and it looks like they're opting for Sami Ibrahim Gill. We've talked a bit about what he brings to the bowling crease over the last hour or so. Loves to come around the wicket, spear those left armers into the stumps, particularly for the right-hander. Be interesting to see what he does here for the left-hander. I'm not sure he wants to float it across Javed Khan. He looks very, very comfortable with balls outside off stump. Looks like that area where Khan has a couple of boundaries already is being left open as well. Got the cover, the long on, long off on the fence. Just going to do this, and the attack's probably got to be off to middle stump. You don't want to give him the chance to open the blade. That's exactly what he does. Swings it straight down to the man coming of the fence. A deep square leg. Well, he's coming 1 or 2 steps off the boundary. You have to think that if he held his position on the rope, he may well have had a play at this ball. As it is, Javed Khan is living a charmed life at the moment. Just gets another elevation. And that's a 6 to put Ibrahim Gill under immediate pressure. Does drag to the offside. Clever play from Khan. Just pokes it to the side. It's going to be a single. Brings Medavarapu on the strike. Love to get into the teeth of this lower middle order and lower order. The Ariana O'Keefe side, they haven't been needed too much throughout this tournament, so a number of guys in there who haven't had a bat for a while. Good ball from Ibrahim Kill. Keith Medavarapu on strike. Good throw. Fielding off his own bowling. Fielding off your own bowling becomes increasingly important in these T10 games, particularly once you're out of the power play. Minimising the number of fielders in the circle. Only 4 of them there, so you've got to do a lot of your own work. Another good ball, mixing up his line and length. Medavarapu trying to poke it wide of the fielder at third man. Doesn't succeed on getting any bat on it whatsoever. Short of a length, Medavarapu rocks back. That's a great strike. And after a good start to his over, Ibrahim Kill's dropped short. Medavarapu didn't need a second invitation. He swung it wildly over the mid-wicket boundary. So, grateful for that 6, the Ariana O'Keefe side, just to release the pressure a little bit. Ibrahim Kill had been able to get through this over with maybe just a couple of singles. They would have felt the pressure just increasing on this Ariana side. As it is, that's just a big release. Taken it one step down, drilled it straight back to the bowler. He does well. That's the end of the over. Ariana O'Keefe, 4 overs down. They're now 39 for 3. Well struck shot from Medavarapu. Wasn't that far off being yet another return catch. We saw the one first ball to Zadram, which was clearly far less well struck from the opening batsman, Hassan Shahzad. And a quick update of what's happening in Krefeld in Germany. The Germans now 56 for 4 of 13 overs. Only need 21 of 42. 2 batsmen at the crease have been there for a little while. So low target, but clearly not the easiest batting conditions out there. And get the sense that maybe 1 or 2 more wickets from the Norwegians could create some jitters in that German lower order. 7 overs to go out there. Reminder of all of the games from that try series on the European Cricket Network YouTube feed and through FanCode, alongside our coverage of this European Cricket Series event out here in Malmo in Sweden. And Bhavya Patel coming on to bowl to Javed Khan. Takes a couple of steps down, short arm jab. Straight to the fielder down at long off. It's just going to be a single. Looked dangerous at times with the ball, Bhavya Patel. He's also had some location issues at times as well. Bowled one over in which he sprayed several wides. Wide of off stump. Just couldn't get his swing under control. Tall man though, gets a bit of natural bounce from this deck. Medavarapu on strike. He's 6 off 5. Total's just ticked over to 40. Good ball, just in and around middle and leg stump. Medavarapu defends. Ariana O'Keefe, equation for them, it's still in their favour. 29 required off 34 balls. So it's under 6 and over. There needs to be some wickets, and some wickets pretty quickly from Jönköping. Onto the legs of Medavarapu, and that's not the way to do it. It's a lovely shot, just a little tickle on the ball, and takes it down to the boundary on the 45. Patel not getting enough swing to bring that back to a good line. Looks like a good quality cricket, Medavarapu. Bowls well in the opening exchanges. He's a great athlete in the field and showing he knows how to hold a bat as well. Just see that form might have knocked the wind out of the sails of the Jönköping team. They're still not out of this game, but every boundary they give away when it's such a small total they're trying to defend. Bowlers need to be right on the money. Ariana O'Keefe only needing 25 off 33 now. Target of 69 well within reach. It's a full ball on the stumps, nicely driven by Medavarapu. It's just going to be a single down there to long off. So it looks like he'd be a handy customer with the ball in longer form of the game. Someone who could just slip onto a length and just neatly move the ball away from the right-handers. catches that full. Javed Khan takes an easy single as he just strolls up to the non-striker's end. Jess Patel maybe just lacking a bit of extra zip like a few of his teammates, and maybe one or two tricks in his kit bag to deal with the rampaging batting approach of squads like this Ariana O'Keefe side. Going to try to keep them guessing by changes in length. And Rapu rocks onto the back foot. That's another 4. Just a little bit too easy, and once again just that lack of zip from Bhavya Patel. Short ball drifting onto middle stump, and just too easy for a batsman of Metavarapu's class. One ball to go on this over, and Ariana O'Keefe hurtling towards the total. Actually, that is the end of the over. That boundary on the last ball, certainly not part of the script for Bhavya Patel. And Ariana O'Keefe, they are 3 wickets down, 50 on the board, only chasing a target of 69. Certainly looking to give their run rate a boost. They've already qualified for the quarterfinals, as those of you who joined us this morning will have seen that the 2 wins in 2 from Malmo Cricket Club have ensured that they too are qualified for the quarterfinals, with the Helsingborg Royals eliminated from proceedings this morning. We bid farewell to them after their 2 games against Malmo Cricket Club. Still plenty of jockeying for positions though. The Ariana O'Keefe side, they would know very much that they want to be qualifying first, trying to create the easiest matchup for the next series as Javed Khan launches a wonderful strike. Well, showing some power, the left-hander. Wasn't a bad ball from Ibrahim Kill. Took it outside of his off stump, but he's kept the wrists in front of the ball. Beautiful strike. Quality batsman, Javed Khan. Just plays shots that a number of others probably just don't have in their kit bag. Saw a couple of beautiful flashing drives throughout the offside earlier on in this game. Well, that one drops on the middle and leg, and he doesn't need a second invitation to have a crack at that, though. Once again, the fielding on the boundary from Jönköping. A couple of tough catches out there for their outfielders, but spade through the hands on both occasions. Javed Khan would have had his heart in his mouth at one stage, but it was some level of power, but you've got to take those opportunities, particularly when you're defending a fairly paltry target against a batting lineup of this power. He goes again. Well, that one's gone even further. That's carried the boundary by a good 5 metres, and Javed Khan, he might be double parked outside this ground. He's desperate to get out of here as soon as possible. Still got another game to play later this afternoon, but he wants as much rest as he can in between these 2 contests. Total now up to 68 off 3. We're only 3 balls into the 6th over. 1 more wicket required. Let's see if he tries to do it with a maximum. Oh, beautifully struck shot. It beats the fielder out there at deep cover, and Javed Khan, what a display. He takes his total up to 40 off 13. The left-hander just with another batch of brutal hitting, and he's becoming not only a form player but such an important cog in this Ariana O'Keefe lineup. That's an outstanding chase, and Ariana O'Keefe against a pretty good bowling lineup just made that look oh so easy. Can compliment their bowlers for the work they did with the ball. Most sides would feel reasonably confident chasing down a target of 69, particularly given the fast outfield here in Landskrona Cricket Club ground. So we see what's coming up for the next match. Well, that was a fairly one-sided contest, but Jönköping, they need to get themselves together and try to work out a way to stop this rampaging Ariana O'Keefe batting lineup. Suggest that they just need a few more sensible contributions from their batting lineup. It's been a little bit helter-skelter at times, not a huge amount of control. Bilal Munir batted well, tried hard in the first game, but wasn't given enough support by most of his teammates. Zadran, Shazad, they need to step in. Taylor Olma wasn't quite as successful as he has been in previous games, but Zadran could have had Shazad first ball as it was. And it was a second dropped catch. Ibrahim Kill with the fumbles, and then it was remarkably actually probably the toughest catch of the lot that was eventually taken. Well, Ariana O'Keefe just fell into a little bit of a hole. The opener's going cheaply. It was that second over from Zadran, though, the one that probably really turned the game and not for the better. Especially that 5 wides down the leg side didn't help. Rahatula lost his head going out second ball, but from that point on, Javed Khan with a bit of support from Metavarapu, they just clattered the Jönköping bowlers to all parts of the ground, and Javed Khan, he is on fire. Early middle order player for Ariana O'Keefe. He is finding all parts of this boundary and showing he's got plenty of shots in that kit bag. And that was a very, very simple chase for a team of Ariana O'Keefe Cricket Club's quality throughout that game. They ended up 72 for 3, only taking 5.4 overs to chase down the target. Not a great day for the openers, but Javed Khan, 40 off 13, just brutalising the bowlers for the latter part, and cracked a couple of beautiful shots through the offside to get his innings going. Srikanth Metavarapu gave him some good company and showed that he's going to be a helpful player down the order to add to a few strings to his bow with his athletic fielding and his excellent medium-fast bowling. A pretty sorry scorecard as far as the bowlers go. Zabiul Zadran, pretty expensive actually for him. 24 coming off his 2. Took the wicket of Rahatullah. Sargul Shazad bowled an excellent first over and was really the reason they kept in it. 2 wickets for only 1. Poor old Sami Ibrahim killed a tough day at the office for him. He went for 35 off only 10 deliveries. Economy of 21, and then Bhavya Patel not much better with his solitary over. But as it is, match 15 is in the books here at the European Cricket Series event, Sweden in Malmo. Javed Khan in particular taking his Ariana O'Keefe side to a comprehensive dismantling of Jönköping. They could only muster 68 for 6 before Ariana O'Keefe chasing that down with only 4 overs gone in the 6th over. These 2 combatants will be back at it in a short while. That will be the 4th game of the European Cricket Series Day 4 here in Malmo. Probably be some 35 minutes before that game starts, given we've had a pretty early finish here for Game 3. So take a break, switch across to the game in Germany, which is continuing to be played between Germany and Norway from Krefeld. Should be some entertainment in there in the concluding stages. And then please come back and join us for match 16. It's the 4th and final match of the day here in Malmo. We look forward to having your company then.
Hello and welcome back to Malmo in Sweden for the final time today. It's time for the rematch between these two teams. It's match 16 between Ariana Akif and Jönköping. And now we are getting ready for the Biostrath coin toss. Biostrath are huge supporters of European cricket. We do encourage you to check them out. Go to biostrath.com/cricket for some great deals. They ship to over 100 countries and Biostrath will give you the energy to get through your day. Over 600 matches in the ECS and I'm still feeling fantastic. Thanks to Biostrath. So let's go over to the match referee, Rob Kemming, who's with a special guest. We have Ahmed Azizi. He's 8 years old, the son of Ayub Azizi from Ariana Akif, who's going to toss the coin. The Biostrath coin toss is on the way for match 16. Yep.
Tail. Tails is called. It is tails.
What would you like to do?
First.
There you go. It is Jönköping. Once again, Bill Amania, he's been lucky with the tosses. He's won the toss for match 16 and has elected to bat. What a fantastic Biostrath coin toss it was as well from Ahmed Azizi. Well, maybe he has a future not only as a player, but maybe as an umpire. So the news from the Biostrath coin toss, it's Jönköping. They will bat first after winning the toss in match 16. Let's go over to a man that has plenty of energy of his own. Andrew Ryan is in the commentary box as we get ready for the last match of the day.
Definitely energised for this upcoming clash. It's the final one of the day here at ECS Malmo. It's day 4 and we're in game 4. This clash between Jönköping and Ariana Akif. Jönköping side, Blair Munia, well, he's called correctly today. Hopefully for their sake, that's not the only thing he's winning. Batted well at the top of the innings in that game previously this afternoon, but they need a little bit more from some of those big hitters in the middle order. Probably been shown up a touch when it comes to facing the increased quality of bowling that they've had from Ariana Akif as compared to their opponents over the first couple of days of this competition. It's a good lineup from that Ariana put out. They're a good defensive unit. They've got plenty of variety in that bowling attack. Javed Khan has really been the man over the last couple of games, both with bat and to an extent with the ball. He's left arm orthodox, just getting enough a turn and purchase off this wonderful blue surface here at Landskrona Cricket Club. And his batting coming out in the top of the middle order has been absolutely a sight to behold. Thrashing balls through the covers, stroking them over the straight boundaries, just not really much that he can't do with the bat. And he's growing in importance for this Ariana Akif side. But still, it's a new game. That's what T10 cricket is all about. Helter-skelter cricket, and you lose one, you're back in the field very soon after, particularly with this double-header format we've got working through this European Cricket Series event. So this is the second contest between those two teams today. Jönköping, they'll be back again tomorrow, playing Malmo Cricket Club. And the mega matchup between Ariana Cricket Club and Ariana Akif. That's one I think we've been waiting for all week. It's got the prime position on Friday. But we've still got this one contest here today. It's gotten decidedly warmer here in Landskrona. There hasn't been much cloud cover all day long. And the heat is just sitting here. There's not a great deal of breeze to move it away, so some challenging conditions for the players. Sun is out and bright, and to be honest, it's pretty glary for the players out there. There's a lot of lightly coloured brown grass across this Landskrona ground, which is probably not helping that situation. Below that wonderful blue deck in the middle of the ground, not creating much reflective glare. Meshes in beautifully with the resplendent outfits of the Ariana Akif side. It's an absolute sight to behold. And speaking of sights to behold, Srikanth Medavaropu is going to take the first over. Near to face, he's batting with Zadran. Good ball, jumped on him a little bit, but he's cut it off the back foot. Fielder come around from his spot on the third man boundary. He's going to keep it to 1. Good bit of bounce from Medavaropu with that first delivery. It's a tall man, certainly hits the pitch relatively hard. Undoubtedly, though, this is the key man for Jönköping. Zabiola Zadran. If he fires, they can look at a total in the 3 figures. A little bit of jump once again off the deck. Medavarapu. Zadran somewhat started to get his innings going the last couple of games. Talented strike player, but showing a little bit of a weakness for balls just popping outside that off stump. He's just failing to get his front foot across. That one was a touch fuller. Been thrashed out to the man on the deep cover boundary. That was the captain, Dhamender Singh. Ball was flying. He's got a good piece of his hands to it, just inside the boundary rope. It puts the catch down. It's a reprieve for Zadran. Struck it beautifully, just happened to pick out the solitary fielder in that part of the arena. Full ball on the legs, lofted up. That's going to be a simple catch for Sadiq Zahak, and the first wicket already down for Jönköping. Well, Bilal Munir, he was probably a little bit sluggish in his inning yesterday. Sorry, in this early game today. Trying to lift the rate while the field was up inside the first 3 power play overs. And as it is, he is dismissed very, very early. Jönköping, they are 2 for 1 in the first over. 4 balls down. Medavarapu continuing to be very, very consistent with his line and length and just proving very difficult to get away. Great length ball. That's the perfect spot to bowl to Zadran. He's going to take his game to the next level. He's got to find a way to deal with good length bowling, whether or not it's in this T10 event or the rest of his cricketing activity. Just doesn't move his feet enough, thrashes at the ball outside off stump. Works when it's that touch fuller, but it's great length from Medavarapu. Lovely change of pace, just rolls his fingers across the ball, gets a little bit of wobble off the seam, jump off the pitch. That's a super ball. He's beaten Zadran, all ends up, and that's a cracking first over from the Ariana Rakif Paceman. Jönköping, they are 2 for 1 the first over, and as they look to make amends for a fairly ordinary performance in that last game, it's probably not the start the captain was hoping for. Well, Munir is already back in the sheds. Probably got their 2 most dangerous batsmen, certainly the 2 that have looked most likely throughout this tournament. Ibrahim El joining Zadran at the crease. Sadiq Sahak coming on to bowl the second over. Bowled excellently in the last game. Really impressive customer. Well, as I say that, he's managed to lose control of the ball and had it spray out towards Twinkle Toad Khaled Mohammed out at the cover position. It was going down the leg side. Ibrahim Kill had the front foot going out towards mid-wicket, struck on the pad, just sprays away. Out to point, and there's no run. Giving him some width. Ibrahim Kill doesn't mind going over the cover region. Medavarapu, he's quick, tracks it down. They managed to take 2. It's a good shot though from Ibrahim Kill. It's going to be the length that Sadiq Sahak is going to try to drop on for most of this over, so he's got to find a way to score off it. Just opens up the body, thrashes it over to the cover region, and they pick up 2. Good ball, good comeback from Sadiq. Looks like he just took a little bit of pace off that ball. Jönköping batsmen sometimes just guilty of premeditating and swinging hard at every ball. It's probably the difference between them and some of the more elite cricketers at this event. Certainly when they get hold of it, they can bash it with the best of them, but against this top-level bowling, once again, Sadiq Sahak putting the ball in the right spot for Ibrahim Kil. He's giving some room to work with, but bat plane getting absolutely nowhere near it. And Yon Shaping were in trouble in that first game. They've got to get their skates on in this second one. 4 runs on the board already, 1 wicket down. Sahak draws a false shot from Ibrahim Kil, but he'll at least get the single for it. Brings it on back on strike for the final delivery of this over. Been a great power play for Ariana O'Keefe so far. Think of T10 being a batsman's game, but boy, there's some pressure on the batsman when you're going at a run rate of not even 3 and over at the moment. That's a good ball, drifting away from Zadran outside off stump. Umpire calls that as the end of the over. Jönköping, 5 runs on the board, 1 wicket down. Well, we're seeing the comparative run rates here at the moment. The Jönköping team sort of dead even at 8.9 with both the bat and the ball. But look at that Ariana O'Keefe rate, 10.8 with the bat. They can just motor along, and their bowling team, no slouches at controlling the opposition run rate too. It's going at 7.5. And tell you what, unless Jönköping get a move on, they'll be putting a dent in that batting run rate. Won't get any easier. Srikanth Medavarapu coming on for his second over. Good length ball. Ibrahim Kil gets very lucky. Enough wood to take it over the head of the fielder at third man on the 30-metre circle. They'll scoot through for 2. It's got to keep on pressing the run rate, but as it is, this Ariana O'Keefe bowling lineup is all over Jönköping. Medavarapu just keeping things simple, bowling a good length, getting a little bit of bounce out of the deck. That was a little bit too wide, easy call for the umpire. Rare time in which he's lost his radar. Just he saw Ibrahim Kil pressing out to the leg side, once again trying to give himself some room. Decided to try to push it down the channel wide of off stump. Good ball. Going to the base of the Suns have been let down. A rare error in the field. Ariana O'Keefe, it was well struck by Ibrahim Kil, but nonetheless, straight through the fielder. That's frustrating for the bowler. Wasn't a bad ball whatsoever. Medavarapu. A little bit of pressure back on him. Boundary last ball. Short and wide. Umpire takes a look at it. No call. See the replay. Yeah, fair call. Coming around the wicket. Just ball just drifting into the left-hander a touch. He wants to elevate his game to the next level. Ibrahim Kil, he's got to be able to put those deliveries away. It wasn't a great ball. Goes again wide, but he's got all of his body weight moving out to the leg side before the ball's even delivered. It's no wonder he actually can't get his base back across. And Medavarapu bowling pretty smartly. Another one that was actually probably in the hittable zone. He had have kept his shape, could have thrashed it over cover as it was. Trying to dispatch it over the mid-wicket region. It would have been a miracle to drag it from that far outside off stump. Oh, Medavarapu just enjoying this opening spell. He's got 1 ball to go. Nice ball. It's got a tickle on through to the keeper after a small juggle. He's held on to it, and that is just reward Srikanth Medavarapu. That's a good opening 2 overs. And Jönköping lose their second wicket. They are 12 for 2 after 3 overs. What an amazing start with the ball from Ariana O'Keefe, and they have put themselves in a great position for the second game here at Landskrona Cricket Club. And speaking of a great position, it's always good to have Vinny Sandhu in company in the commentary box. Vinny, lovely to see you again.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. And what a disastrous start from bad to worse for Jönköping. The Ariana Stranglers at the moment, they've kept it very tight. And you see what keeping the rate down does. It creates wickets. The funny thing is, if you take wickets, it generally keeps the run rate down. So Jönköping just having a pretty miserable time of it since their opening first day against the Royals. I think that maybe they were perhaps a little bit overconfident when you think about the fact that they only lost 1 game previously in the ECS. That was in Gothenburg last year in a golden ball. They won that series. They came in, had 2 good performances. And since then, they really haven't had too much to crow about. And ultimately, it does seem like it's the batting which is letting them down, because their bowlers have been pretty good in this series so far.
They have been, and this man has bowled some very, very handy overs for them. Javed Khan mixes up his length. As we've seen there, batsman charging at him. Big man's gone tumbling to the ground. I think he's okay. That brings Zadran back onto strike. Shazad's the man to join him at the crease. They've just got good variety, and they don't give away too many 4 balls. It's an elite bowling unit. Khan comes in, probably loses his line a little bit, drifts onto the pads of Zadran. It's going to be a single. It's just a leg by, no contact with the bat from Zadran, and a lot rests on his broad shoulders, but he needs some support. Maybe Shazad's the man to help him out. Great length again from Khan. Very hard to pick his length coming out of the hand, Vinny.
Yeah, it's exactly right, because it's these subtle changes in pace that he puts on the ball as well. This time it is worked away behind square. They'll just get a single, but Jönköping, they need a few more than singles if they're going to turn this innings around.
Certainly do. Don't blame them for aiming for that area behind square, although they have got a fielder backward square on the fence, so they need to get it relatively fine or hit it pretty hard. Decent gap between that fielder and the one on deep mid-wicket. Well, he's put it into the wheelhouse of Zadran. He hasn't quite timed it. Great effort in the field, but Sadiq unfortunately can't get there before the ball falls to the ground and takes a skip off this pretty hard outfit here at Landskrona and runs for 4.
Yeah,
Was that needed?
I can't really blame the fielder there, Sadiq Sahak. He tried to make it into a catch, and this will happen. It just didn't quite get there, and it just bounced over him for 4. That does take us to the end of the over. The score is 20 for 2. And just a reminder that the coin toss for this game and the last match of the day is brought to you by Biostrath, the big supporters of European cricket. And you can go to that website, biostrath.com/cricket, to find some great deals. They ship to over 100 countries all around the world, delivering over 60 of the 100 vital nutrients that you need to feel your best, all in perfect balance and harmony. Thanks again to Biostrath for their support of the ECN.
Well, the man who's been feeling his best with the ball the last couple of days, Rahatullah, has been brought to the crease. Bowl this 5th over. It's been a delight watching his leg spinners. And Vinny, I know certainly with the long days that we have here at the European Cricket Series, those Biostrath vitamins, they come in handy, don't they?
Yeah, it's a sensational product. Herbal yeast extract. And I was kind of curious ever since I was introduced to the product by one of our upper management that swears by it. And it's actually produced in Switzerland as well. Do you know that? It's a Swiss company.
Certainly do. Big focus on health and well-being within the confines of the Swiss borders. So absolutely no surprise there's a great deal of expertise. That ball's actually managed to escape down the boundary. 4 byes.
And once again, Rahatullah, he's not only beating the batsman with the movement, he's beating his keeper a couple of times. This one, unfortunately, gets away from Ihsan Shahzad. But I tell you what, Jönköping, they can use the runs. 4 byes to the total.
Absolutely, could they ever. Oh, make space. That's a cracking piece of cricket. Shazad lofts it down to the 45. That's a much-needed 6, and one of the first times that we've seen a really proactive bit of batting from this squad. He knows the length that Rahatula's going for. He knows the line. Steps outside off stump. Great shot.
Yeah, and you're right. Counter-attack is required. And that is a positive sign.
Oh, 2 and 2. Thought he might have been beaten outside off stump. Rahatula adjusted his line, saw the charging batsman, but as it was, Shazad good enough to get his back foot across and cut it behind point for another boundary. Well, there you go. 10 runs in 2 balls. T10 cricket can change very quickly.
And I think this is a smart way to play Rahatula because it's hard to charge at him because he's so good with his length and he does get that turn. You're a big chance of getting stumped if you get it wrong. And this time he just waits on it and he hits with the spin and he gets another much needed boundary for Jönköping. Try to put innings together.
Well, almost certain that Rahatula's going to pull out his quicker one now. Won't appreciate the fact that Shazad's been walking all around the crease. He's mixed it up pretty well today. Neither of them bad balls, actually, the last two. It's just the batsman's been better. Oh, there you go. Rahatula continues with the leg spinners. It's nicely bowled, though. Just drag the batsman out to hit through cover for a single, and it takes Jönköping up to 37 for 2 wickets down after 5 overs. Score looking a little bit better than it was before that over, Vinny.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they almost doubled their score in 1 over. They were 20 off the first 4 and 37 off 5. And if they can keep that up, then suddenly we might be still looking at a score in excess of 100, which I think you need. You saw how strong Aaron O'Keefe were, even with a bit of a staggered start, a bit of a stumble at the start. They were able to rebound and get those runs fairly easily in the last game. But Javed Khan, he's going to have something to say about it. Bowling the 6th.
Well, something to say. He may as well shout wicket because that's gone straight up. His son Shazad, he's had a couple of fumbles with the gloves today, but he's not going to drop something that simple. And after an enterprising innings, that is now Shazad going back to the shed. He's out for 14 off 9 balls. Jönköping 37 for 3.
Yeah, not the one they wanted to lose at this stage. And Shazad has to hit the pine. And it's just a matter of whether the incoming batsman can keep up the scoring. As we see, Tala Oma, who has hit 1 or 2 nice shots during this series. He's coming into the crease at number 5.
Well, he's probably going to need a lengthier stay than he's had for most. He's probably a batsman who prefers coming out and biffing a couple of large shots and not expecting a lengthy stay, but as it is, we're only just 1 ball into the 6th over. Still 29 to go, and Javed Khan continues on with his one-man rampage through this tournament. Lovely ball outside of off stump, but the batsman actually strokes it nicely. It's only going to be a single, but Oma deals with the orthodox spin very nicely.
Yeah, once again hitting with the spin, which is smart, but Jönköping needs some more aggression, and they'll get it here. And this one is going to be touch and go. It's back, it's back, it's just over the captain, Daminder Singh Maximo. That was perfect club selection, I guess. Just got over the Ariana O'Keefe skipper, and 6 more runs to Jönköping.
Well, it shows how much natural power Zadran's got. I think he was actually beaten in flight, and then even when he made it to the pitch of the ball, had to check his shot, but still got it a couple of metres over the boundary. Steps away, creates a bit of room. More flashing edge might have gone to the boundary, but as it is, it's just going to be a single, although Zadran managed to take a zigzag route to get there. Brings Oma back onto strike. A couple more 6s off the blade of Zadran. Probably the absolute minimum that's needed for Jönköping. Speared in more by Khan. Oma works it off the back foot. Probably just a single again. Boundary rider coming in off the deep cover boundary.
So just a couple of things going the way of Jönköping. 6 in particular was pretty useful.
Well, he stepped across, nice bit of batsmanship, but I like the way they deployed that fielder actually behind square.
Yeah.
Ariana Keith. There's a lot of teams you see will go for the fielder dead on square leg, but actually, particularly whether it's for the spinners or for the pacemen, just that ability to get the ball that's whipped around the corner. I think it's a good spot.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you want to force the batsman to try and hit in front of square because they just have to be through the ball a little bit quicker. So that is the end of the 6 over, 47 for 3. And they were 10 off that, so not too bad, but also Javed Khan with the wicket off the first delivery of that 6th. Here's Dharmender Singh, who is a tremendously important bowler, I think. Brings balance and experience to this Ariana O'Keefe lineup. He's going to come out and bowl over number 7.
Well, 8, 17 and 10 off the last 3 overs. They got themselves back into the contest, Yonchaping. Just a single for Zadran down to long off.
Yeah, Zadran, he's the sort of player that can come off. But Yonchaping, batsman's about, can they do it for sustained periods?
Oh, nice shot from Omar. Oh, that's a poor fumble. Well, fielder couldn't have been better placed. But unfortunately, you've still got to get your hands around the ball. And from Hazrat Ahmed, who we haven't seen too much of this in this tournament, and judging by that, not sure the captain will be too desperate to get him back at the selection table. It's a disappointing piece of fielding. You certainly don't do that off the skipper's bowling.
Yeah, well, you might be a big fan of the deep backward square leg, but I don't know Dharmender Singh is right now.
Nicely flighted ball. Requires Ahmed to just drop back on the back foot. He's played it well. It looks like he's a fairly depth player of spin. It's well bowled though. Once again, Dharmender Singh, a bit like his left-arm orthodox counterpart, Javed Khan, just nicely mixing up the flight, the pace, the direction. Flighted ball, and Ahmed tries to whip it across to the leg side. And they mistimed and no run, so 2 dots in a row.
Yeah, just got to start somewhere. And keep trying to wrest momentum back of this game.
Oh, struck him in front. That's an easy decision for the umpire. Once again, a beautiful use of change of flight. That one was a bit fuller, skidded through. Omar tried to pull it across to square leg region, and an easy decision for the umpire. It's well bowled by the captain, Amenda. Beautifully flighted.
That's where the couple of dot balls does, Rhino. And just trying to cross that one. Once again, just when there are hopeful signs for Yonchaping, they lose their weight and they lose another wicket.
Oh, 1 ball left in this 7th over. Yonchaping 52 for 4. Dharmender Singh's been a pretty good over. It wasn't for that ball that skipped through the fielder at deep backward square leg. This would have been an exceptionally meagre run total off this over, as Babar comes out to join Zadran, who's still there, still got the main man at the crease. He just can't get on strike at the moment. And Babar prepares to face his first ball, last of the over. Nicely flighted, but Babar plays it well. It's just struck out to man coming in from deep cover, and that is the end of the over. Yonchaping, they are 53 for 4 wickets down, 7 overs gone.
Just a reminder to all of you out there, why don't you join us on the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. It's a wonderful way to interact with us live on the air. It's one of the unique and special things about being able to watch cricket on the European Cricket Network. We certainly value your contributions. I can see in there's a lot of people that are watching both of the games, and why not? We've had some people watching the German Tri-Series and the T20 International. That next game was going to be starting in around about half an hour's time. Right now, I think everyone's focus is right here in Sweden. And if you don't already, why don't you subscribe to the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Join over 220,000 others. We have over 1 million Facebook followers as well now. So you can also follow us on social media at European Cricket.
Plenty of great places to consume basically all you could want for European Cricket. It's basically a buffet of cricket on the European Cricket Network channels during the course of this year. There's Christian Diggamurthy comes into bowl. It's just nicely eased behind point, and they'll just take a single though.
So I think the approach here is still got to be all out attack. We're 53 off 7. We've already seen that about 80 is not going to be enough. against this Ariana O'Keefe team. I mean, last time they made 68. Certainly wasn't enough.
Murphy comes in, second delivery. Good ball. The Drone's only able to punch it out to cover. Might have considered a single at some point. Fielder came in very crisply off the boundary. Jean Chaping 55 for 4. 2 balls into the 8th over. Drone's made his way to 17 off 14. Hasn't unleashed as yet, but generally failed to be able to get the strike as much as he would have liked. Babar pressed onto the back foot as the Drone's charging through. Basically said, I'm happy to sacrifice Babar if it means me getting up the other end. Does well though, runs hard. Digger Murphy not willing to shy at the stumps, possibly give away 4 overthrows.
Yeah, I think it's smart at this stage. Make him work for every run. Don't give away any unnecessary ones.
Good ball, but Zadran pops it over. The fielder actually slips, I think, before getting to that ball. Makes a valiant attempt to smack it down. That was Imran Khan out there on the deep cover boundary. He's fielded well so far. But boy, oh boy, did Yornshaping need that boundary.
Yeah, certainly did. And, well, they'll need more like it, I think, if they're going to put a competitive score on the board.
Spears it in. Zadran just pushes out to the offside. It's a single. Babar rushed through a little bit more than he might have liked. Leaving big gaps in that cover region. Just absolutely happy to give away singles there. Digger Murphy, hasn't he been a nice addition to the bowling attack,
Yeah,
Vinny?
certainly has. He's very reliable. You know what you're going to get from him. He's also sort of bowler, I think, can probably bowl at any point in the innings.
I've tended to leave him for this spot as Babar swings across the line. It's just going to be another single. Just Ariana O'Keefe just in complete control of this contest, but they've really employed him towards the end of innings, and that's the end of the over. And Yornshaping 62 for 4 after 8.
Now, one thing I'll tell you, we may know who the quarterfinalists are in Group A already, but there are no dead rubbers. In fact, they're going to be jostling for position, and these two teams, matches 17-18, they are huge rivals, Ariana CC and Ariana O'Keefe. They had a golden ball, one of the most memorable golden balls ever. That was the Nusratullah Sultan punching the chest game last year. They'll play in matches 17-18. And then another interesting couple of clashes. Jönköping versus Malmo in matches 19 and 20. And there's every chance that Malmo, the way they're playing, and how badly Jönköping have played today, that Malmo might be eyeing off Jönköping and may even be able to overtake them on the ladder. So you can catch all the action from tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 Central Europe, and noon in India.
I like the way that Malmo looked this morning. I reckon they're a better than even shot of taking out the Jönköping boys. But they're at that first clash, Ariana O'Keefe versus Ariana CC. That is the ultimate Ariana Grande, isn't it? That is going to be a mighty battle.
Yeah, it's a Grande grudge match. Tell you that much. And you know that if you watched it last year. And these two, of course, played off in the final in Malmo last time.
So Hark just firing in his right on medium paces. Actually, that's a great shot from Zadran. He's got surprising power at times, just a bat speed, whipping it out through between the point and cover region. They've got 3 fielders out here on the leg side, so only the 2 covering the boundary out on that offside.
Imran Khan, he is quick as a whippet as well, and he was after that, had absolutely no chance. But yeah, those Ariana teams, last year they had the golden ball, and of course the final against each other.
Good ball from Sark. Knew Zadran was trying to give himself space to again thrash through the offside. The batter and bowling combatants just share a laugh as they come past. Zadran just saying, excellent execution of the Yorker there, young man.
That's spot on, isn't it? Can't do too much with that. You know, we've had golden ball now in the quarterfinals. We've also had one in the morning on finals day, but we still haven't had a golden ball in a final of an ECS. I can't wait for the day when we get one.
It's a Vinny Sandhu dream. Babar's done a good job to flick that behind square. It's only going to be a single.
Only one there. So basically what you would say is they've kept it more or less 8 and over, or there or thereabouts. And if they can just have a little kick along here, they might even be able to, maybe you can even get it to the high 80s. Which will just play a bit more competitively than the 68 they put on the board in the last game.
Thrash down the ground. All along the ground though. Javed Khan, he's the man down there at long off. Fields it cleanly. Zadran Finding his range in these later overs. Not too many balls to go, though. There's only one left in this ninth, and then we've got the final over. Interesting call for the skipper. To see who he brings on. May even bring himself on and try to force the batsman to make the pace. Bar's giving Zadran some decent support. He's 6 off 6. Zadran now up to 28 off 19. Scores 70 for 4, Vinny, with a decent last over. They'll at least give Ariana a key for decent target to chase.
Yeah, then it's all about how well the opening bowlers can execute. We know they've got really good opening bowlers. Yonchaping.
Foolish. Babar struck it down the ground. Well fielded. The skipper. All going to his left hand. That was helpful. He's thrown it straight into the hat behind the stumps.
Now, those who've been watching for a while, you know that hat behind the stumps, the bowler's hat, it's not a 5-run penalty if the ball hits that hat. That's part of the COVID regulations. There was nothing you can't do. Dimendo got to it very quickly. And I tell you what, if you're at the fun fair, you probably win a big teddy bear for that because you got the ball straight in the hat. Regardless, it's the end of the ninth over. The score at 71 for 4 with an over remaining in this Yonchaping innings.
Just remarkable accuracy. It's not just a man who can bowl wonderful left arm orthodox spin. He's capable of hitting clothing from a good 30 metres away. Talented man. Yonchaping 71 runs on the board, 6 balls to go. And this man, Digger Murthy, has been awfully hard to hit boundaries off during the course of the last few Ariana O'Keefe games since he's been included in the bowling squadron. Comes in for the final 6. Shaw wide down the leg side. Keeper gets enough of a glove on it. Stops it from going for a potential 5 wides.
They're all useful, aren't they? 2 for free. I still think they'll be something in the 85 to 90 region. I think that's probably their best case scenario at this stage, especially Diggy Murthy has been really good, like you mentioned. Where can they get a boundary? I mean, a little fine edge to third man or fine leg might be the go.
Good ball. Pops off the seam. Zadran wild swing across the line. It's a big advantage of that first ball with the wide and the extra. That it allowed Zadran to get on strike, but he hasn't capitalised.
It's another one that's taken off. Let's go and have a look at that pitch. There's any cracks underneath the blue surface. Maybe a few waves in the blue ocean out the middle.
The lagoon.
Beautiful, doesn't it?
Well, big strike down the ground. I think he's actually got plenty of that. Vinny Sandhu was almost in position to take the catch. The ball got scared of going into the large Sandhu mitts and has decided, I'll just drop in front of the commentary box. But that is a superb strike from Babar, showing his teammate he's capable of hitting the big bombs as well.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Protect the equipment. That's number 1 rule in the commentary box. I remember that.
Oh, struck down the ground. They might have been able to push 2, although I think Zadran's desperate to keep the strike after that last 6 from Babar. Maybe it would have been worthwhile trying to get him back.
I think you take every run on offer at the moment, especially when you got batsman just smacked one down the ground for 6. They just take the one, and now they're getting up. They're up in the 80s now. Like I said, 85 to 90. If you after that at the start of this over, they certainly would have taken it.
Full ball from Digger Murthy, swung across the line. Khalid Mohammed. It's like a gazelle in the field. Gets down very, very well. Keeps it to a single.
Yeah, he's just a bit of a smooth mover, isn't he? Khalid Mohammed in the field.
You can imagine an Ariana O'Keefe social nights. The twinkle toes on the
I
dance
can
floor.
imagine
Wouldn't it be
him.
a sight to see?
He would not sit down for a second. 2 to come. 82 on the board.
Oh, wouldn't say it was the greatest disguised slower ball of all time from Dick Murphy. Zadran's desperate to get back on strike and has left his partner absolutely stranded. So the bar's been run out. That was comical cricket full stop.
And, well, I think at this stage, he thinks if you're going to miss one like that, then I'm going to get down there. That's what he's thinking. And it was the slower ball where he literally just seemed to slow his arm down. Like, that's all he did differently.
Disguise was not a big element.
The ball was thrown to the bowler who took off the bail, so it'll be a keeper to bowler run out. It will reverse the strike though. And here is Zadran to face the last ball of the innings. The score is 82.
Oh, he's hit it with some level of power. What a way to finish off this innings. Zadran has pumped Digger Murthy over the long off boundary. A Maximo when they really needed one. That is a cracking finish. And Zadran, who's really batted through basically the entire innings trying to single-handedly keep his team in this match. Come up with a massive bomb at the final ball, taking Jönköping up to 88 for 5 after their 10 overs.
Oh.
Vinny, that'll give them some momentum going into the second innings.
You know, we saw that as well with Malmo earlier, didn't we? And it was Mubarak, I think, that hit the last 2 balls for 6. So all these 10th over runs, they can make a big difference. Also just kind of deflates Akif. I think that were pretty good for most of that innings. But that last over went for 18, hitting those big bombs. And, well, strap yourselves in. There's plenty more cricket around the corner today on the European Cricket Network. And well, you know that these two teams, they went into this clash after a fairly one-sided contest in match 15. And this is a man who can be good on his day. But unfortunately, he just nicks behind. It's a bit of a nothing shot. Well, social distancing went out the window a couple of times. There certainly was no shortage of effort from Ariana Akif, who just seemed to have the wood on Jönköping, especially early. Kept it tight, and then a couple of wickets. They were 20 for 2 after 4 overs, but then a little bit of a counter-attack in the 5th. Radula uncharacteristically getting hit for a few runs. And Tamenda, he was in on the action as well. Javed Khan also has been a real pickup for Ariana Akif. He avoided the Sandshrew crusher there, but Diamenda, he's got all the tricks. And at the end of the innings, it was Zabi Zadran who was just trying to keep his team in the contest, and he raised them to a fairly competitive score of 88 for 5. Well, ordinarily, that'd be competitive, but we know Ariana Akif have the highest scoring rate of any team in this FanCode European Cricket Series. The only team to be averaging over 10 and over 100 per 10 overs. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And it was Zadran that batted through the innings in the end, 35 not out of 22 balls. He received some support from Sahagul Shirzad, who scored 14 off 9. 14 also for Rahman Babar, who came up with a couple of decent shots towards the end of the innings. And they do finish with the 2 snowmen, pair of 8s, 88. 88 for 5 off their 10 overs. Only 9 extras, a pretty disciplined bowling force, I think. Only the 3 wides in the 10 overs. 5 byes, a couple that really did take off this surface today. Have a look at the bowling. I like Metavarapu, 2 for 9 off his 2 overs. I think for me, he was the best of the bowlers. Also wickets for Javed Khan and Daminda Singh, who only bowled 1 over in the end, but he took a wicket, 1 for 6. It's a bit of a mixed bag. Also, hats off to Sadiq Sahak, who did pick up a wicket, but only went for a run of ball, not for 12. He was a part of that early phase of the innings, where it was Ariana Akif who got on top of Jönköping, restricting the runs in the power play. So it's always a quick turnaround of the last game of the day. Join us in just a few minutes for the chase. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you're watching in the world. Beautiful sunshine in the south of Sweden here. Hope you're staying safe. If you get the opportunity, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, to find out what the robot thinks is going to happen. You can also go to our social media at European Cricket. And another reminder, we're only about 20 minutes away from a start in Germany. We'll have Norway-France, another T20 international. Just think that one might be a little bit closer than the one we saw. Norway did push Germany in the end after a horrendous start. We're right here in Sweden. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, it will be Ariana Akif requiring 89 for victory and to sweep the series with the Gothenburg champions from last year at Jönköping. Until then, it's Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, along with Andrew Ryan, and we'll see you shortly for more cricket on ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Welcome back to Landskrona Cricket Club for the concluding stages of day 4 of the European Cricket Series, Sweden in Malmo, brought to you by FanCode. Hope you're enjoying this cricket wherever you are watching, whether or not it's FanCode throughout India or the European Cricket Network on YouTube. It's great to have you today, and we have probably a pretty exciting chase coming up here for Game 4 of today. Jönköping, they recovered from a decidedly slow start. Post quite reasonable total. They racked up 88 for 5 in their 10 overs, paced by the innings of Zabiola Zadran, who scored 35 off 22. He was helped along by Sahagut Shazad, who scored 14 off 9, and then particularly towards the end of the innings, Babar was eventually run out, sacrificing himself to give Zadran the final ball. He scored 14 off 10, including one almighty strike down the ground. But they've at least built a total up that will give them something to defend. They've got a pretty reasonable bowling unit, and early wickets are the recipe for the day against this Ariana Akif side. They're sending out their usual opening batting lineup of Shan Shazad and Khalid Mohammed. Very reliable pair of batsmen. Generally both prefer dealing in boundaries as much as possible. There's not necessarily a huge running between the wickets culture between them, particularly in the early overs when the field's up. And it looks like Shazad might be taking the first over. Bowled very well in the last. Came back after an expensive first one from Zadran. Only went for 2. Put the pressure right back onto the Ariana Akif batsman. I think there's a pretty good call from Bilal Manu, the skipper of the Jönköping side. Difficult job to keep these two from hitting boundaries. They're capable of playing shots all around the ground, not just relying on big swipes out to the mid-wicket region. Tough job, but he's a talented young bowler, Shazad. He's got the 2 fielders down here straight. I think that's probably good captaincy. Just want to tell him to bowl probably as straight and as full as possible. Probably get it in the block hole when he can. Shazad on strike. Sends that way down the leg side. Well, considering how good his control was in the last game, he's missed his spot by a long way. It's gone at least a metre down the leg side. Well done from the keeper, Bilal. He's managed to stop that going for 5 wides, which would have been a disastrous start. Much better length ball. Shazad gets it slightly elevated. Ibrahim Kill coming around. He moves well in the outfield. Keep it to 1. Khalid Mohammed, absolutely no interest in coming back for the single. He wants to strike more than anything. Probably hasn't had quite the start to the tournament that he would have liked. He's used to being the backbone of the innings for this Ariana Akif team, but he's had a couple of early exits. Full ball, well, he's not going to be an early exit, certainly not without runs today. Plenty of width outside off stump, and I think that one might have just crept over the boundary for a maximum. Stepped away, didn't actually get anything other than the tail end of the bat on that ball, but has got enough elevation to take it out over the rope. That's a stunning strike. Waiting for confirmation from the umpire. Quick video review. It's a bit tough because we haven't got the camera able to focus in closely on that angle. Umpire signalled 4 in the end. Would have been a mighty blow from Khalid Mohammed to take it all the way over the fence given where his body weight was at the time. Just a remarkable strike. Actually, no, there you go. First instinct was correct. It was a 6. Well, whatever it is, Khalid Mohammed could be in quite a mood. Pressure back on Shagul. Good full ball on the tyres. It's more what he needs. Mohammed senses the danger, just tickles it around to mid-wicket for an easy single. Trying to put the pressure on the young bowler. Doesn't want to give Shazad anything that he can just step his front foot to, and the drive loves to hit straight. Good change of pace, but he adjusts to it beautifully. That's classical batting. Spotted the slower ball, rocked onto the back foot, and has managed to thread the needle between those two fielders from both in front and backward of point. Superb shot. Well, the pressure is right back on Saigul Shazad. And he's still got 2 balls left to go. Saw his friend Zadran show how difficult it was to bowl in the early stanza to these two in the last game. The 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Still got long off and long on, not making the change, but if he drops short again, it's likely to be dispatched. This ball cracked through the covers. Shazad just too big, too strong. Yet another 4, and given the total that Yawn Chupping have on the board, they couldn't afford a costly first over. He's now gone for 17, and after his thrifty 1 over spell in the previous game, it's gone all wrong for the young man. 1 ball still to go, 17 on the board. Shazad showing he's just such an important contributor at the top of the innings for Ariana O'Keefe. Better length ball, wraps him on the pads. I think that's a bad tactic against these two, actually coming from a little bit wider of the crease and actually pinning it back into their body, always looking for room. But as it is, it's the end of the first over. A costly one, 17 on the board. Shazad, he's up to 9 off 4. Khalid Mohammed racing away to 7 off 2. And Shazad trots back to his fielding position. He's pretty disappointing with the start, and disappointing in terms of we needed a quick start to the game for the bowling team, maybe a wicket or 2. Vinny Sandhu rejoining me in the commentary box. Vinny, that's certainly not the opening over that Yawn Chupping would have wanted.
Yeah, not what the doctor ordered at all. Very confident start from both these batsmen. 17 on the board. And here is Bhavya Patel to bowl the second.
He's going to get a little bit of extra bounce compared to Shazad. Just short of a length, and Hamid drops it down to the long on. Patel drifts onto the pads, hits the outside of the batting pad. I thought it might have escaped past the keeper for a moment, but as it is, good diving stop.
Yeah, it was a good stop. I mean, you just have to draw a line under that start and start again, really. I mean, difference is they got about 20 more runs on the board than last time. Well, exactly 20 more runs on the board than last time. Well, there's that 20 almost gone. So now you need to really pull out all the stops.
Good ball from Patel. Just his extra bounce here, slightly disconcerting the openers. Not allowing them to get onto the front foot at all. It's been a good over from him so far.
Yeah, interesting that they decided to bowl Patel up front. Normally we see him come on a little bit later.
Another good length ball, almost a repeat of the previous one. Shazad trying to make room for himself. Actually, as compared to a lot of batsmen in this competition, I think the tactics are slightly different to these two, and actually coming from a little bit wide of the crease and jamming it back into their abdominal region. You just don't want to give them room to free the arms.
Yeah, it's a good question you pose, but then you need the field, I think, also. You probably need a fine leg if you can have that tactic, because if they do get anything worked away down leg side, you know it's going for the boundary, because they've only got 3 fielders on leg side. Deep, a backward square in the circle, as well as a mid-wicket in the circle and the line at the moment.
Shazad just readjusting the gloves, maybe just giving himself a moment to compose after a couple of dot balls from Patel. He's only gone for 1 run so far off the 4 balls, so the expensive first over from Shazad, just what the Shonkaping team needed. And that probably wasn't. He bowled a good over up until that point, but Sprayed well wide of off stump.
I think just going back to what you're saying about the tactics of these two batsmen, this is the power of batsmen that are able to strike runs all around the wicket and aren't too leg side dominant. We see a lot of that in this part of the world. Batsmen getting carried away because of the format and trying to hit the ball to the leg side all the time. That's why 360-degree players are in demand.
Oh, certainly an opener who can crack boundaries, basically square the wicket, straight down the wicket. They will always be in demand, and Shazad, he's just popped that over the top. That's just a bit too easy for a batsman of his quality. Patel dropping well short and wide outside off stump.
Yeah, that one wasn't really the delivery that the bowler wanted, especially with no protection down there. They've got both their outfielders straight down the ground, so short and wide. All you need to do is lift that one over the circle and use the pace of Patel against him there. He's not looking particularly good for Yon Shopping at this stage. Last ball of the over.
Well, he's drifted onto the pads. That's one of the shots of the day from Shazad. Beautifully timed and a Maximo to finish the over. That's a wonderful strike and takes Ariana O'Keefe up to 29 for no wicket after 2.
That one's almost hit the golf cart. And if you're on the golf course, somebody probably would be yelling 4 for this, but it's not 4. This is 6. Maximo to finish the second, 29 for no loss. Let's have a look at what's coming up. And this match is starting in, well, it should be starting about now, actually. It's France versus Norway. It's game 2 of the T20 International Tri-Series in Krefeld, Germany. France have won the toss. It's their first match of the tournament, and they've elected to bowl first. So they're putting Norway in. They might have seen that Norway were 12 for 7, so not the best start by batting first. So maybe that's what the French skipper was thinking. And that match, he can turn over either now or you can turn over at the conclusion of this innings and enjoy more cricket, T20 International cricket, right here on the European Cricket Network this afternoon.
And in the meantime, absolutely stay with us for the concluding stages of Day 4 of the European Cricket Series event here in Malmo, the wonderful Landskrona Cricket Club, and plenty of excitement coming up with Zabiola Zadran about to take the ball. It's the third over the innings, final one of the power play. His hustling, bustling pace has impressed plenty of observers around this ground so far. Oh, he's cleaned up Khalid Mohammed well. Zadran, after being carted all over the park in the last game, started exactly the way he would have wanted. Mohammed tried to give himself some space out on the leg side. That one's come through at good pace and taken out his leg stump.
Yeah, just flicks the top of the bails. You see that? And he just swivels on this. You see the good bounce that he gets, because that wasn't actually that short, but it flicked the very, very top of the stumps. So Mohammed's got to go for only 8. Zabi Zadran gets some success in his second over. The first week goes down. 29 for 1, Ariana O'Keefe.
Oh, big scalp. Great to have one of the openers back in the shed. And I was just saying at the start of the coverage, Vinny, that Khalid Mohammed hasn't batted badly so far, but he hasn't been quite the rampaging force that he was in the ECS Malmo event last year.
But also I think he's the sort of batsman that a real challenge. You see the best out of him, and I think he's just in a bit of cruise control, considering the start they had in this chase, and the fact that they seem to have been well on top of Jönköping today. That was a kind of stroke where, again, I think in a final or something like that, I can't see him going for that kind of a shot to a ball on the stumps. Anyway, Zadran, he's got 1 for 0.
Whoa, has he got pad first? Umpire not interested in the appeal. David Khan's going to actually push back for 2. Good running.
Really good running there. Umpire no signal. So I actually heard a double noise there. I felt like it was bat first. You be the judge though. The other thing is, it's probably pitched outside leg stump. He's a mile down the pitch, and so I don't think that could be seriously considered for LBW, even if there wasn't an edge.
I think what you're trying to say, Vinny, is that virtually every conceivable way that wouldn't be an LBW was probably in play.
I'll give you this one. I think it probably would have hit the stumps. So that's one element, but that's the last element that you consider in an LBW normally.
Well, Zadran, maybe not getting the decision from the umpire, but he's got some fire in his belly. This was a man who did some damage to him earlier today. Javed Khan certainly thrashed around all of the bowlers from Jönköping. Steps down the pitch, doesn't worry about the pace coming from the bowler, just whips it over mid-wicket. Well, that's an absolute slap in the face, isn't it, when you're trying to bowl heat and big guy just takes 2 or 3 steps before you even get to the bowling
You say
crease.
2 or 3. I want to count the steps here because there's so many steps. Here we go. Ready? Let's go. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's outrageous. And you can see him coming, so it's just a matter of what your tactics are. I think you either go very full or very short if you see that. You don't want to give a kind of middle length, which is basically what he got. And I tell you what, that one's got a long run up, but so does Javed Khan when he's batting.
Good ball. Forces Java to pay on the offside.
Certainly makes the bowler think, though, because Matty Hayden was very good at that. He used to walk at the bowler, and the bowlers, typically what you're taught if you're bowling is to bowl it shorter, because it's the batsman trying to get on the front foot. So by bowling it short, it forced them to change their shot. But Matt Hayden was really good at coming at the bowling and then adjusting to short ball and pulling it away. And that's why if a batsman has that in his arsenal, it can be different. Can be difficult for the bowler to counter. But the bottom line is the batsman has less time to see the ball because he's basically going to quarter away down the pitch.
Won't disagree with any of that. Vinny Matthew Hayden, an absolute god with a cricket bat in his hand. So Gerard, good ball, just slightly short of a length, gets a bit of kick off the pitch and forces Shazad to just pop a defensive shot straight back down the deck.
Yeah, so it's been a runaway power play at the moment. 36 for 1 with a ball remaining in it.
Good over from Zadran though. After an expensive first couple of overs, he's pulled his total back a touch, obviously gotten the wicket of Mohammed. Only 7 off his over so far. Important last ball. They can keep them to maybe a dot here. 36 after the power play. It's not terminal. Oh, thrashed by Shazad again. There wasn't the dot ball he was looking for. Short of a length, rising, keeps his base and smacks it over to the point area for 4. That's an outstanding finish to the 3 over power play, and that leaves Ariana O'Keefe 40 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, so this score is looking small at the moment. Ariana O'Keefe, the only team in the tournament that's still averaging over 10 and over with the bat. You see the power play started with a bang, didn't it? 17 off the first over. But since then, we had 12. We had 11. Stepping down slightly, but still very good overs. 3 double-figure overs to start this chase, and they're going to go back to Patel, who went for 12 in the second. He's going to try and do something, anything, to stop the assault of Ariana O'Keefe here in match 16, the final match of day 4 in this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Well, they certainly do chase down targets with gusto. Ariana O'Keefe, they're a great team to watch, both with the ball in the field and also with the bat in the hand. And this man in particular, Javed Khan, has been striking at a rapid rate. Patel goes wide of off stump. There's an appeal. Finally got him. Well, he's been their nemesis today, but Javed Khan, short, wide ball, just a feather edge through to the keeper. And finally, they see the back of him. He's gone for 7 off 4 balls. And Bhavya Patel, it's a great way to start his second over.
Yeah, so they needed to take wickets to have any chance of turning this match around. Look, there's still a lot of cricket left in this game. They've got about 50 still to defend. But they're going to have to do something pretty quickly as Rahadullah comes to the crease at number 4.
Better known for his leg spin, Rahadullah, but he's been called on with the bat a couple of times. It's a bit sluggish in the first game and then ended up popping up an easy catch to cover unnecessarily. Skipper will be looking at him to just partner Shazad and give him as much strike as possible in the next couple of overs. Again, they don't want to expose that middle order if they can avoid it. Good finish from Metavarapu to get them home last time. Tula just steps away, cuts down for a single easily. Shazad becomes the important man now though. He's 23 off 11. Shows no signs of slowing down.
Let's have a look at that Norway-France game. Norway, 12 for no loss after 1 over. Far cry from the 12 for 7 they were against Germany.
Yeah, Patel just beats Shazad outside off stump. Haven't said that much today. That's a great start in relative terms for the Norwegians.
Yeah, it's great to have some T20 international cricket on ECN. More international cricket, of course, coming away next month. It's great to say that, next month. The ECC from Kantama in Spain.
Oh, drop short. Shazad just too good, too powerful. Umpire's arms go up. That's just excellent batting, and he's a serious talent with the bat.
Yeah, he hasn't always had his timing, but when he does, he is blistering square of the wicket. And that one, just a hint of short of a length, and he rocked back onto the back foot and placed it outside the field of play. 6 more to the total.
Oh, cuts over point. Cuts beautifully. Cuts for a Maximo. This is thrilling stuff from Shazad. The technique is just so simple, but he just picks up the length very quickly. It's a lovely fluent bat stroke.
Yeah, and he knows where the outfielders are as well. And if you've got that square of the wicket, that he's not really in danger, even if he doesn't hit it out of the middle of the bat. As long as he gets over the infield, he's going to get a boundary. So, Yonchaping, after a very good first day, like I said, against the Royals, against Ariana CC yesterday, they now are at Keefe, both of last year's finalists in the Malmo tournament. They've just been a little bit below par, and now their bowling is falling apart as well.
I admire the urgency of the appeal. Umpire says it's flicked the pad on the way through. As it is, that is the end of the over. Ariana O'Keefe, 53. Only 2 wickets down, but most importantly, they have still 6 overs left to go. Vinny, I'm not sure they need a BioStrath energy burst at the moment.
Well, at the moment, they're flying, and we might have to get some out there for Yonchaping. They're looking a little bit tired at this stage of the tournament. Going into their final 2 matches tomorrow against Malmo. There'll be danger games. But thanks to BioStrath for their support of European cricket. They're a fantastic Swiss-based company, and they provide their product to over 100 countries all around the world. To find out more, you can go to biostrath.com/cricket. And we do appreciate the partnership of BioStrath and helping us bring 1,000 matches of T10 cricket to you this year on the European Cricket Network.
Zadran coming in for his second over. Bowling to Rahatullah. These legs, Rahatullah's popped it to cover again. It's almost a replay of his dismissal from the 3rd game today. Sadiq, the same man, he's got his number. That's a remarkable pair of dismissals from such a talented batsman.
It really is. But it's just a little bit early on the shot. That's why it goes in the air. Hung in the air, and you're right, it's a good catch. It's Sohail Mosasai that holds on to the catch at cover. And so, well, one thing you would say is that Zadran has been trying very, very hard to do what he can do. He's still running in off the long run. He's still trying what he can do to put a dent in this Ariana O'Keefe batting innings. But now they take a 3rd wicket despite the damage on the scoreboard. 53 for 3 in the 5th over.
Well, he's a pretty fair athlete, Zadran. He comes in bustling off that long run. Every single delivery. He's been out there batting for the 10 overs as well, so he's a fit young chap trying his best to just keep his Yonchaping team in this game. He's now got Srikanth Medafarapu, who batted well but batted calmly in that previous contest. He's joined Shazad, who is just going on his merry way. He's got 35 off 15. Good for ball, return catch. Boy, oh boy, that would have been the moment. Zadran shells the return catch coming from the bat of Medavarapu. 2 wickets in 2 balls could have turned this game on its head. As it is, Medavarapu gets a life.
It's a weird one. Seemed like there was some pad and some bat in it. Made a double sound. I don't know if it was like almost a simultaneous squeezing, but it did carry back to the bowler. And that's one that Zadran holds on to that. Well, suddenly, maybe we had a collapse on our hands, but batsman survives.
Second time he hasn't taken a return catch in 2 matches. Another good length ball. Medavarapu drops the wrist and just pops it down in front of him. This is a searching examination from the fast bowler, Zadran. Medavarapu, technically very competent batsman, but he's under siege at the moment.
You see how important the innings has been so far from Shazad, who's contributed 35 of the 53 runs you see on the board. You take those out, and it's a very, very different story. 3 balls left for Zabi Zadran.
Well, Metavarapu's headed very, very high. Field has gone back just in front of our commentary box. It probably just had a little bit too much elevation. Thought he was in with a chance at one stage. Well, Zadran down on his haunches. He's given his all for the Jönköping group. Thought he was in with a chance to have Metavarapu, but...
It's a really good effort from the fielder, to be fair. He was right back on the rope. He leaned back, and he just got a little bit of a finger on it. Couldn't have done any more, to be fair, Ibrahim Kill. That's another game turner, momentum turner. Maximo from Metavarapu at the 3rd attempt.
Just kept the boundaries coming at critical times in this innings. Good heat through to the keeper. Zadran, he's doing his utmost to keep his side in this contest. You've got to admire the fight.
Yeah, he does. He just runs in all day, doesn't he? I'm interested to get your thoughts, though, Andrew, about what Jönköping can do better, because the wheels have kind of fallen off after 2 good wins against the Royals. They're a team that are no longer in the competition, because they will finish in 5th place. We know that already after day 4 of action. I'll get your ideas about how the men in orange can turn it around after this delivery. The last one from Zabi Zadran.
Short ball, Metavarapu rocks on the back foot. That's a Biostrath super strike if I've ever seen one. Beautifully timed. Let's watch that on replay again. Just gets the back foot across. Perfectly balanced. Excellent cricket shot. And that takes Ariana O'Keefe up to 65 for 3. The end of 5 overs. And Jönköping are staring down the barrel of another defeat to Ariana O'Keefe. Well, Vinny, it's a difficult question. I think Jönköping first and foremost have just struggled with the step up in class of this Ariana O'Keefe group. They've got a really, really experienced and talented lineup, both with the bat and the ball. I think they've almost just lost their identity with the bat as well too. When we saw have some success in the first days, it was all about sixes. They were hitting straight down the ground. Now as the bowling pressure's just increased, they've got some batsmen who are really, really struggling to get their score moving. They've got others who are literally trying to hit a 6 every ball. I think they've probably got to not work out who their best 2 or 3 batsmen are, try to get them the majority of the deliveries. Zadran batted the whole way through the innings today, which was obviously helpful for them, but just not enough regular support.
Yeah, I think it's true what you say. A step up in... I mean, they've had a hard draw in the last couple of days. You have to say that as well. But yeah, it's a good test for them, Jönköping. I mean, they haven't really passed it.
It's a good delivery. This is Sajjad coming in. Not someone that we've seen at the bowling crease a lot for Jönköping. Nice action though, actually. Bowls quite stump to stump. Very technically proficient. Maybe just trying to expand their bowling options as they go forward in the tournament. Run rate's flying for Ariana at the moment. It's basically 13 and over.
Yeah. It's been a bit of an assault despite lost those 3 wickets.
Forces Metavarapu to just punch down the ground for a single. It's good stump-to-stump bowling from Sajjad at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder. I think maybe they should try a spinner or something like that. Look at Ibrahim Keel. Just try something, because the seamers, even though when they've bowled reasonably well, they've been quite expensive. I think it might be an opportunity to at least give Ibrahim Keel a bowl. He'd be the one I'd probably turn to. Try and stop things.
Oh, drops a little bit short, and Shazad just rocks onto the back foot, pulls it for probably the most casual 4 you will see today. It's not a bad ball from Sajjad, but for a quality batsman like Shazad, it's just too easy.
Yeah, well, he's got enough bat on this, didn't he? He's had Shazad. A couple of really explosive innings in this tournament so far. He's raced along to 40 now, for only 17 balls.
It goes way down the leg side. Umpire spreads his arms to signal for the extra. Shazad just going at a rapid rate in almost every game that he's played.
One thing's for sure, Jönköping are going to want to come and have a good performance against Malmo tomorrow. Because if they don't, they'll probably finish in 4th place, and they're going to have a tough quarterfinal matchup because they'll play the team that finishes top of Group B, which isn't something you want. Plus, you just want to take some winning form into the quarterfinals because they do get a week off, and all these players in Group A will get a chance to rest their bodies a little bit before come back for quarterfinal Friday. But if Jönköping don't get it right tomorrow, then they could find themselves in 4th with that really tough matchup against the form team in the other group who have been playing over those few days before the finals.
Good ball from Sajad, just beats Medver up outside off stump. The keeper's copped it on the end of the fingers, but that's the end of the over. Ariana O'Keefe needing 16 runs in 24 balls. They're on 73 for 3 after 6.
6 overs down. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, and we have 4 more matches. It's the last Group A matches, the last day of Group A action, and we're going to start with a real doozy. Ariana CC versus Ariana O'Keefe. That's the Ariana Grande matchup. We talked about that before. And then Jönköping versus Malmo. And they looks like at the moment that they'll be battling it out for 3rd place, and there's a big difference 3rd versus 4th, because in 3rd you probably play a team that's had a similar group, kind of a group stage to you in the other group. But if you finish 4th, you are going to play the team that's performed the best in the other group. Remember, once we get to quarterfinal stage, all the teams essentially are 3 matches away from the trophy. But you do want to make yourself, you make life a little bit easy for yourself by finishing as high up as you can on the ladder.
So I'll put you on the spot, Vinny. Some good contests tomorrow. Who do you think is going to be victorious?
Oh, don't do that. It's classic who will win. Tomorrow, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm going to say that both the contests tomorrow will be split a game apiece.
That's about the opposite of going out on a limb as far as I'm concerned.
That's it. I've got a sore backside from sitting on the fence. But you let us know what you think in the live chat. I mean, if you asked me earlier in the week, I'd say Jönköping would be favourites, especially Malmo hadn't found a way to win despite being in winning positions. But Jönköping, well, they're just looking a little bit short of a gallop after a good first day, and it looks like it'll be enough to take them into the quarterfinals, but they'll be hoping to put in a much better performance tomorrow afternoon.
Look, I agree. Jönköping, they're probably the side that's lost momentum over the last couple of days, whereas Malmo, after that double victory this morning, and I think they're a better side than they showed in the first couple of days, had a couple of unlucky results, one big collapse. So that's dropped short and it's thrashed over the offside for another Maximo, another Biostrath super strike, and that's wonderful batting.
Yeah, he's absolutely smashed this, and it's just a little bit short and a little bit of width. Bang! Not a lot of footwork, but he throws the hands through it. There's a brick wall over there, but sooner or later I think we're going to get some kookaburras breaking through, because every time, like, what was that game again? Arkanoid? Do you remember that? It's just chipping away a little bit of the wall at a time. There's another famous game I'm trying to think of, when the ball like pong at the bottom and then you knock out the bricks. Very obscure reference.
Back in the memory bank of the 80s for what that was called. Yeah. Muji Sadiq, it wasn't actually a bad ball first of all, but he's been pumped for a second boundary to row. And Shazad lifts the bat. That's his 50 and a very, very well-deserved half-century. He was clearly in the know of how many runs he had to score to get that half-century.
He was straight up to get the bat up in the air, wasn't he? And but what you would say is there's been not too many batsmen that have gone on with it after making starts in this tournament. And although it's a batting first chasing situation, it's been a really good innings from Shazad.
Oh, poor Sadiq. He hasn't bowled that badly, but he's been clattered for 2 6s and a 4, and that is all she wrote at the Landskrona cricket ground. Well, that is some remarkable hitting from Hassan Shazad. He's now up to 57 off 21 balls. What an exhibition of ball striking. Absolutely tremendous entertainment to finish the day. And well, we haven't had a close game to finish off, Vinny, but my word, no shortage of entertainment.
You want to talk about going out with a bang? That's what that was. And I'm not even sure that one's landed yet. The horses, they were running scared in the next field. That was a massive, massive hit to end the day. And Ariana O'Keefe, they remain undefeated. They're 6-0. And really, they'll have top spot unless Ariana CC can get over them a couple of times tomorrow. in that Ariana Grande showdown. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from this match 16. And, well, the target was 89. You just had the feeling that unless they took a bunch of early wickets, it was going to be really tough for Jönköping to get into this game. Khalid Mohammed, well, he did go down swinging. He was smiling almost before he missed it. And then a little feather, and that was the end of Javed Khan. But the real story was Shirzad, especially after Rahmatullah Rahmatullah went. He was the third and final wicket to fall. But ultimately the story was that couldn't quite convert some of the chances. Zadran, he dropped one, and after that it was over to Shirzad. And with a bit of help from Medavarapu, Ariane O'Keefe got over the line.
Yeah, superb batting from Shazad. He is probably one of the top couple of batsmen that's participating in this European Cricket Series tournament here in Malmo, and it was an absolute pleasure to see him rip apart the best that the Jönköping side could offer with the ball. They certainly had no lack of effort today, but just that step up in class playing the Ariana O'Keefe group. Have a look at the batting lineup for Ariana O'Keefe. Shazad at the top, 57 off 21, and just some wonderful strikes. Made up for the fact that Khalid Mohammed went early again. He was completely cleaned up by Zabiullah Zadran for 8 off 4. Javed Khan, rare failure for him. He was caught by Munir, the keeper, off Bhavya Patel for 7 off 4. And Rahmatullah, dual failures today. He'll have a bit of soul searching before. Medavarapu did enough at the end to support Shirzad, but it was really a one-man show from the Ariana O'Keefe superstar. We'll just have a quick look at the bowling analysis. It's not pretty reading for Jönköping. Sargul Shazad was so good in the previous game, but he's been taken for 17 off his single over today. Bhavya Patel, 1 for 25. Zaviul Zadran, he's endlessly trying. He's taken 2 for 23 today. And poor old Mujahid Sadiq, he bowled 3 overs, 16 runs, an economy rate of 32. Not so pretty, but tough gig coming in at the end.
It sure is. He didn't get to bowl a full over, did he? Yeah, certainly was a destructive finish to this one. And only taking 6.5 overs. All headed for an early finish. And it's Jönköping 88 going down to Ariana O'Keefe 89 in 6.3 overs. And well, we get all the big names here, don't we? Vinny Sandhu as well as Andrew Ryan. We've also got Ahmed Azizi here. And Ahmed, you must be very happy. How do you think Ariana O'Keefe played in that game? Do you think they played well? Ariana O'Keefe, yeah. I was going to say, who do you think is going to win the trophy here in Malmo?
Ariana O'Keefe.
Oh, well, there you go. Do you want to say hello to everyone out there? You know, you did such a good job tossing the coin. And I think, actually, our match referee, Sir Rob Kemming, he's looking over his shoulder because I think that's one of the best coin tosses we've had all week. He did such a great job. And look, despite Jönköping actually winning it and batting, they weren't able to put as many runs on the board as they required. Now, just a reminder to all of you that are out there, you know, we have so much cricket going on at the moment on the European Cricket Network. You can see we are live in Germany at the moment. Looks like Norway 35 for 1 against France. And that's something that we'll be watching with some interest this afternoon, Andrew. And so Rico Fool and Ujwal Kadaraju are over there doing a great job, I'm told, as well, with the commentary. I can't wait to go and ask Rico some questions in the live chat, and you can get involved. So still plenty of cricket, at least 2 to 3 hours left of cricket.
My question is, what is Rico going to do not be able to say it's all happening in the 9th? Has he switched it to it's all happening in the 19th?
Yeah, well, we had this debate when we did the Italian domestic women's T20 final. It all happens in the 19th. Well, maybe some things happen in the 9th. I mean, that's a really good question, Andrew. It's been great to have your company as well today, as usual. You've done a great job calling the games, and there's more action on the way. Of course, we've got you until Saturday, and we'll appreciate you while we've got you, because obviously you're a tremendous person to have on the commentary. We're always really happy when we can have you on the European Cricket Network. And of course, we're happy to have you too, Ahmed. And it's so exciting to see so many youngsters are getting involved in cricket at the moment. And it's wonderful to be a part of it. And I'm sure that one day You've already got the kit on. One day we'll see you out there, I think, in the FanCode European Cricket Series, and you'll be hitting a few Maximos as well. So just a reminder, go to our website, europeancricket.com. That's where you can go get the match previews for tomorrow, not only for this series, but also for the T20 International Series in Germany at the moment. Also our social media at European Cricket. It's a great place to go to get the bits you might have missed. Also heaps of highlights. So I can't wait to see some of the highlights. Apparently there's heaps in Germany. I haven't seen them all as yet. And don't forget to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Join over 220,000 others as we roll on. The circus rolling on towards the ECC. Andrew, it's certainly going to be a very exciting few weeks for European cricket.
Absolutely. Masses of cricket coming up, and both the combination of these club format with the European Cricket Series, but matched by the excitement of the first ever European Cricket Championship. That will be a 4-week buffet of international cricket of the likes that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing how those international teams adapt to playing the T10 format.
Yeah, well, cracking day of weather as well. Probably the best day we've had of weather. Heaps of sunshine. Hopefully it continues tomorrow and into the weekend. And of course, from Saturday, we'll get some Group B action. You can also have a look at our website, europeancricket.com, to get those Group B team previews. But for now, from everyone in Sweden at the European Cricket Network, it's going to say farewell from here. Turn over to the other match, European Cricket Network YouTube channel and FanCode. You can catch that Norway versus France T20 International. But from everyone in Sweden at the European Cricket Network, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Ahmed Azizi and Andrew Ryan, the one and only. We'll see you tomorrow from Sweden for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.